7-9. Did actually see the passenger getting suited and booted into the car for the run today.
Yeah, I think he's the record holder for the tallest man alive when I walk past him.
Oh really?
Well, all of you watching from home on the live stream, you can see him there waving to the camera. Just the final checks. Again, looking for a low 8, high 7-second pass, and a 1/160 foot. Somewhere around the 167 mark.
And we say that with confidence because the car is so well sorted. He'll probably go 168.
Yeah.
.164, in effect, 805. Right, this is where the fun really begins then. It's eliminations, it's round 1 of Nostalgia Superstar, the biggest field here this weekend. Slightly down on numbers from last year, doesn't matter. It's still an epic battle to try and get through. Right, now, Dan Sanderson should have been alongside Spencer Tran, but Spencer is down there. Good morning, mate. He had an issue with his run yesterday. Got to about 1,000 foot, 1,100 foot, heard a horrible noise, wasn't quite sure what it was, like a whining noise. So he thought, I'm not going to risk it, get it back to the workshops, get it checked out, see how it is. And in effect, then Dan Sanderson gets the freebie into round number 2. Starts in 1360, gets to 1390. And because the ladder is so big, I'm going to struggle to actually find him. Right, next up then, Justin Woolner with that beautiful Camaro, 1351 dial-in for him, going alongside my neighbour in the pits, Glyn Dunford. And he's been very quiet this weekend because they had an issue with the, was it the trailer? I can't remember. Something happened on the journey down here, and they got that right here at 3 o'clock in the morning. So they've been catching up on sleep all weekend long. But he's here. That's the main thing. Well, who on earth turned Justin Woolner into a drag racer? That's my question. He won as well. He had a 005 light. I've never seen Justin pull a light like that before, but well done. Glyn Dunford breaks out by nearly 0.2 of a second. A 1371, good enough for the win for Justin, and he goes into round 2. And the way I'm pulling your leg with Justin because he's always out there doing amazing shows, Burnout King down at Carfest and things like that. Amazing what that guy can do with cars, and of course Sally when she gets behind the wheel of that Camaro. The other Camaro, I should say. Right, Adrian Portelli and Ty Strevitt. 1095 plays 1154. Right, who's going to get there first? Pretty close. Might be Adrian. Oh, well, he takes it on a breakout. He got there first by 0.3. Ty, in his effort to catch up there, 11.51 breakout on that 11.54. So it's Adrian that moves in to round number 2. Pete Walton going alongside Gary Cork. Gary dialing in 11.79. Pete Walton 12.59. Nice to see Pete back with us actually with Slow Joe, the Savoy. Well, Gary Cork has already pulled alongside. Gary will literally just shadow Pete all the way to the stripe. And takes it there, 12.77 against the lose-out, 13.26. Gary Cork goes through.
Roy de Mitchell in the Kestrel lane, 10.90 for the Valiant. Against Mick Sharp with the Detroit Hustle. Mick down in the nines with a 9.88. There's still quite a stiff breeze out there which may affect dial-ins, but not too much so far. Well, Stu Mitchell takes the green light first. Mick Sharp with a bit of a snooze on the start line though. It will be Stuart Mitchell taking the win by virtue of the lesser breakout. He also had 0.3 of a second at the strike. I apologise for being late, fellas. I was actually getting out of the caravan. It was raining, and I thought, okay, got a couple of minutes, tidy up, go and see somebody. And guess what? I heard engine, so no, it's all good. Ian King. Now, is this Ian's first ever race on four wheels? I'd be intrigued
well, certainly
to know.
in this car.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's ever did anything in four wheels before he got on bikes. Don't know.
I don't think he did. I think he was a biker all the way through. So this is his retirement car. He won't thank me for saying. Up against Kim Boardman. And he goes red, unfortunately, by 0.2. Into round two with a very nice run. 10.09 on a 10.05. Colin's busy doing homework.
The thing is, though, because there's so many, I'm struggling to find them.
Well, you can't find the pairings on the ladder before they go. Yeah, I know what you mean. Jack Bishop, Beavis Allen. Jack in the nines with a 92 and 11.85 for Beavis Allen. How you doing, Thomas? Nice and warm today, isn't it? It's almost tropical.
It is in here.
Yeah. Not very July type weather, is it? But there we go. Beavis Allen stuck around long enough to see the red light, I'm sure. And Beavis bang on, 11.85 on an 85. He would have... Don't show him that timing ticket. Just don't show him that timing ticket.
So, the Christmas number one. Peak Christmas with the Fallen Angel.
He cleaned up last night in the Nostalgia Superstock thing because he got the number one qualifier, obviously, and there was a little bonus for that. He was pulled out of a hat for something else. It was just like, oh, thank you. I think he got 280 quid from the pot.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, he did really well last night.
Well, I think he got the buy run because bizarrely, not all, well, 70 entered, I think. And not everybody made the call, did they, yesterday?
Only 56 got runs in, I think, in the end. All right, Jim Smith and Steve Lloyd.
Jim looking for a 10.30, Steve for an 11.10. So hopefully the blue car will move first by about 0.8 of a second. I say hopefully because weirder stuff has happened. However, Jim is caught in by the finish line, backs off. Yeah, I think the reaction times had a big part to play in that one. 0.3 to a 0.1. So Chris Tyhurst in the Slicktrix lane looking for a 12.21. Taking on Roger Bannister. Looking for an 11.50.
They were very kind to Roger in the barbecue last night. They officially declared him as the oldest competitor in the class. There he was, sat down. He bought a chair. Made sure he was comfortable.
quickest pensioner and fastest pensioner is becoming a title.
Yeah.
Quite a
A
common
lovely
one.
guy, though. Let's just say he played the part very, very well last night. Well done, Rog.
Plenty of us that could play that part. Wow, Chris Tyhurst takes that one basically on the start line, 0.1 to a half second, which is not very sporty. What?
They're not very sporty.
Not
Robin.
very
Yeah, I
sporty.
like that.
No, it's not. I love the name of that Plymouth down there. What'll it do? As in, with the Roadrunner on the side of it, obviously. Taking on the Chris Chell with the Dodge Darts. That's Stuart Arthur. 1250, 1375. Well, two people left roughly on the green light.
Nice.
Very
1379. Yeah.
Yeah, very nicely judged as well. Only 0.02 over the stripe. 0.16 on the reach, to a 0.12. But closer to Dylan.
All right, Paul Singer and Neil Francis. Two seasoned campaigners. Been doing this for a little while. Neil Francis qualified number 4. Don't forget, it was a one-shot qualifier in the end yesterday. They were really hopeful to try and get a second one in last night, but it just didn't work out that way.
One of them had a calendar reaction time. I don't really need to spell out how that worked. Paul Singer is out in front, but at the finish line it is Neil Francis, your number 4 qualifier. Takes the strike by just over a tenth of a second. He was on the tree, Paul Singer wasn't. Jake Cawthorne with the flag jumper. 63 Dodge Dart against the Charger of Glenda Thompson. Like you said yesterday, Cole, Glenda Thompson, incredibly competitive.
Yeah. Got to say ever so thanks to very much indeed to Team Thompson for their contribution to the Nostalgia Superstock barbecue last night. Absolutely stellar work from the whole team, to be fair. Right, okay, so nothing's happening here.
Well,
It's going to be a rerun.
still might come up there, you never know.
Really? No, that'll be a rerun. All right, a little bit of a glitch in the matrix there, unfortunately. Yeah, Stuart, don't even try and look, mate. No, nothing registered, so that will be a rerun.
It's a shame because that looked like a peach of a run
Yeah.
for Glenda, actually. Just wondering, any idea why Spence is down there in civvies?
Yeah, the car's broke. Yeah, Stuart, be a rerun, mate. He still looks confused. Oh dear. Right, Mojo and Dan Williams. What have we got here? 1060 plays 1110. Half a second between them. 2 bowls.
He was the first car we ever commentated on and doing this, you know. Easter 2008. Yeah. 2 people leave on the green light.
Well, it looks like Dan's shadowing now. And takes it with a 1071. Win margin 0.4 at the stripe and an 0.1 light as well. Yeah, Dan Williams takes the win.
Expertly done,
Yeah.
as you'd expect.
Any
from
other
anyone.
race, that would have been Mojo's, I think, but that was super tight.
He'd have won just about every other
Yeah.
race other than that one, really. Don Scott, 10.05 for the Superbird. He got the perfect light yesterday, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Taking on Dave Tildesley with the Dart. The Dart will be getting the green light first. Whether he moves first or not is up to him. Oh, Don looks like he's out in front, and Don, look at that.
Wow.
10.05.3 on a 10.05.04 light. Oh my goodness me, whole shot. That is no, it's not quite a whole shot win, is it? 04 and 05. Tremendous race.
Yeah, but
Absolute
12.01 on a 12 flat dial in the other lane, just 100th off.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Insanely tight. Good race. Race of the round so far without a shadow of a doubt.
Again, bad luck to be in the other lane against the guy running bang on his dialing, I think, really. Dan Tuttle with the Mach 1, like you said, Tom, very rare indeed. And even rarer on race day because he went red. Andy Bosworth effectively gets a freebie. Where light's already on in his lane, doesn't matter what he runs. Yeah, don't show Dan Tuttle that timer slip because he was closer to his dial, but that was quite a big red light with an 07 actually.
Right, last year's winner then, Ash Rawson. Going alongside Carl Kenyon. Pick your duster, the green or the yellow. Darlings, 12.97 for Carl. He'll be going first. Ash will be doing the chasing. 10.33 dial.
So these two were your number 10 and 37 qualifiers.
Oh, this is a squeaker. This is tight. This is tight. Oh, win margin 0.6 at the stripe. Ash Rawson. Both of them a little bit lazy off the line, but it is Ash that moves on. Right, Stuart Floyd. No Adam Novak. Oh, what a shame. So Stuart Floyd getting a solo into round number 2. Dials to 1380, using this as a tune-up run if you like. Goes 1391, good info for it. Still into a headwind today, but that is a plum headwind that is today. All right, Gary Semper up next with the Tin Indian. Those of you looking at the live stream got a lovely view of that car. Gary, another one of those that took part in Street Weekend, 400-mile trip around the UK. Here, up to Melbourne with a couple of checkpoints on the way, then back down to Sandpot with another couple of checkpoints on the way back. And had a real good time. Darling of 11.95. Going alongside your number 2 qualifier, Duncan Watts. The Watts Shop Challenger. So it's going to be Gary Semper going first, Duncan doing the chasing. Well, Gary Semper takes the win there. Duncan Watts, well and truly off the throttle at the stripe there. He had an advantage off the line, but it is Gary Semper that goes into round number 2. Right, Gary Carr. And he's got Jared Heathcote for company for this one. So the Nova taking on the Chevrolet Chevelle. I was going to say Gary normally in the boiling point Nova, but he's now saving the Nova for Comp Eliminator.
Because he's in the lead in the
championship. Yes, he's leading the championship. So he's now using this Chevelle as his
NSS car.
That's his weekend car, that's right. But we got a couple of spots in the air at the moment, so we need those to dissipate before...
Won't be long.
It'll be very, very quick. Trying to catch up on this ladder now, because I know there's a couple of runs I've missed out. We are, I would have said, 2/3 of the way through.
Which is unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah.
Half an hour's worth of racing, we're only that much through.
But yeah, a couple of spots. A couple more spots appearing on the window. But having said that,
It looks
I don't know where
bright.
don't know where they're coming from. We've somebody got a water pistol somewhere and he's just teasing us. I don't know. But
Yeah, that's bound to be what it is. God with a water pistol. Yeah.
Unfortunately, his aim is a little bit off. We want it somewhere else, but there we go.
Well, it was quite a few other places than here yesterday as well. So we were lucky stroke good yesterday.
Yeah.
Definitely made the most of every opportunity to go out and run yesterday. So anyway, it's going to be fun. We've got Gasser Circus in the lanes right behind them for their first round of elimination as well. I should think of all the racing fields we've got as well, we're probably going to get going with... have you got a run order by any chance?
No.
No, I didn't think so. No, I make a best guess then. Probably Outlaw Anglia as well.
Yeah.
The old school stockers won't be far away too, because they've got a 16 bike ladder to get through as well. So yeah, unfortunately a few more heavier spots, but it shouldn't be long just looking at that.
Yeah.
So if it's okay with you folks, we'll hand back to Nitro FM hopefully shortly and be back with you ASAP.
Yeah.
One 164. Right, who's going to get there first? Pretty close. Might be Adrian. Oh, well, he takes it on a break. Well, Gary Corker's already pulled alongside. So Gary will literally just shadow Pete all the way to the stripe and takes it there. 12.77 against the lose-out 13.26. Gary Cork.
Well, Stu Mitchell takes the green light first. Mick Sharp with a bit of a snooze on the start line though. It will be. And he goes red unfortunately by 0-2. Into round 2 with a very nice run. There we go. Beavis Allen stuck around long enough to see the red light, I'm sure. And Beavis bang on, 11.85 on an 85. He would have
Quid from the pot.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, he did really well last night.
Well, I think he got the buy run because
So hopefully the blue car will move first by about 0.8 of a second. I say hopefully because weirder stuff has happened. However, Jin is caught in by the finish line, he backs off.
Chris Ticehurst takes that one basically on the start line, 0.1 to a half second, which is well, 2 people left roughly on the green light.
Nice. 1379. Yeah.
Yep, very nicely judged as well. Only 0-0. One of them had a calendar reaction time. I don't really need to spell out how that worked. Paul Singer is out in front, but at the finish line it is Neil Francis, your number 4 qualifier. Takes the strike by just over a tenth of a second. He was
Right, okay, so nothing's happening here.
well,
It's going to be a rerun.
still might come up there. You never know, really.
No, that'll be a rerun. Between them. 2 bowls.
He was the first car we ever commentated on in doing this, you know. Easter 2008. Yeah. 2 people leave on the green light.
Well, it looks like Dan's shadowing now. And takes it with a 10.71. Win margin 0.4 at the stripe and an 0.1 light as well. Yeah, Dan.
Oh, Don looks like he's out in front, and Don, look at that.
Wow.
10.05.3 on a 10.05. Dan Tuttle with the Mach 1, like you said, Tom, very rare indeed, but even rarer on race day because he went red. Andy Bosworth effectively gets a freebie. Red light's already on in his lane, doesn't matter what he runs.
Oh, this is a squeaker. This is tight. This is tight. Oh, win margin 0.6 at the stripe. Ash Rawson. Both of them a little bit lazy off the line, but Dials to 1380, using this as a tune-up run, if you like. Goes 1391. Good info for it. Well, Gary Semper takes the win there. Duncan Watts.
Gives him the customary salute. Give him a wave, everybody. Your new Hall of Flame member, Mr. Martin Hill. all the way through to...
Not that.
Not that, no. 8 seconds, 60 foot probably gives that way. It was 231 miles an hour. At least it's sunny, it's dry, it's happening. Better sight than 24 hours ago, definitely. Yeah. Into the 799 at 160. Great looking runs in both lanes. 638 to 221 for Joe.
Anything quicker than a 650.
That's looking gorgeous.
Yeah, that'll work.
607, 229.
Low ET fuel cars.
Oh, trailer fluid from behind the Paul Harris, but the little car. 689, 192.
Well, Dougie blazing the tyres, no issues at all for Bob Hawkins. What's he got for us here all the way through? 662, 212 mile an hour. Look at Tony go.
And Wayne chasing him down. New low ET of the weekend, 602 at 240. Australia, UK, all around the US. Here we go.
Well, here comes Randy Bradford, going to get to the line first.
He
Takes the win.
214 miles an hour to stripe.
$10.97. Harley Turner's done it again. Ray Turner breaks out by just that much. $10.91. Big breakout.
John on the number 21. Oh, 1084 with a 7, the minutest of... Oh, 9600.
Whoa, big wheels out of launch for Tony Pearson.
Again.
Again, 009 light for Chris Layer. And a 1021.
Over, because if you look at it, the R is done very, very well to look quite a lot like a V.
Just a quick message I'm going to read out from a mate of mine, Jason Whitney. He's put, morning Cole, currently sat on the sofa, foot elevated after I forgot to walk down the stairs, resulting in a broken ankle right before Dragstalgia. Hope it's been a great weekend. Well, we've had a good weekend, Jace. I'm so sorry. But then, time to put your feet up, literally. Hope you're enjoying the coverage, mate. But, oh, no. Broken ankle, missing the stairs. Curses, eh? Well, as Tom says, part 2. Gary Carr, Jared Hithcote. 12.16 for Gary, 12.47 for Jared, so it will be Gary doing the chasing
It's
But
actually going to be.
having said that, where's Jared?
Yeah, he's out the car pushing the car back,
Oh,
unfortunately.
no.
So it'd be a solo for Gary Carr. He's not. He's not the person you want to give a buy run to for early in the morning, because that means he's going to be very, very good later on in the day.
Well, bearing in mind, Gary has never raced this car before. He's only owned it 2 weeks. Dials 12.16, runs 12.24. Yeah, he's getting there. But then we got Keith Williams on the team. He knows how to dial a car in. So Gary Carr into round number 2. Paul Smale with that thirsty work. Malibu. I love the way he puts his dial on the back of the car there. He says, hold my beer back in. Then he puts his dial on the back. Going alongside a Rob Cawthorne, that beautiful Valiant. 12.20 dial in for Rob. 10.16 for Paul Smale. 2.04 difference on the tree. Both into stage. So Rob's... Ah, he's gone red. So it's a freebie for Paul Smale. Oh, with a perfect light for Paul Smale. Wow. Second one of the weekend, and it's in down to Superstock again. 10.32. Rob Cawthorne at 12.48. It didn't matter. He went red. But a perfect light for Paul Smale. And he's into round number 2.
So up next then, Dave Bilodeau, looking for a 9.95. He was the number 20 qualifier. That's very unlike Dave. He's taken on Alan Medley with the old timer. Alan looking for a 10.72. Dave looking for a 9.95. So roughly 0.8 of a second on the line.
A slight adjustment to safety equipment there for Al Medley. Can we have Outlaw Anglia into the pairing lanes, please? Outlaw Anglia, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Well, Dave Bilodeau's already gone past. Tells you the story of the start line. 10.28. Dave Bilodeau goes through to lose that 11.61.
Yeah, the half-second reaction time advantage to Dave, I think, helped him at the top end on that one. I'm not too sure. Richard Granger and Dave Simcock. Very, very close dialings on this one. 10.85 takes 10.30. I think these cars were designed to go this quick out of the factory. I think they would have sold a lot more if they were. So, fingers crossed, Dave will be leaving first. Not Dave, Richard will be leaving first. Well, nothing in it on the tree. And it's going to be very, very close to the finish line as well. I think Dave's going to get there first, takes the win with a 10.48 on the 10.30 dial-in. 0.1 reaction time to Richard 0.3. Takes the win by 0.1 of a second.
So Rick Denny, winner of the best reaction time on Friday with the Pontiac. You know, you were saying, Colin, that he was waiting for funds to get it back together. I'd say 11.36 is pretty much back together and you're like Pro ET worthy, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, he normally goes 11 flat.
Okay. Still be competitive, though.
But yeah, it's still very competitive.
And 12.65 for Alan Huckle with the Falcon in the Kestrel. Well,
Rick's got there. He's Coasting there, 1170 to a 1319. Rick Denny goes through.
Shocking that one was. Rick wasn't first off the start line. But that don't count for much if you don't get there first. So, one of the world's fastest nodding dogs in the back. For Lee Childs, I can see the dog agrees with me. It's a very agreeable dog. Whatever you say to it, it says, yeah, we'll do that. We can do that. Mike Graham in the Kestrel Lane. Another immaculately turned out Cuda. I keep saying another because it's the world's best car show. End of story. Seriously, these days, why go to a car show? Just come here and see them all race. So 11.90, Tree will run first. And Lee will try and run him down. He won't have to. Mike Graham is 0-4 red. Well, Lee breaks out, but I think that's probably because he kept his foot in it because he knew, you know. Okay, Chris Goodale. No John Hurahan with that gorgeous Camaro today. Russo's Rat, 9.70. Ian just saying, can I have a look inside your car, please, sir? Yeah, thank you very much. Looks fantastic job. There you go, into stage, please. Thank you.
Yeah, one thing I love about Nostalgia Superstock as well, it's not just the outsides of the cars that are immaculately turned out. They all have like full interiors and everything.
And pull the wheels up like that too. At 132. Doesn't matter because the wind light's on. We are just about done with Nostalgia Superstock. We have one more race, I think, and then it's Gasser Circus round 1.
Well, we have got that rerun with the Glenda Thompson.
We do.
And we're hoping that they can come down quite quick to get that done.
Because that will complete the round.
It will, yeah.
No, Nick Martin and John Davidson, your last actual pair on... Oh, no, beg your pardon. One more after that. They were hiding. This is when Colin goes, oh no, I've got four...
No, that should be Howard Holmes and Rob Terrell.
It is, I think. Yeah, Colin goes, oh no, I've got 4 spaces left on my list.
I think...
No, he's done them all.
Agree.
He's done them all. Very polite reaction times in both lanes. Polite meaning you go first. No, you. No, you. No, you. It's fine. Nicely done for Nick Martin. 11.58 and a 50. Takes a strike by nearly 0.2 of a second. John Davidson was about the same off of his dial. He was over 1/10 of a second slower on the tree. So Rob Terrell, another guy who's been deep into eliminations in Nostalgia Superstock before. In the Slick Tricks lane, 10.30 and 11.90 for Howard Holmes. This is our last actual pair, apart from the rerun. Just backing off, shadowing the car in the other lane and taking the... Well, no, he didn't actually. Made Howard Holmes break out. Oh, look at that. Only by 3 thou. But Rob had a substantial starting line advantage, which is what made him do it. So,
yeah, difference at the finish line, 0.001.
Not a lot then. No, not much. They didn't know much about that until the wind light came on.
That's true.
There are actually wind lights in their lane on the wall. Past the finish line.
I've never seen that.
Strange that.
No, joking aside, well, I have. But one of the racers said, "Oh, I didn't know there was a wind light bomb down there." Of course, then the ribbing never stopped after that, did it?
Understandably so. Like,
It's not a case of, oh, what's that light that comes on when you go through the finish line? It's like, oh, I've never seen that. Innocent comment that turned into an absolute slaughter.
It always comes on the other side, but I never see it. Yeah, exactly that. We are on with Gasser Circus, round number 1. Great to have Dale Snoke back over here. One of his machines out there with Captain Simon Prest, or Commander Simon Prest, at the wheel. Or the Rocket Man, as he should be known. 10.95 for sight. No, I don't want a 10-second race car, honestly. Well, you've got one. In the Slip Tricks lane, up against Sam Glenn with a straight shooter. 10.65 for him. I think Sam's already alongside. And Sam, oh, look at that. I think Simon's best hope was to try and push Sam to break out due to the reaction time difference. Sam got it bang on.
Yeah.
65 and a 65.
Well, to answer your question, it's a 16-car field with 20 qualifiers.
Okay.
So
8.
Ray Irish, qualified 18, gets in as an alternate, as unfortunately Adam Kaczynski was broken with the not so mellow yellow.
Red light for Jason Hollenby. Quite a big one as well. So, Ray Irish makes the most of missing second gear.
Dodges a bullet, I think.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that was Jason Hollenby's to lose, and did a perfect job. Sadly. So I think, yeah, that is Drew Mason
It
in
is,
there.
yeah.
11.10 Kestrel side of the racetrack, taking on Nick Hewitson with a short fuse Fordson. Nick's going to go first. No, he's not. Beg your pardon. Drew will go first. Sorry. Nick Hewitson takes the win, closer to his darling, and about 0.8 on the tree as well. Great job. Well done. Steve Matthews and Ray Turner. Steve was your number 2 qualifier. They did only have 2 qualifying runs, which was more than anyone else, frankly. At 10.41, almost had 3 in the Kestrel lane. I can see that rerun is already here, by the way, Carl.
Ah, good stuff.
Straight away. Well, we can't say it out loud, but someone was awake. I was going to say, provided Ray Turner doesn't break out.
9.5999 on a 960 dial. It didn't matter because he got there second anyway. But that would have been, if he was 1/10,000th of a second slower, 1/10,000th of a second slower, that would have been a perfect ET.
We're talking about Steve Matthews, of course, who unfortunately left second by some margin.
Yeah.
002 in the other lane. Well, it was kind of the end of his day, really. Chris Laram, Tony Pearson. Tony with the pulls the wheels up on the 56 Chevy on a regular occasion.
Yeah, close race this one. 10.20 takes 10.45.
Yep, perfect example. Well, Tony Pearson, 00. I wonder why it's such a big lead. He was 007 on the tree to a 0.5, which is half a second in English, folks. in the other lane.
But that's really upset the apple cart in Gasser Circus. Chris Laveran was championship points leader, and he's out in round one. Ooh.
Sean Milsom, previous champ, and my least favourite person to strap me into a race car.
Because he literally puts his foot on your chest.
Him and
yanks the
Simon,
straps,
yeah, exactly. 10-19 in the Kestrel lane against Brian Gibson with the identity crisis
Right,
again.
Sean Milsom's chance here. If he takes this round win, he will go to the points lead.
Yeah, don't say that out loud. He can't listen, but
No,
obviously
you can't hear it.
he's going to get there. It's just whether he doesn't break out. Which he doesn't.
Yeah. No, because Honky Tonkin Steve Matthews is number 2 in the points and he's out. And there's only 20 points between all three of them.
Shawnee did a really good job of trying not to take the lead with a 006 reaction time. However, it was a green, not a red. Well done, Sean. Top man. And Brian Gibson wasn't exactly that late with a .11, but Sean did a better job of running the number. Well done, mate.
All right, Dean Maudsley and Paul Dominey. Penultimate pair.
So Paul Dominey with the Dorset, 10:41 and 11:62.
Yeah, Paul's stuck with the same diamond all weekend, which is lucky really because he's taped it to his car.
Yeah, hasn't he?
Yeah, trusting you. Well, Dean Maudsley takes that one only just there. That finish line cam was oh so close. Look at the win margin too, 0.008. He was 300 slower on the tree. He was 300 quicker on the track, which affects, well, makes virtually a dead heat, really, doesn't it?
Okay, another alternate gets in. This is Patrick Hobbs with the Southern Flyer. Harvey Turner was your number 1 qualifier. He had 2 perfect runs, but unfortunately unable to make it round for eliminations. I believe I think it was water got in the electrics and has caused an issue. So it is Patrick Hobbs that's got in, going alongside KB.
English problem to have that, isn't it? Roaring Rat going to try and run down the Falcon. Will Patrick make the most of his chance to get in? He's still out in front, and he does indeed.
0.1 light as well for Patrick.
Yeah, King's not that bad at 0.15. Would have won a lot of other races, just not that one. Okay, rerun. Nostalgia Superstock from round number 1. Jake Cawthorne and Glenda Thompson. That was quick, wasn't it? Well, it seemed like it's probably about half an hour, but it seemed like it was. Yeah. It does seem quick though, doesn't it? By comparison. Outlaw Anglia round 1 right behind him. So, Glenda Thompson with that gorgeous Charger. They've got to settle the nerves and do it all over again. Oh, and this time Glenda goes red. Much to the disappointment, I think. That's drag racing version of that's the drag racing version of missing a penalty.
13.92 on an 89 as well, 300s off, but it didn't matter. Jake ran it out of the back door, broke out, it didn't matter. 11.08, he already got the win.
Okay, 2-seater. So we've had round 1 complete now for both Gasser Circus and Nostalgia Superstock. Outlaw Anglia, round number 1, 16-car field is behind the tower.
So, Colin, you may notice you don't have a ladder for Outlaw Anglia.
Okay.
They're doing a new style eliminations this time. Where, right, so they all have to qualify and big points for the qualifying order. However, first round is a chip draw.
Wow.
So
what's this, sorry?
So for Outlaw Anglia, first round's a chip draw.
Ah, right, okay.
So we haven't got a ladder.
So there won't be a ladder.
That's right, thank you.
And then from round 2?
I think it's a chip draw again. So there's a couple of interesting matchups already. Some very, very close races that I know of, but I'll come to that when they come round. Up now is the 2-seater. Again, I say it every time. Low 8 second, high 7 second pass.
Into a absolute headwind. Straight down it is at the moment.
Right, apologies. This is Paul Wingston from Milton Keynes. It's his 50th birthday present, going down the track in the thrill ride.
It's still disobeying me. It still didn't do 167.
Right numbers, wrong way around, I think. There we go.
So, yeah, a couple of interesting matchups and hopefully some close races in the first round of eliminations.
Yeah, what we mean by chip draw instead of qualifying is basically the numbers go in a hat where you qualified. You pull out a number, and that is one person who is racing, and then they pull out another chip, and that person is racing that person. And that wherever you doesn't matter where you qualify. It could even be number 1 and 2 qualifiers going at it in round 1. It's just the way it works out, isn't it?
Yeah, the idea is it should muddle up the pack a bit so you don't get the same people running in the final every single weekend, because you could get them running in round
First
1.
round, yeah, exactly that.
Right, got to say a best special good morning to Pete and Natalie up in VIP. Hopefully they can hear us. Probably inside at the moment. Basically, Natalie has treated her dad for a special birthday. Have a very, very special day, and that is from the Tram family. So, Pete and Natalie in VIP this weekend have a very, very good day indeed. Thanks, Yvonne, for sending that one through to us.
So just quick sled on the track by the tractor.
Willis Wars and Wild Bunch into the lanes, please. Willis Wars and Wild Bunch into the lanes, please, for your next round of fun. I'm not going to call it eliminations because it's not quite like that, is it? Really, it is fun. That's the idea.
Oh, one thing I need to mention: the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. Obviously they got the merchandise sales and stickers and stuff like that. When I went by this morning, they only had 10 T-shirts left. The mediums and the larges have sold out. All they've got is double XL and medium large are sold out. All they've got is extra large and double extra large. That's all they've got left in there. But they will be, if you do want one and they haven't got your size, you can sort of put your name down because there will be another print run being done. But if you want to take one away from Dragstalgia this weekend, pop into the Hall of Fame marquee. As I say, they've only got extra large and double extra large left down there. I've got to say thank you everybody that's supported the Hall of Fame this weekend with the auction and obviously the sales of the merchandise. It's been very encouraging, the generosity of people this weekend, and as you all know, the Hall of Fame is a non-profit making organisation, and of course with the benevolent fund as well, we've raised a lot of money to look after our own. I think that's the best way to put it. It's from the racing community for the racing community. And really do appreciate all the support. Everybody that's bought stickers from me as well. It's been very encouraging indeed. Thank you all very much indeed. Talking of getting hold of things from Dragstalgia, if you haven't already got it, get hold of the Dragstalgia programme. Very, very special indeed. £5. It's available from the Santa Pod vendors on site. The main one, of course, is in the pod shop. The second Santa Pod outlet is next to us here in the catering area, and then you have one up by the medical centre as well. It's a beautifully produced colour. I don't know how many pages this one is, 26 page, and it just tells you everything about what's going on at Dragstalgia, brilliantly put together, and very, very collectible as well. Everybody knows me that I keep all of these.
It's one of the only things that's actually in print that people collect these days, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Because the vast majority of stuff, everything's online. You read news online, do everything online.
I've also got the merchandise in the shop as well. Couldn't forget that. Special Dragstalgia T-shirts as well, and also the commemorative T-shirt of Havoc versus Bradford's Topolino. And we have news about that, haven't we? Bradford's Topolino and Havoc.
You know more than I do then.
I thought you did know.
I think I do. I know what you mean, but
they will be back in September for the European finals.
Woohoo.
Wow.
Rematch.
That is awesome.
Rematch.
Where was Bart going?
Where he normally does, everywhere. So, Barnaby Levy in the Kestrel Lane, all the way from Ireland. Ireland's only outlaw angler? Quite possibly. Against Brian Nixon. One of the founder members of Outlaw Anglia. Nice to see a lack of outfits from the crews today. Anyone that was here yesterday will know exactly what I mean.
It starts to see Jed not in a dress, I think is what you're trying to say.
I think that's exactly what I'm talking. Well, and Barnes' son as well, actually, to be completely frank. So there's a heads-up racing. There's no dial-ins on the boards. The light will come on the tree for both of them at exactly the same time. First one down the track wins. Barnaby Levy with a really good looking leave and launch as well. Brian Nixon was a bit late, to say the least. Barn goes 9.32. 136 miles an hour. 11.05 lose out for Brian. Nearly a half-second reaction time for Brian. Really didn't give him much chance. So we've got no idea of pairings at all. Gary Hill is going to be taking on Andy Cannonball. Well, we know they are, but that's about it. We don't know who's paired up with who until they come round. Well, Tom might.
No.
No? Okay, good. So Andy Cunningham in the Kestrel Lane was qualified in at 18. Gary Hill was in the 9s.
All I'm really hoping for is that there was a recording of the chip draw, because they're always fun.
Chip draws are a lot of fun. Not as much fun as actually people racing each other, but it's when they find out, obviously, kind of what does it. Well, Gary Hill vented the nitrous before this run, and it, I don't think, making a difference. When he went 9.82 in qualifying, he goes 9.82 in round 1 for the win. Takes out Andy Cunningham's 11.97. So, who has the pleasure of running Mr. Miller?
That will be Ben Montgomery,
Ooh.
also known as Not Gary.
Not Gary. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I can't help but feel like when Ben pulled that chip out, it was damn and blast.
Well, 350 cubic inch small block, more than likely with no nitrous and an 11-second sticker on there in the Slick lane against a 6-second car with a 632 cube engine, and gobs of, oh no, beg your pardon, he has got a bit of nitrous on there, gobs of nitrous for Mr. Miller. Now, Colin and the team, I think, just hoping for a good straight run.
I do know it's fully loaded.
Well, heads for the wall. Doesn't get the wall, but still keeps going. Still runs 7.69, 164. That was looking good till then. 11.80 for Ben Montgomery. Gave it everything he could, but it was never going to be enough against the Flying Piper. Graham Scriven, like Colin said, he normally, for some reason, reasons known to him, normally runs in the Run What You Brung portion of this weekend, or the invitational part. Doesn't run with Outlaw Anglia, but this weekend he's decided to take the plunge, and for his pleasure, he's got Martin Payne in the 8-second pop. Martin didn't have a great run in qualifying, which is why he was number 19. However, he's still in eliminations.
Yeah, he was also followed down the return road by the fire crew yesterday as well.
Oh.
We didn't see why, and he came back out for the next session. So, obviously nothing major, but
Well, this could be a good one, actually, if everyone runs to form. Big if in drag racing, of course. Well, Martin gives him a head start, which he's already reeled in by half track. That's more like it for Martin. 8.56 at 1.56. A 0.7 reaction time. That's as polite as you'd ever want to be, really. To lose out 9.78. Okay, Barry Danby. And Wayne Power. Wayne down into the about the 9.3s, I think, wasn't he? Oh no, 9.56 yesterday. He was down in the 9.4s, I think, last week at the Summer Nationals. Performance like that will take you quite a long way on race day. Also want to say a big hi, if he's still up, which I'm sure he is, to the one and only John Willard, if he's tuned in from Australia. Wish you were here, John. We very much wish you were here and hope you come back soon too. Well, that will be Wayne Power. That will be a 9.47, a bit of an improvement at 140 miles an hour. 11.81 for Barry Danby, trying his absolute damnedest to keep up. With a name like Wayne Power, you're going to end up in drag racing, aren't you? Yeah, that, basically.
Yeah, he's got a new car in the works as well.
I wonder what his middle name is.
Very.
Lots of.
Yeah.
I was going to say full. Probably Max. Oh, here we go.
It's not a very popular name anymore, Max, unfortunately, for reasons we can't think of. Luke Hoskins, excuse me, will Let It Be, and Al O'Connor. These two were quite even. Only a few tenths between them in qualifying. Al can run in the 9s with Al's Gasser. The original Outlaw Anglia, I think. I don't think anyone would argue with that, would they? From way back. He was running 9s in the 70s and 80s. When 9s were really hard to come by any car in the 70s and 80s. Well, Al did his best on the line, but I think Luke Hoskins is going to pick this one. He does with a very nice 964. Car not sounding on song for Al O'Connor. 10.20, 108. He was off the line first, but that didn't last long, unfortunately. Always great to see Al back, though. Always. The word legend in many sports is often overused. Drag racing is not. Okay, Ian Tweddle, Slick Tricks Lane. Against Rob Stone with the head rush.
I had a chat with Rob on Friday, and we just started a little catch up as we do, and he said, "How's it going, mate?" He said, yeah. I'm being a bit slower than normal. I could do with a new set of rear slicks. I said these are past their best, and yet he still does. He's stonking burnouts. I think he's finishing them off this weekend. Oh dear.
So Ian Tweddle up against it. 11-second car versus 8-second car. Everyone thinking about going into stage. No one actually doing it. At all. Well, Rob Stone thinks, yeah, let's go.
Good looking run from Rob. Arrow straight. Very nice, 8.42. 155 mile an hour. Right, the happy camp, the Scarlet camp, 7.10 in qualifying, and obviously a new PB for Dalton.
Speed
Mark
as well.
Was, as Darryl put it yesterday, it was every other word was a happy word in his media posts and messages to everybody. So that was good.
Yeah.
Got a toughie here, though. Ben Kennedy. But it just makes me wonder if they put a little bit more into it. 7-1, outstanding. I know what they want.
It's what anyone with an angler wants, ultimately, isn't it? It's just trying to get something this size, shape.
Yeah.
Has the
with
car
aerodynamics.
ever done it? No.
No, that's the quickest it's ever been. Yesterday. It's got the potential still to go way, way quicker with the Pro Charger on there. Ben Kennedy, though, is no slouch in the other lane. Ben runs in he was in the 880s last weekend at the Summer Nats, which is tremendous. Tremendous for the Turbo Lexus in there. Well, Dalton Scarlett lifts the wheels on 2 gear changes. 714 backs up from yesterday, 191. Ben Kennedy back in the 8s with an 893 at 151, but just wasn't enough against the 7-1. I've just realised, actually, we're missing a few this weekend, aren't we? One of them being the Orange Pop. Actually, Simon Barlow, yeah.
No, he hasn't got an engine at the moment.
Oh, that'd be why.
Christian Carlo is putting a new motor together. They are hoping, bizarrely of all things, they're hoping they're going to be ready for the Silverstone Festival. Because that would be their next outing, and then that would be basically they will just run the car. And then it'll be hot rod drags if everything is A-OK. So that's their plan.
Well, just thinking, because there is a title up for grabs now of the quickest and fastest Fordson. Because Simon Barlow, I think, has been 7.0, hasn't he?
Yeah, 7.07.
7.07. Dalton's been 7.10.
Yeah.
Dalton's coming for you. Rob Brindle, the very lucky recipient of a buy run. .80 at 144. They look a bit nonplussed with that, but in one piece over the finish line, win light on. Not all bad. Well, 2 guys that race with us on a regular basis. This is going to be a close one, actually. That is Simon Swarbrick, definitely this time, in the Kestrel lane. He ran in the 10s at Street Weekend, didn't he? Which is immense, considering he normally runs 12s. But I think Nitrous had something to do with that. Against Dougie McClure, who is now not the quickest member of the family, apparently.
Yeah, Susie is.
Yeah. Well, he's hoping to stick that back in his favour, shall we say, in this round 1 matchup. He has run in the 10-3s, though.
Lovely little wheelie off the line.
Very nicely controlled
it was,
as well.
Actually. Bearing in mind he got best wheelie last year at Dragstalgia.
Yeah, that was a lot higher than that one, wasn't it? 10.44 at 125. Simon Swarbrick loses out with an 11.1. Yeah, you can see as well, Dougie was first off the start line. Okay, we are done with our Anglia Willis Wars. Racing on dial-ins, it's best of 3 pretty much, I think, isn't it?
Oh, there's a crib sheet somewhere. I've probably got it in here. Yeah, they like to mix things up a little bit this time round.
Oh, I need to mention this as well, because we're gonna keep it at this rate. So last week at the Summer Nationals, someone's wedding ring, or what looks like a wedding ring, carbon fibre with a gold band on it, was found on the start line. So if you've recently got the ump with your partner and thought, you know what, no, of course not. But anyway, we have it in the tower. If you could come and describe it accurately, even though I've just done it for you, that would be great. Thank you.
One of the things included in the Willis Wars is the Bullseye Challenge. If anybody runs a .37 on their ET, will win a pair of tickets to the European Finals. How cool is that?
Tell me why that's important. Well, because it's a great event, but I mean, why? The 37? Because the vast majority of them are 1937 Willis.
Ah.
I really hope that's right, now I've said it. Ian Challoner, 10 flat. 10.03.
Nice.
That will work. Pike Murray 12.99 on a 12.60. So the way they're doing it, their dial-ins 14.48 for Alan Rimmel with the 69, the Hearst car, beautiful machine, and Paul Brown 14.5 for him. They're trying to run as close as they possibly can to those numbers. Doesn't matter if they run quicker, doesn't matter if they run slower. It's the aggregate over however many runs they get. So Alan Rimmel out in front, 14.66 and a 14.59 for Paul Brown though. That's better, that's closer.
We think we may have an owner for that wedding ring.
Oh, I'm glad I mentioned it.
Yep.
That was quick.
You think?
Yep. Well, 2 people are messaging with the same name, so if you can come up, send him up.
Found on the start line last weekend it was.
Yeah.
Okay, Daniel Bates with the 41 Willis against Sean Hinden.
So Daniel Bates looking for a 10.09 and Sean Hinden looking for an 11.00. Breakouts don't matter.
Nice. Currently the closest to his dial is Daniel Bates with a 10.11. 10.98 in the other lane actually was just as close. Quicker, but just as close. Now a car we didn't see yesterday, not on the track anyway, down in the Slick Tricks lane. Scooby-Doo looks a bit lively on the back of it, doesn't it? It is going to be
Well, 11 flat dial in for Sean.
That may be why we didn't see him yesterday.
I've never heard an engine do a drum solo before. Until then, that was good. Just kidding, obviously. They would much rather it ran properly, but go up the track today, which is always a bonus.
This message came in yesterday, and I didn't actually manage to get it out during the Willis Wars, but I can today. Dina Trait has been in touch. Can you please pass on all my best wishes to my Willis family? Miss you all loads. Love, Dina Trait. Dina, I hope you're keeping well. I know you'll probably be tuned in today as well. Thank you ever so much for keeping in touch with us all. And yeah, we're missing you as well. And one day, just come back and see us.
Well, the Bacon Boys pickup was due to run, I think, next, but pushed back. There we go. You can see it on the live stream. We still have a few more to go, and very closely followed by the Wild Bunch.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're looking at on the Willis. There's something going on at the front end of the car. Maybe a small leak that someone spotted, but they're going to call the next pair around anyway. Let's pair gases. There's two gases who aren't going to do burnouts either. So 13.80, the target for Willie the Kid. I can't quite read the dial-in of the... is that 12.70? There it is.
Indeed, yeah.
There we go.
I can read the smiley face really easily, but the dial-in's a little more tricky.
Can we have supercharged outlaws into the pairing lanes, please? Supercharged outlaws into the pairing lanes.
always find pressing it harder works. It really does.
We'll shout at it and see if that
Yeah, that works as well.
$12.88 there for Chris. He goes with a 14.82.
Right, John Dalrymple with a full tilt Willis. Full tilt kind of burnout going on that time as well.
Some dry hops going as well.
So 9.95 for John, 10 flat. That's not Mark Bishop actually. It's Phil Moles, of course, with the Triggers Broom Willis.
Yeah, John's obviously kicked Lewis out the seat and going, right, come on, my turn.
That's a good looking run for both of them. 10.17 and 9.97 on a 95 dialing for John Dalrymple. Very nicely judged indeed. 10.17 there for Phil. Let's see how Daughter Loz gets on. 17.75 PB'd yesterday. Let's see what she can do this time round. Off the line very nicely indeed. I'm looking forward to the moment when I think she's got a small block going in there at some point. It's got a BMW engine in there at the moment. 17.85 and a 75. Nice one, Loz. Very pleased indeed.
Okay, we're on with the Wild Bunch. Thank you very, very much indeed for joining us in the tower, Mr. Mark Coulsell.
No problem.
Oh. So how does it feel like not racing and watching everybody else race for a change? Because you're not used to not being really busy, aren't you?
It's only the second ever Dragstalgia that I've probably not raced at. I promoted it in 2011. The main event went the first year. It was brought into conception sort of thing, and it's just growing bigger and bigger and bigger. Like everyone says, it's one of the best events of the year, especially for the nostalgia scene. But to be fair, I'm enjoying watching. You don't get to see much when you're racing.
In it. Yeah, of course. Well, you're around there, aren't you, all the time? You're in the pairing lanes.
Yep.
That's one of the things I always found hard adjusting when I actually started racing. I could hear everything going on, but I had no idea what was happening.
Yep.
It's a bit bizarre like that.
Yep.
So, Dave Schumacher with the slingshot and Rich Butcher.
So we've got dialings today. Rich looking for a 12.30. Dave looking for a 10.30.
Well, nice. Dave Schumacher, 10.99 and 12.77 in the other lane.
So very similar to what you've just seen. There's no eliminations. Their aggregate average to dial-in determines the winner.
Like Mark explained very eloquently yesterday.
As best I could.
Yeah. He said, like he explained, that it's closest to dial-in on average over, well, pretty much the season, really, isn't it?
The only thing that will knock you out of like the top 4 positions is if you red light.
Okay.
But you basically, you can go over or under, and they just accumulate all of your runs.
So it's closest to quickest, quicker, faster, quicker or slower doesn't really matter.
It obviously, the closer you are to it, the better. But it doesn't necessarily matter if you're bang on, sort of thing. So.
Okay, on that subject, Dan Wilson over there with not the quickest car,
but he's usually pretty close to his dial-in. So let's see what he runs. The little V-Dub is phenomenal in the other lane. Gets there first as well.
960. Graham actually only breaks. Well, no, I beg your pardon. Yeah, he was 100th over. Dan was 200ths under. So that is a perfect example.
Yes.
Of, that's the idea, really, isn't it?
Yeah. They will both be up there now, sort of thing, with their dialing.
So James Ald. It's really funny because the car that looks like the older car isn't.
Yes.
If you see what I mean. If
Yeah.
you see what I mean, anyway. Dan Wilson. With it's just gone through. I beg your pardon. Sorry, that is the little foul of James Ald, and the junior fuel car, if you will, of Mick Glado.
I mean, like I was saying yesterday, Mick's been around a long time. He actually, at one point, the Glado family owned what is now Rathchild, which Jim Seawood owned from Dave Schumacher. I own, Steve Young owned. It's been to a lot of history in that little car. So,
well, also Mick's nephew. Hang on, yeah, I've got that right.
Adam.
Yeah, running with the fuel halls this weekend as well.
Yeah.
His brother Bob. So James Ald 12.70, 950 for Mick. He has knocked on the door of the 8s before, actually.
I think when he did that, he had a little bit of pop in and he tipped the can.
Once again, it doesn't matter. It's all about being consistent, isn't it?
Yes.
But it's always nice to run quicker, isn't it?
Oh, definitely.
73 and a 957. Unbelievably, again, both of them still 300ths off their dialing. One quicker, one slower. Okay, the rat catcher with Terry Clifford on board.
Yeah, it's Terry driving now.
Yeah, lots of jokes going around in their pits because grandson James is quicker, but Terry's faster. So,
well, Terry's been fast in that car, but with a different engine. The PB for that car is 877. So, but it's now got a smaller engine in it. So,
and pie crusts.
He's just having a play.
Taking on the Charlie Bang special. That is Gavin Meanley and Pete Ayres.
That's a very close one as well. 12.14, way too quick, and Terry Clifford 300ths off as well. The 10.33, 129 miles an hour.
How about that at the stripe as well? That was 008 between them at the finish line.
Very close indeed. So, for those of us that have never done it, both of you chaps have done it. Driving a front engine car, fun?
Love it.
Yes,
yeah?
Love it. It's well, I've never driven anything else. So I've been around the sport from the 70s. So most of the cars I saw and that my dad crewed on back in the 70s were front engine cars.
Yeah.
Steve Young brought a car like what is now Rathchild in '89, and we helped him build it, run it, and so I drove it in '92 and got the bug basically. So
you've never done what this boy's done, which is drive a blown one yet?
No,
not yet.
Because I wanna try and get an NA car into the number under number 8. I won't say it, don't jinx it.
Paul Tarry and Ian Wild, way too quick for Paul Tarry, like hugely too quick for Paul Tarry, but a great run nonetheless. Bang on the money for Ian Wild though, with a 66 on a 62.
Yeah, big wheel wobble for Bobby there. He's going against James Griffin.
Yeah, just a note on that one actually. Paul Tarry, that was a new PB.
Oh,
I say it was
okay.
way too quick. A new PB by
That'll be
500ths,
wide then.
yeah.
Wonder if he had the gas on. I know he does run. Sometimes he has a bit of gas on the car. So
Nitrous oxide for those of you who are,
sorry.
wondering. No, it's all right. It's okay. Nitrous oxide is kind of like liquid horsepower. It is the stuff they use at the dentist, but much more fun.
It's one of those ones you've got to get right. If you get it wrong, it can
Melt things.
things.
So James Griffin and Bobby Wright. James Griffin with The whole faster Topolino, immaculately turned out car. Everybody having to think about leaving.
I do love James's car because it launches and then launches again when the nitrous comes in.
That's the good thing about Wild One. It doesn't matter about reactions. Good to see Andy getting the car around because he pushed down the side yesterday, so hopefully he gets a run in today.
That's a good looking. That's one of those ones you can stick your arms out the side, isn't it? And just sort of like brush the tyres off a little bit.
But very modern.
Really?
Johnny Hall built it about 5 years ago. So, but in the very period style sort of thing. So.
Well, it's. I must admit, it's a personal preference thing. But the cars that are lower down like that, I know it's not technically as safe for the drivers to be that low down, but it just looks fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, in my case, saying about seeing the wheels, when I've not got my arm restraints on in the fire road, I can get the wheels and roll the car backwards or forwards.
I like the way you added the bit about not having your arm restraints on.
Yes, only in the pairing lanes. That looks a good run.
So it's Andy Roy and Elliot Jones. Andy looking for a 10.10 goes 10.04.
Yeah.
Elliot
nice.
looking for a 10 flat goes 10.02. Very good runs for both lanes there.
Definitely. Good speed for Andy as well, 133.
Which they all look very happy about. I think these two matched up yesterday, didn't they?
Yes, they did. I found out a bit more about T-Roy's car. So, yes, it was Ben Rushford's. Tim brought it this year off of Ben.
Okay.
Definitely V12 injected, and the chassis was
That's the old Max Rat.
one of the it built for Phil Sweeney, an ex-member of Wild Ones.
I remember them.
It was called Bone Idol.
Yeah. But it's it looks great. I can't imagine the complexities as well. Fitting an engine that size into the car. It's not like there's not an infinite amount of space, is there, really, for 12 cylinders. Taking on Alan Lloyd, looking to run. Hasn't even run in the 7s yet this weekend, which is most unlike the Lloyd family.
Well, like I said, they've got new shocks on the rear, so whether it's they're trying settings or that looks a bit more like it.
It just doesn't pick up quite as quickly as it normally does. Still not bad. Still a 789. Yeah.
Yep.
And an 8 in the other lane as well. 8.89 for T-Roy.
150 miles an hour, even with the bobble on the line. That was great. Back in the 7s as well for the Lloyd family. Well done. I know they want more than that, though. But like you said, he uses the cheat stuff, doesn't he?
Yes. Yeah. I wind him up all the time about that.
Yeah, heaven knows what yours would do if you did it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Go bang, probably.
That's what I was thinking. The trouble is with like this, any type, well, the majority of the racing, let's face it, is it's bracket racing. It's about being consistent. You don't have to rotate the earth. You don't have to run quicker than you've ever run.
We always push it in qualifying or testing, but come race day, it's you do what you do to need to win.
Yep.
So
keep it consistent.
Yeah.
That seems to be a very English way of doing things, that, by the way, especially after yesterday again.
Yeah.
Ian Armitage and Colin Child. The little short wheelbase altered.
Let's see what Ian can do without the body on. That's a massive breakout.
That's nearly 2.5 seconds worth of a breakout.
Yeah, I think
that
it
is outstanding. 11:59, still only 97 miles an hour. And the reason I say
it
only
didn't sound like he lifted.
Yeah,
so.
well, the car in the other lane, 12:48, over 100 miles an hour for Colin Child.
Big breakout as well. They both dialed 14 seconds.
That was cool.
I
That was
think
very
that
cool.
it is their first event, so with the cars.
Still more to come as well. I can see Ford Skip round the back. I can see just the front of Rothschild.
I think that's Rebel.
So, may I ask as well, while you're here?
Yes.
So, what was the impetus or the reason you changed from running with the Wild Bunch all the time to actual national competition and international competition? Actually,
because of the kids racing in juniors.
Yeah.
it was easier and less cost
Yeah.
to just do the same events as the kids.
So basically, come as a family, all race at the same events, if you like. Yeah.
Otherwise, it's unloading the trailer, reloading the trailer, loading the trailer. And it's we've got a normal life to live, even though racing is our life.
Yeah.
People say it's a hobby. I always say it's a way of life. But yeah, it was just that sort of. It's easier for us as such and less cost to come.
Yeah.
And then obviously Wild Bunch don't do all of the. I don't mind the run what you brung stuff.
Yeah.
But I've always preferred the competition side of things than not. That go home on early on a Sunday if you don't go through first round. So.
Yeah.
The next option for us with what we were running is Super Pro. So it's
That's where you are.
But I'm enjoying it. It's we've got a little car. We're not the smallest engine, but we're the smallest engine that's NA.
Yeah.
So but I'm enjoying it.
Well, and things like obviously as well, it gives you the competing like that gives you the chance to go and do what you did last summer, which is go to Hockenheim, race at the Nitro Olympics as well, which is sort of like a must-do.
Oh,
must-do.
Yeah. I mean, we're thinking about going back this year, but we're supporting drag racing or showing drag racing off at Carfest.
Okay.
So we're taking all 3 cars because we've always said the cars aren't show cars. We love getting people in the cars. So especially if you can get the kids into the juniors. Hopefully it can.
Yeah, they end up here. Look.
Hopefully,
is what they do. Yeah, there we go.
Nice burn out there from Ford Skip.
So Ford taking on Rob.
Look at that dialing board. I think that says 8:55. Hang on, he ain't held it up yet, which he needs to.
Your eyes are
Captain
really
Jack,
good.
Captain Jack, hold the timing board up.
Oi. There's free rum to anyone who holds the timing board up. No, that didn't work either.
Rog, can you hear us? Tell him to hold the scoreboard, the timing board up.
Not his hand. Right.
To be fair, it was a 50-50 chance.
Put 8:55 and then he'll soon panic if it's wrong. That's probably the best way to do it.
It will definitely start with an 8.
It will, I'm sure
It will definitely start with an 8. Skip's really trying to push the car, and especially with the weight difference. I'm not allowed to say the F word. He told me off this morning, so...
Okay. There we go. It is 8:55. However, it would be good if you just didn't give us a glimpse of it. Yeah, we do need that. We do need the timing board in your own time. We need slightly more than just a quick glimpse of it. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that is 8:55. That's nippy.
Yep.
Yeah, that's 2/10 quicker than what he ran yesterday.
Which was a car PB as well, don't forget.
They were ribbing him because of the speed. He's saying he didn't lift, but Skip's insisting that he lifted because they were like 9 mile an hour down on the speed. So
Is into a headwind as well.
Yep.
And slightly uphill. That was one thing I always used to find was really odd, is that between here and Avon Park, Shakespeare County Raceway if you prefer, Long Marston Raceway if you even prefer. Well, that won't be an 8:55 because you rolled the lights, unfortunately.
Yeah, he did go quite deep as well, actually.
It was a 2+ second 60 foot, which ain't going to work. 10:19, the speed's all right. 1:48, 11:26 though.
So Pete's turn in Rebel this time.
Yeah, the difference is because obviously Avon Park, Shakespeare County Raceway, because the track wasn't as sticky as Santa Pod, you tended to run quicker over there, didn't you?
And we find it still to this day, like when at the big events, main event, European finals, we have to go massively up on our tyre pressures because otherwise we just go dead hook to
And
the
it
track.
stops. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
it slows us. We have to. Last year at European finals, we were up to 8.5 psi in the tyres to try and get a bit of wheel speed off the line.
Because otherwise, so what would happen for those that don't follow it or know, with a slick, it would just the track would grab the slick and it wouldn't really move.
Yes.
Is that the problem? Yeah.
Because we low, so 8.5 psi is still low pressure for a tyre as such. It just squats, flattens out, gives you a big footprint, but sticks to the track.
Yeah.
And obviously, we understand that they need it for the big cars and everything, but so we have to adapt to the track.
But again, you are bracket racing, you are dialing
Yep.
in, so if you do it right every time,
Yep.
you can still go round.
It's knowing your car and knowing the conditions.
Pete Brown and
Well, it's a good dialing for Rebel, 8.50. Mark Houghton in the other lane looking for a 10.50, but Pete's going to get there first to an 8.62, 152 mile an hour.
Well done, team.
Yeah, great work during the week as well, just to make it 11.06 the other lane.
Again, that's not bad for them. That's literally their second go in the car. So.
We have Supercharged Outlaws not far away as well. I can also see the Flying Circus over there behind. Check out, look, in the pits. Can you see? On what looked like, he's just going to go out of view, Colin.
Oh,
what looked like massive unicycles with planes and all that sort of thing. Obviously, yeah, like you would.
Oh, it looks like...
Yeah, it looks like the old's lost fire, unfortunately.
Yeah, John Sharrod with the really nicely turned out. Altered. I'd really like to see that in Super Pro. Can we start saying that as well? That'd be good. Taking on Rory Hart. Rory normally seen under, over and doing just about everything on a top fuel engine.
It may be like me where he didn't get reverse.
Oh yeah, beg your pardon, he's still running. No, maybe not.
No, I don't think he is.
Going to try and restart.
Can't keep it too long.
Yeah, solo for Rory. Yeah, Rory with the unique issue of, I'm sure he'd like to go and race in Pro ET. He just is a bit busy.
He don't have the time, yeah.
Yeah.
Although saying that, that's a bit of a cop-out because Marie works on the funny car and runs in Pro ET at the same events.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Excellent. I'd love to know how he lost it though. Like, how's it? Anyway. 1083 at 122, not bad. Andy Harrison, well, Andy. Had a crack in the car back on, was it Friday? What day are we now?
Friday.
Sunday? Yeah, Friday. We have a little bit of track prep to do before we get to. We've got Old School Stockers, round number 1. I'm not sure whether John Sharrod is going to make a run or be pushed off, but we do have some clean-up to do on Isle Kestrel. Mark, absolute pleasure, mate. Thank you very, very much for coming to join us. Please don't do it again, because you'll be too busy winning rounds.
Hopefully.
And racing as well.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah, I'm sure it does, mate. But no, it's very kind of you to give up your time on a weekend where you probably rather be,
No, I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Good. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you very much for inviting me.
No problem, sir. Well, we need to bring someone on to replace Tom. That's what we got. That's why you're here.
I don't know if I could do it full time, but
no, fair enough.
Because I race and Tom doesn't. And I don't wind him up about it very much.
That's a very good point, actually. Yeah, you two should get to know each other. You might be a good double act one day. You never know.
That's right. I'm just going to cry for a second.
Tom, I didn't race till I was 29, so go on.
I was 21. I was 21.
This poor fella didn't race till. How old were you? Yeah, there we go. Anyway, he's got to think about it. So he's got to think about it.
So that'll be 12 years, 47.
There we go. 47 years old. So Tom,
ain't that bad, is it?
You got ages to go.
Yeah,
mate. You got ages to go.
So
So Nostalgia Stockers will be the next Nitro FM just for a couple of moments, please. And once again, Mark, thank you very much.
No worries.
Much
Thank you.
appreciated.
Oh, look at that. We're back racing again with the old school stockers. We are into eliminations on 2 wheels this time. Sorry about that. We're just getting a bit of information. But we are indeed on with eliminations with the old school stockers. And how about this for the first matchup? Your number 1 qualifier, going to be the first one out on track. Kevin Melling with the Stinger, taking on the Moon Eyes bike of Paul Watson.
Yeah, Paul, I've honestly retired, Watson.
Well, Kevin Melling's going to take the win. I think Paul rolled out of stage.
He did. It was a good-looking run, so it's a bit of a shame. 8.73 at 1:46 for Kev Melling. No ET on the board because he did actually just flicker the light, sadly. It was a good-looking run for Paul. I wonder when they painted that bike as a moon bike, they'd ever be racing. They thought they'd be racing the same weekend as the moon, the moon guys. You know, Freddie Smith against Sean Biddle. Is Sean there? He is there, I think.
I can hear him.
Yeah, and everyone's looking at him and waiting. Waiting being the operative word, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's still waiting. Well, Freddie Smith being called forward. Yeah, but given the signal, it's going to be a solo. So a bye run for Freddie Smith. Issues, unfortunately, for Biffo with the ice cream van. Any improvement on the 982?
Well, Freddie Smith gets a gift.
Yeah, that's not an improvement on the 982, unfortunately.
But a win light is what you want.
And that's what he's got. See, this would be a really good reason to have a glass floor underneath us. Well, one-way glass anyway. So
oh, it'd always be great, yeah. Absolutely.
So we can see what's going on underneath the tower.
Yeah, you got that right, definitely.
Well, all the spotters are out.
Yeah, go away. Well, Ian is still looking rather intently behind the line, which is always a good sign. It's not running. No one's running for the tractor, which again is handy. Yep, they're being called forward. Everyone on the racetrack does the shoe shuffle back over the wall. Getting on for 11:30. Hope everyone out there is having a wonderful day. Please don't forget, slightly quiet moment, check out the historic marquee over there. So much great stuff in there. The Hall of Fame auction is in there as well, where the live action arena is as well. We've got the carts going on over there too. The Vintage Hub, which I'm sure most of you have visited by now this weekend, and the car show too. It's a great place to spend the day. Would like it to be a bit warmer, but you know what? The Grand Prix on, they always bring bad weather, don't they? Is that right? Is that we can blame the Grand Prix, can't we?
Yes.
Because it's not far away. So when the Grand Prix is on, the weather's paps.
So we continue then. Claire Rule and Alan Ward.
On that subject, could we have the Cannonball into the pairing lanes, please? All of our Cannonball competitors, could we have you into the pairing lanes, please, folks? Thank you very much indeed.
That will be their third and final run before the finals.
Finals, yeah, absolutely that. No Alan Ward in this race, unfortunately. Claire had a lot of wheel spin off the line. That was a bit less than yesterday. Good looking run. And an 883 at 147. Somebody might have something for Kev Mellon. So, Pete McGuinness in the Slick Tricks lane, taking on Steve Howe. A lot of help down there for Steve Howe. That was previously Nick Pepper's bike, I think. Chris Hope, himself a rather handy pro stock bike racer in his day.
Issues for Peter, unfortunately.
Just didn't really get off the line. Steve Howe will be over the line first, and he will run 9:35 at 1:38.
Yeah, it's one issue with the two-stroke. You've got to get it into the power band, otherwise there's just nothing there.
Okay, Rod Spry with the... that is immaculate as well. I love those style of leathers as well. They really, really suit the racing. Rod is in the Kestrel lane, and Rich Peachy will be on the other side. Rod was actually our number 2 qualifier with a 909. Those pesky H2s were number 1 and 2.
Everyone's thinking about going into pre-stage.
Yeah, a pre-stage battle, as Colin mentioned.
Well, now everyone's thinking about going into stage. There we go, one's in.
Yeah, he's on the two-step a little bit early, but didn't make any difference off the line. It was Rod Spry with a little bit of an advantage. That's a super close race, actually. Rod Spry takes it on a hole shot, and the win margin was 0.004. That's got to be one of the closest ever races for the old school stockers. Chris Spry was 200ths quicker off the line. He was 200 slower on the racetrack. That was a proper race. He was much quicker to 60 foot, as you'd probably expect from the H2. But that was a great race. Dean Stevens with Alan Davis looking on in the Slick Tricks lane, and Chris Spry in the Kestrel lane. Well, Chris shakes his head off the start line. Dean does a bit of a bouncing act. But it still goes 9:41 at 1:34. Just stop the bounce, he'll be fine. Actually, yeah, 3 out of the top 4 in the old school stockers were H2s. That's pretty impressive.
So up next, Chris Reed and Len Padgett.
Yeah, Boyce is on a bike with the Super Street tyre on the back and wheelie bars and 2.2. The bike is actually owned by Andy Lambert, and they let Boyce have it for the weekend, which maybe, well, yeah, good or bad idea, who knows.
I like that.
It's not the safest pair of hands, is it? Oh, and he goes red, unfortunately. Trying his hardest. 07 for Len. And Len goes a very, very nice 9.07 at 1:46. Boyce makes it over the finish line after doing his best karate kicks and everything off the bike. Well, this is Alan Ward. Now, I'm not sure whether Alan Ward, I think he was due to have a bye run. or he's just on a time trial. It is a time trial, yeah. He didn't make the run, so the track crew very kindly said, yep, fix it, come back and run. It's that kind of day. You even get a starter that puts your visor down for you. I mean, service. What service? You can actually see him cranked over going, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Yeah, look back at that throttle trace and see it was at 110% for the whole way down the track.
Something like that, either though he bent the handlebars. So we have our Cannonball competitors on the way down in the staging lanes. We have Supercharged Outlaws at the head of lanes. We've also got the NSA bikes down there as well. I'm not sure who's going to be next because everybody is ready for Supercharged Outlaws and all the NSA guys are as well. Yeah, track prep. I can only think the track prep will be before Supercharged Outlaws. So bit of glue, bit of sledding, a couple of tunes from Nitro FM. Enjoy your day. We won't be long. For him. I think Sam's already alongside. And Sam, oh, look at that.
Broken with the not so mellow yellow.
Red light for Jason Hollenby. Quite a big one as well. So, Ray Irish makes the most of missing second gear.
Dodges a bullet, I think.
Yeah. Nick Hewitson takes the win, closer to
away.
Well, we can't say it out loud, but someone was awake. I was going to say, provided Ray Turner doesn't break out.
9.
Yep, perfect example. Well,
Right, Sean Milsom's chance here. If he takes this round win, he will go to the points lead.
Yeah, don't say that out loud. You can't listen, but
No,
obviously
you can't hear it.
he's going to get there. It's just whether he doesn't break out. Which he doesn't.
Yeah. No, because Honky Tonk Kid Steve Matthews is number 2 in the points lead.
Didn't do his car.
Hasn't he?
Yeah, trusting you. Well, Dean Maudsley takes that one only just.
Right, apologies. This is Paul Wingston from Milton Keynes. It's his 50th birthday.
That was. Listen to how close this is at the top. Between the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's a second. However, between the second to fifth, there is half a second. And between the top second, third, and fourth, there is 600ths of a second.
So are they doing it on aggregate times or on their dial-ins, aren't they?
Aggregate times.
Aggregate, okay. So, Nigel Rigdon. Both making a very sensible stab at best burnout. Nigel Rigdon with the good guys Topolino and the Merry Poppin.
Yeah.
And listen to how close these two are as well. Yesterday, 871 for Nigel Rigdon and then 873 for Ian Merriweather.
For Ian Merriweather as well, the body is brand new. The driver definitely isn't. Sorry, beg your pardon, Lee. Beg your pardon, Ian. But the car underneath has been in the very high sevens, but not with this body on it. They don't know aerodynamics, everything else wise. I was like you. I was amazed to find out that this is actually one of Colin Miller's, like the body that Colin Miller produces, because it don't look anything like one. But that's a good thing. It's because they've spent so much time working it, changing it, channeling it, extending it. Looks great. Really great. So from the Isle of Man, one of the only people that tends to come this way when the TT's on, in the Slick Tricks lane.
Yeah.
Well, it's the cheapest ferry of the year coming back to the mainland, isn't it, when everyone's coming in the other direction. And Nigel Rigdon with the good guys, both in the 8.7s. So good luck to both of them. You can see the hot marks on the start line. Wow, Ian going for a really big wander at the finish line. They both run low 9s, actually. 9.05 at 153 for Ian Merriweather, and a 9.23 at 156 for Nigel Rigdon. Someone didn't sound quite that happy up there at the top end. Right, the two remaining members of the same car club. Keith Freeman, Andy Fadster. Or Andy Hadfield, sorry. Nostalgia Supercharged. Yeah, I can do that better than you. Was what was going on there. Andy started his burnout second, so you can see how far Keith went. He went, no, you're not having that. No, definitely not.
Certainly here for entertainment, without a shadow of a doubt.
However, Andy, Keith's burnout was smokier than yours. That's not a challenge. That's just a fact.
Yeah, but hang on, we haven't had Aaron yet.
I dread to think what he's going to do today, really. But there we are. Anyway, so Andy Hadfield, terrific run yesterday. The reason I say terrific, it was straight, it was strong, it was in one piece. It was an 8-0. Okay, he's been half second quicker than that before, but it was in one piece. Now, I'm not going to be rude about this, but I reckon this is the first time ever he's made the last day of Dragstalgia with a running car.
Well, that's
potentially.
That's a challenge to think back.
It is. However, to be completely fair, normally he gets in a bunch of runs before today. This time he only got the one yesterday. Keith Freeman in the other lane, mind you, was in the 9.3s.
Loving the dry hops.
Tony brings him into stage. Good luck to both of them. Will Andy dip in the 7s? Yeah. There we go. Dips into the 7s with the 795 at 169.81. 934 at 142. Again, most importantly, in one piece. Well done. Right, have the Supercharged's got a burnout trophy we don't know about? No? Okay, go on. So Jim Tucker with the Hellfire Hemi was on a great looking run yesterday until the car went way out of shape. About 330, I think, something like that, wasn't it? Against Paul Watts, that is not Al Capone, definitely. That is no easy pickup. Yeah, Ian saying over there, please. John, shoot. Still got the tow hook attached as well. I'm sure it'll survive. Now, yesterday, both of these two had very troubled runs, 10 and 11 seconds. Not what they want, not what they can do, definitely. Can't imagine just how difficult it is for that poor little engine in that pickup trying to push it into the wind, you know? Okay, yeah, it's got a blower on it, but, you know. Much softer launches for both actually today, especially the Hellfire Hemi. The doors come open. 9:31 at 152 for Jim Tucker. However, for Paul Watts, the door came open just before the finish line. I don't know if everyone else saw that.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Here comes the psychopath in the tiki mask.
Right, everyone duck.
Oh, and he's taken on Nick Hanna.
Either that or Moira's just out for a jog.
Oh, it's been advised to shut off, unfortunately. just on hold just before the fun was really about to get going there. But yeah, we do
check.
have possibly something in the lanes, in the Kestrel lane.
Yeah, they're doing a check, which
the
is
track
obviously
lane.
not going to be, yeah, it's not going to be something they're going to check while they bring the cars forward. It's going to be something that needs to be dealt with, alas. Yeah, I see feet sliding up there, which is never a good thing. So, once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for spending your Sunday with us. If you've been here all weekend, you brave souls. I wouldn't normally say that in July, but this has just been one of those blasted weekends, isn't it, really? But thank you very much indeed for making Santa Pod your venue of choice instead of that weird old roundy stuff a few miles away. What's that about?
I've got no idea.
No,
I've
me
never seen
neither.
it before in my life.
Me neither. But anyway, yeah, it's been great fun, despite, unfortunately, the weather. But if you haven't been, please go and check out the vintage marquee in the pits, both of them, the Hall of Fame auction as well.
No, auction's all done.
Oh, is it done?
Yeah,
I
that was
apologise.
finished 5 o'clock yesterday.
Sorry, I thought it was still a little bit.
No, they've still got all of the like the hero cards, old magazines, stickers, all the stuff to support the Hall of Fame in there. But the actual auction itself finished at 5 o'clock yesterday. Thank you to everybody that placed their bids, and listen out in due course for how we did. That's all I can say on that.
Hopefully, very, very well indeed. Do you know what? I've never seen Aaron's helmet from that angle. That sounded really wrong. But with the visor closed as well, that looks like a really evil tiki sitting there, doesn't it? However, if you think about it out loud, he is, it's his persona. Yeah, the cleanup is right at the end of the shutdown area, actually. That's why no one's getting out the cars or moving anywhere, and everyone from the start line hasn't just disappeared. Right down the bottom, they've got the, I think that's the fog mat out there, and the track crew are doing their thing right at the end of the shutdown area.
Nostalgia Superstock making their way down into the lanes for second round eliminations.
I think all of our Nostalgia Cannonball competitors are there. The NSA bikes are down there too. How good that was, that Sea Hog Slayer running yesterday. Honestly, did you see the drama they had just getting it running?
Yeah.
Honestly, they were standing there with squirt bottles every side, and everybody cheered when it finally came to life. Bear in mind, it hasn't run for a lot of years anyway. Good, probably 45 years, if not more. Anyway, Nitro FM again for just a couple of moments. Everyone's staying in their cars. It won't be long. It's just taking care of business right down the end of the shutdown area. So, back soon.
And we're back. Aaron Windridge has got his car fired back up. Mick Hanna has got his car fired back up.
Right, okay, so the one-man entertainment show of Aaron Windridge. What has he got for us today?
Oh, well, it can't get much more Larry than. Well, I'm not going to say that out loud. Mick Hanna on his way back
that was too
Well, Aaron.
He's gone past 1,000 foot.
Yeah. Some of our marshals up there at the finish line, can you send him back?
Yeah, using all of the time wisely on the track, I think that is.
Ah, someone's cut. Mick Hanna's car's cut.
Well, he's stranded in a place which is not safe. So, Aaron, yeah, they're gonna try and get to him and get him out of the way. But he's a sitting duck out there, so we can't run Aaron if he's parked there. Let's put it that way. That's a long push back. That is.
Yeah, that's past 330 foot, that one, so...
So, Aaron, with a supercharged... How much fun can you have with a blown small block? Deary me. Obviously, a lot, if your name is Aaron. Yeah, I don't think they're going to get the car back in time being the biggest problem.
Yeah, I think that's a push the car over towards the wall. Everyone jumps over the wall and Mick just hang tight.
I don't know.
We're getting him right out the way. Wow, Aaron can't sit
I
there.
think he's... I think he'll be all right.
Yeah, they might even make it, actually. Yeah,
I think
if
they
Aaron
will,
rolls
definitely
forward
will.
now.
Yeah.
Just don't squish the timing beams. Yeah, that'll be all right. There we go.
Well, Aaron, despite the wildness of his runs, he's got a level-headed guy. He's cool. And obviously the engine doesn't get too hot either, so...
So, Aaron Windridge yesterday went 7.57. 756, only 100 quicker, would you believe? And it went straight. 177 miles an hour for the Little Orchards. Give them a very well justified round of applause. I bet Aaron was bored.
I was going to say he was bored with that one, wasn't he?
Yeah. Straight burnout, straight run.
Goes to show it can be done. Yeah, and yeah, as you say, straight burnout, straight run, only 100th of a second difference.
For the sake of 100th of a second, I think everyone, yesterday was just awesome.
Well, as we approach midday.
Poor Mick Hanna is actually being pushed off. Whatever it is, he won't be able to restart. I feel for people like that as well, especially when it's, you know how much effort goes into it all for that moment, and it's such a long way and so much effort to get here as well.
Something that really, really shouldn't work. But really, really does. It's the best way to describe it.
How did they come up with that? Was it just something that they had
idea.
Kicking off? Like Joe Stevens, wasn't it? He just bought the Sunbeam as a project for nothing.
Well, the Hillman was originally Butch Wilkins.
Okay.
Is it the same car?
Yeah.
You gotta love crew guys who put on a show to the detriment of their own ear holes, which he definitely did that time again, didn't he? So this is Luke. What's this time in Agamemnon?
And it's Carl Bergfield in...
Was it Cole this time?
It is indeed.
Oh, we got the sign this time, did we?
We haven't got the sign, but I can see
Gary.
Yeah.
The unmistakable Gary Park.
Tends to give it away a little bit, doesn't it? Yesterday went 9.66. Okay, from the Isle of Wight, that 57 Chevy. Not where they originally came from, obviously. Two incredibly different ways of doing the same thing. They're going fast and making noise. .847 at 158 for Luke. Smoke through the finish line. 9.68 at 135. We are going to be checking in the slick tricks lane before we send the next pair down.
Which is going to be Joel Kerr and Jack Williams. What a matchup that is.
Joel Kerr was the quickest of the Outlaws yesterday with a 7 flat. Kenny Coleman helping him back. Kenny Coleman had a hand in both of these cars. I've just seen Eva's outfit for today, and suffice to say, everyone that lives here will approve.
I think you really approve, don't you, Darren?
She needs my trainers as well, really, just to finish it off. So Joel Kerr with a sieve shifter. That is a Pontiac Star Chief, that car.
Probably the heaviest matchup we've had all day.
Heaviest.
Yeah, one of the quickest as well.
Well, they do pair them up to, you know, the cars that run evenly, they do pair them up so they can race with the Outlaws. Which does provide some great races. So Jack Williams with Eva Ledner. Joel very kindly gives him a head start. Someone's running out of puff at the top end, but Joel Kerr, 699, 188 miles an hour, and a very nice 752 for Jack Williams at 180 miles an hour. Joel has another 6-second run. Might have been pushing a bit more air than the car in the other lane. Well, the next car that was just being fired, we've only got one more, I think, and then we've got the bikes and the Dragstalgia Cannonball. That was the Cooper brothers. However, you lot are out there in the grandstands and on the banking. We have a couple of wet spots in the air. And looking at where the weather's coming from, it might be a bit more than a few wet spots in a minute, but it's been known to change before. We have to wait and see.
So, interestingly, if Joel Kerr was in the Dragstalgia Cannonball, I know he's not legal to be.
Well, it could be.
He'd be fifth.
Yes, you could, actually.
You could, yeah.
Can you have door cars in the Cannonball?
Well, it's always the first time for everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, exactly. Well, he'd be fifth.
Oh, right.
He's actually got a quicker aggregate than Bob Hawkins.
That's, I get it. But this is still a great achievement.
Yeah.
Very, very good achievement all around. So, yeah, the Dragstalgia Cannonball isn't far away. We've got Martin Hill with Fire Force number 2. All the bikes down there waiting to go as well.
No surprise, I've had another message from Mark Scarlett with some of the other words being happy words.
Happy.
I love your text, Mark. The basics of it is honestly, the boy makes me proud. I'm cutting a few words out. He had to drive that car.
Reading every other word, I think, is what you're doing. Yeah.
And I'm going to call him Del Boy. as he's always on 3 wheels. Nice one, Mark. I love that message.
That is very true
Very,
indeed.
very good.
Okay, folks, now's the time to tell you there. That big black cloud that's coming is coming, so it's a good time to take shelter. We will let you know when we can restart again, but these are the first couple of spits and spots. The trees right in the distance I can see have almost gone. Those ones right down the end of the racetrack are starting to get misty, and you're out there. You can feel it. You know the wet stuff is in the air. So all we can do is wait it out. Hopefully we don't get too wet. It doesn't last too long, and we'll be back with you. It'd be a great shame because we've got so much cool stuff in the lanes. We've still got so much good stuff to show you. So we can only apologise again for the 3rd day in a row. 3rd event in a row, I think, or 3rd year in a row. I've lost count anyway. We will hand back to the radio station again. So please keep yourselves dry as best you can. Go and check out the vintage marquee. Go and say hi to all the racers. Keep their spirits up, as well as your own too. And thank you very much again for your patience.
Get hold of the weekend programme as well. Get hold of the special event T-shirts. Must remind you of all of that. And yes, go and support everybody that's on site. Thanks ever so much indeed. I say we will be back hopefully as soon as we can.
Yeah.
One 164. Right, who's going to get there first? Pretty close. Might be Adrian. Oh, well, he takes it on a break. Well, Gary Corker's already pulled alongside. So Gary will literally just shadow Pete all the way to the stripe and takes it there. 12.77 against the lose-out 13.26. Gary Cork.
Well, Stu Mitchell takes the green light first. Mick Sharp with a bit of a snooze on the start line though. It will be. And he goes red unfortunately by 0-2. Orman into round 2 with a very nice run. There we go. Beavis Allen stuck around long enough to see the red light, I'm sure. And Beavis bang on, 11.85 on an 85. He would have
Quid from the pot.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, he did really well last night.
Well, I think he got the buy run because
So hopefully the blue car will move first by about 0.8 of a second. I say hopefully because weirder stuff has happened. However, Jin is caught by the finish line, backs off.
wow, Chris Tyhurst takes that one basically on the start line, 0.1 to a half second, which is Well, 2 people left roughly on the green light.
Nice. 1379. Yeah.
Yep, very nicely judged as well. Only 0-0-2. One of them had a calendar reaction time. I don't really need to spell out how that worked. Paul Singer is out in front, but at the finish line it is Neil Francis, your number 4 qualifier. Takes the strike by just over 1/10 of a second. He was...
Right, okay, so nothing's happening here.
Well,
It's gonna be a rerun.
still might come up there, you never know, really.
No, that'll be a rerun between them. 2 bowls.
He was the first car we ever commentated on him doing this, you know. Easter 2008. Yeah. 2 people leave on the green light.
Well, it looks like Dan's shadowing now. And takes it with a 10.71. Win margin 0.4 at the stripe and an 0.1 light as well. Yeah, Dan. Oh, it's nice to be surprised.
Well, the moral of the story is don't listen to me. I
No.
think there we go. My kids are great at that. They really. So, Matt Cooper with the immaculate foolish behaviour car.
Well, it looks like Armageddon in the distance,
Yeah.
but at the moment...
We're still racing,
We're
yeah.
still going.
I can only sincerely apologise to those who wandered off because I said it's going to rain, go take cover or whatever, and we are still racing. So, again, like I said, don't listen to me, I think really is the moral of the story. However, how long we will be racing for
I think
is
it's borrowed time.
very much so, because those trees right in the distance have now disappeared. Yeah, there we go, unfortunately. One of the many times in life I don't want to be right, but there we go. Yeah, unfortunately it is right. The trees right in the distance have just about completely disappeared, which means it's heaving it down over there. And the trees right at the end of the quarter mile and the shutdown area are just starting to mist quite badly, which means only one thing, unfortunately, and it's all coming this way, folks. So it's raining again. It's spitting again, but you know, I'll leave everybody. Yeah, all the NSA bikes are actually going in the barn this time. They're taking them out the way, so it must be heavier, especially at the top end. So because this place is nearly a mile long, the track crew right down the turnout team right down the bottom are nearly a mile away, and they tend to get the weather before we get it on the start line. They tell us it's raining quite a lot.
A couple of big spots appearing now.
Yeah, it's definitely going to get worse, folks. So I'm sorry to tell you that. Probably telling you something you don't know anyway, because it is bearing down on us, isn't it? We were on borrowed time for a while then. So take cover, amuse yourselves as you see fit. Vintage Marquee's getting a lot of visitors this weekend.
Yeah, and that's where I'm going to head as well, actually. So
that's not the worst idea at all.
going to have a chat with some people down there.
Good. Don't get soggy.
Yeah.
So, Nitro FM, again, yeah, everyone is being sent back to the pits this time too. So, please keep dry, keep warm, which is not something you should be saying in July. And we'll be back soon.
So long. I'm begging you, please don't get me wrong.
Dials to 1380, using this as a tune-up run, if you like. Goes 1391, good info for it. Well, Gary Semper takes that.
He's not the person you want to give a wire on to for early in the morning, because that means he's going to be very, very good later on in the day.
Well, bearing in mind, Gary has never raced this car before. He's only owned it 2 weeks. Dials 1216, runs 1224. Yeah, he's getting there. But then we got Keith, both into stage. So Rob's... Oh, he's gone red. So it's a freebie for Paul Smale. Oh, with a perfect light for Paul Smale. Wow. Second one of the weekend, and it's in the down to Superstock again. 10:32. Rob Cawthorne, 12:48. It didn't matter. He went red, but. Well, Dave Billadou's already gone past. Tells you the story of the start line. 10:28. Dave Billadou goes through to lose out 11:61.
Well, nothing in it on the tree. And it's going to be very, very close to the finish line as well. I think Dave's going to get there first, takes the win with a 10:48 on the 10:30 dial-in.
The Falcon in the Kestrel.
Well, Rick's got there. He's coasting there, 11:70 to a 13:19. Rick Denny.
So 11.90, Tree will run first, and Lee will try and run him down. He won't have to. Mike Graham is 0-4 red. Well, Lee breaks out, but I think that's probably because he kept his foot in it because he knew.
Yeah, one thing I love about Nostalgia Superstock as well, it's not just the outsides of the cars that are immaculately turned out. They all have like full interiors and everything.
And pull the wheels up like that too. .985 at 132. Very polite reaction times in both lanes. Polite meaning you go first. No you, no you, no you. It's fine. Nicely done for Nick Martin. 11.58 and a 50. Takes a strike by nearly 0.2 of a second. John Davidson. Rob just backing off, shadowing the car in the other lane and taking the... Well, no, he didn't actually. Made Howard Holmes break out. Oh, look at that. Only by 3.65 for him. I think Sam's already alongside. And Sam, oh, look at that.
Broken with the not so mellow yellow.
Red light for Jason Hollenby, quite a big one as well. So Ray Irish makes the most of missing second gear.
Dodges a bullet, I think.
Yeah. Nick Hewitson takes the win, closer to his way. Well, we can't say it out loud, but someone was awake. I was going to say, provided Ray Turner doesn't break out. perfect example. Well, Tony's
Right,
again.
Sean Milsom's chance here. If he takes this round win, he will go to the points lead.
Yeah, don't say that out loud. He can't listen, but
No,
obviously
you can't hear it.
he's going to get there. It's just whether he doesn't break out. Which
Oh,
he doesn't.
Yeah. No, because Honky Tonkin Steve Matthews is number 2 in the points lead.
Did to his car.
Hasn't he?
Yeah, trust in you. Well, Dean Moore's Roaring Rat going to try and run down the Falcon. Will Patrick make the most of his chance to get in? He's still out in front, and he does indeed.
0-1 light as well for Patrick.
Yeah, keep not that bad. They've got to settle the nerves and do it all over again. Oh, and this time Glenda goes red, much to the disappointment, I think. That's drag racing version of. That's the drag racing version of missing a penalty.
Oh, 13.92 on an 89 as well, 300s off, but it didn't matter. Jake ran
Into a absolute headwind. Straight down it is at the moment.
All right, apologies. This is Paul Wingston from Milton Keynes. It's his 50th birthday present going down the track.
Down the track wins. Barnaby Levy with a really good looking leave and launch as well. Brian Nixon was a bit late, to say the least. Barn goes 9.32. This run, and it, I don't think, making a difference. When he went fully loaded. Well, heads for the wall. Doesn't get the wall, but still keeps going. Still runs 769, 164. That was looking good. Big if in drag racing, of course. Well, Martin gives him a head start, which he's already reeled in by half track. That's more like it for Martin. Wish you were here, John. We very much wish you were here and hope you come back soon too. Well, that will be Wayne Power. That will be a 947, a bit of an improvement at 140 miles by Eddie Carl. Well, Al did his best on the line, but I think Luke Hoskins is going to pick this one. He does with a very nice 964 at all. Well, Rob Stone thinks, yeah, let's go.
Good looking run from Rob. Arrow straight.
Well, Dalton Scarlett lifts the wheels on 2 gear changes. 714 backs up from yesterday. 191. The very lucky recipient of a buy run. .80 at 144.
Lovely little wheelie off the line.
Very nicely controlled
It was
as well.
actually. Bearing in mind he got best wheelie last year at Dragstalgia.
Yeah, that was a lot higher than that one, wasn't it? 1044 at 125.
What's that?
Tell me why that's important. Well, because it's a great event, but I mean, why? The 37? Because the vast majority of the 1937 Willys.
Ah.
I really hope that's right, now I've said it. Ian Challoner, 10 flat. 10.03,
Nice.
that will work. however many runs they get. So Alan Rimmel out in front, 14.66 and a 14.59 for Paul Brownlee. That's better.
Oh.
That's closer.
So Daniel Bates looking for a 10.09 and Sean Hinden looking for an 11.00. Breakouts don't matter.
Nice. Currently the closest to his Darley.
Flat dial in for Sean.
That may be why we didn't see him yesterday.
I've never heard an engine do a drum solo before. Until then, that was good. Just kidding, obviously. They would much rather.
See if that
Yeah, that works as well.
$12.88 there for Chris. He goes with a 40. That's a good looking run for both of them. 10.17 and 9.97 this time round. Off the line very nicely indeed. I'm looking forward to the moment when I think she's got a small block going in there at some point. It's got a BMW engine in there at the moment. 1785 and a 75. Nice one, Loz.
With the slingshot and Rich Butcher.
So we've got dial-ins today. Rich looking for a 12.30. Dave looking for a 10.30.
Well, nice. Dave shooting subject. Dan Wilson over there with not the quickest car.
But he's usually pretty close to his darling. So
Which is
let's
what
see
you
what he
need to
runs. The little V-dub is phenomenal in the other lane. Gets there first as well.
9.64 actually.
I think when he did that, he had a little bit of pop in and he hit the can.
Once again, it doesn't matter. It's all about being consistent, isn't it?
Yes.
But it's always nice to run quicker, isn't it?
Oh, definitely.
73 and a 9.57. Unbelievably, again, both of them. That's a very close one as well. 12.14, way too quick, and Terry Clifford 300ths off as well.
The bug, basically. So
you've never done what this boy's done, which is trying to drive a blown one yet.
no,
Not yet.
Because I wanna try and get an NA car into the number under number 8. I won't say it. Don't
Paul Tarry and Ian Wild, way too going out car. Everybody having to think about leaving.
I do love James's car because it launches and then launches again when the nitrous comes in.
That's the good thing about Wild One.
About not having your arm straight.
Yes, only in the parent lanes. That looks a good run.
So it's Andy Roy and Elliot Jones. Andy looking for a 10.10 goes 10.04.
Yeah.
Very
Elliot
nice.
looking for a 10.
They've got new shocks on the rear, so whether it's they're trying settings or that looks a bit more like it.
It just doesn't pick up quite as quickly as it normally does. Still not bad. Still a 789. Yeah. It is in Colin Child. The little short wheelbase altered.
Let's see what Ian can do without the body on. That's a massive breakout.
Even prefer. Well, that won't be an 855 because you roll the lights. unfortunately.
Yeah, he did go quite deep as well, actually.
There's a 2+ second 60 foot, which ain't going to work. 10.19, the speed's all right. 148, 11.26 though. Still go round, Scott.
It's knowing your car and knowing the conditions.
Pete Brown and
Well, it's a good dialing for Rebel, 8.50. Mark Houghton in the other lane looking for a 10.50, but Pete's going to get there first to an 8.62, 152 mile an hour.
Well done, team.
excellent. I'd love to know how he lost it though. Like, how's it? Anyway. 10.83 at 122, not bad.
Well, Kim Miller's going to take the win. I think Paul rolled out of stage. Was
He
the issue
did.
there?
It was a good looking run, so it's a bit of a shame. 8.73 at 146 for Kim.
Improvement on the 982.
Well, Freddie Smith gets a gift.
Yeah, that's not an improvement on the 982, unfortunately.
But a win light is what you want.
And that's what he's got.
Claire had a lot of wheel spin off the line. That was a bit less than yesterday. Good looking run. And an 8.83 at 147.
Issues for Peter, unfortunately.
Just didn't really get off the line. Steve Howe will be over the line first. And he will run 9.35 at 138.
Yes, well, there we go. One's in.
Yeah, he's on the two-step a little bit early, but didn't make any difference off the line. It was Rod Spryer with a little bit of an advantage. That's a super close race, actually. Rod Spryer takes it on a whole shot, and the win margin was 0.004. That's got to be one of... Well, Chris shakes his head off the start line. Dean does a bit of a bouncing act. But it still goes 9.41 at 134. It's not the safest pair of hands, is it? Oh, and he goes red, unfortunately. Trying his hardest. 07 for Len. And Len goes a very, very nice 9.07. You can actually see him cranked over going, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Yeah, look back at that throttle trace and see it was at 110% for the whole way down the track.
Good luck to both of them. You can see the hot marks on the start line. Wow, Ian going for a really big wander at the finish line. They both run low nines, actually. 9.05 at 153. Will Andy dip into sevens? Yeah. There we go. Dips into the sevens with the 7.95 at 1. Much softer launches for both actually today, especially the Hellfire Hemi. The doors come open. 9.31 at 152 for Jim Tucker. However, over the place. 7.56, only 100 quicker, would you believe? And it 8.47 at 158 for Luke. Smoke through the finish line. 9. Joel very kindly gives him a head start. Someone's running out of puff at the top end, but Joel Kerr, 6.99, 188 miles an hour, and a very nice.
Someone's got their fan club in the house. But before we actually start the cars up, going to do something just a little bit different here, because we've got Rob and Pete Brown, and we have some stranger in the car, but we've also, all the way from California, you've heard him on the PA today. Let's have a warm Santa Pod Raceway for Mr. Bob Beck. Now, I was going to say to you, Bob, why don't you have an interview with this Floyd Lippincott bloke, but he's already got the breather mask on and everything. But how has your visit to Santa Pod been today?
It's been amazing. You guys have some great racing, amazing cars, and the track and the facility is beautiful.
You're going to take some pretty special memories away from this weekend, aren't you?
You bet, and I've been posting a lot of them on Facebook already, so friends from the States are looking at this going, oh, we need a track like that there.
Well, you have lots of nostalgia events. Obviously, you are instrumental. You're quite involved in the nostalgia scene, obviously at Bakersfield, etc., like that. But nostalgia, it's the way forward, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, it's the way it was, and it's the way we want to bring it back to. And the best way to get new people involved is show them what it was and let them make a choice. They don't have to go to the big show. They can see this and get involved a lot easier.
Well, we got, now then, there's this chap called Bob Mavaris that's been floating around, but he's disappeared. And we've got this Floyd Lippincott chap that's got in the car.
Yeah, it's kind of like if you've ever watched Superman and Clark Kent, well, that's it. But the problem is when Maravis puts on the face mask, he becomes Lippincott, and he no longer has a voice. He won't talk. He can't talk. But, man, he drives.
Well, it's been an honor, not only for Floyd to be in the car here, but I know Rob and Pete and the whole Rebel and Rathchild team, this is a banner moment for them. I know a few years back we had Clay Milliken sit in the car, but this is something different, isn't it? Really, real special moment.
I don't know what to say.
Let's try the other one.
First things, thank you for Jeff Stillwell. He's been instrumental with getting this set up, and thank you to Bob and Sharon for allowing it to happen. And yeah, like Pete, I'm speechless, but I'm enjoying the moment completely. But it's Jeff. You need to speak to Jeff. He's the man.
Yeah, absolutely true. A word is said. And loving the outfits as well. I've actually spotted the back of the hats from the tower, actually, with Rebel and Rathchild actually emblazoned on there as well. Sharon, I know this is very, very special for you this weekend. I bet you never expected, though, to have Floyd cackling a car at Dragstalgia.
You can't keep him out of a car. Are you kidding me?
But you're having a fantastic time?
This has been... NSRA has a lot to learn from you guys. Truly.
We'll take that as a huge compliment.
Well, it is a huge compliment. I've never had a better time at a race. And I've been to a few of them.
Oh, thank you so much. And we've still got another day to go.
I'll be here.
Just very, very quickly, Jeff, thank you for everything that you do, not only for your land speed stuff, but for the world of drag racing as well. And you're helping getting people over here. It's just fantastic.
Well, we just do our best to make it happen.
Well, you do more than that. You do make things happen.
Well, thank you for the kind words, but we do it because we love the sport.
No truer word is said. I tell you what, folks, I don't think we're actually far away from getting these cars fired up. We are actually ready. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have our cackle cars all here. We have got... Let's have a look. Just checking down there. We do have the nitro car at the end there, yesterday's dreams. But what's the word that they use? No, just fire them up, folks. Fire them up. And don't forget, once you started, everybody over to the wall, please. Yes! Well, the Cracklefest is something that we always love doing here. Thank you ever so much indeed for everybody that has taken part in that. And it's always a feature of this to have the Yesterday's Dreams Nitro car, always the last to switch off. And it's just very, very special indeed. Thank you ever so much indeed. To everybody that's been here this weekend, I hope you have all had a fantastic day today. Have a very, very good evening. Enjoy yourselves. But tomorrow it's eliminations as we continue Dragstalgia here at Santa Pod Raceway, the home of European drag racing and pretty much the home of nostalgia racing as well. Have a very good night. We will see you all tomorrow. Good night.
Gives him the customary salute. Give him a wave, everybody. Your new Hall of Flame member, Mr. Martin Hill. All the way through to...
Not that.
Not that, no. 8 seconds, 60 foot probably gives that way. It was 231 miles an hour. It's sunny, it's dry, it's happening. Better sight than 24 hours ago, definitely. Yeah. Into the 799 at 160. Great looking runs in both lanes. 6:38 to 2:21 for Joe.
Anything quicker than a 650.
That's looking gorgeous.
Yeah, that'll work.
6:07, 2:29.
Low ET fuel cars.
Oh, trailer fluid from behind Paul Harris, but the little car. 689, 192.
Well, Dougie blazing the tyres, no issues at all for Bob Hawkins. What's he got for us here all the way through? 662, 212 mile an hour. Look at Tony go.
And Wayne chasing him down. New low ET of the weekend, 6:02 at 240. Australia, UK, all around the US. Here we go.
Well, here comes Randy Bradford, going to get to the line first.
He
Takes the win.
214 miles an hour to stripe, 798. It was.
10.97. Harlan Turner's done it again. Ray Turner breaks out by just that much. Big breakout.
John on the number 21. Oh, 1084 with a 7, the minutest of... Oh, 9600.
Wow, big wheels out of launch for Tony Pearson.
Again.
Again, 009 light for Chris Lyra. Out of 1021. Whoa! Well, nearly took a photographer with him that time. You know, just for variety, obviously. Sean will get there first. It might be a 1021. It's a 1037. Still a good effort. Moves him up one spot. There we go.
So 1089 and 1160.
Well, both pretty much on time. Very good side-by-side race, actually. 10.25 breakout, 10.38. Keith goes too quick by point. Who set that dial in? Who's in for the eye jump of the day? Christian Zulauf from Switzerland. Oh, look at that. That's how it's supposed to go for Christian Zulauf. 766. Carrying on, if the sun stays out, you never know, it might dry out quicker as well. So the quarter mile is going to dry out really quickly. The shutdown area is going to be a pain in the backside. That's how it's going to go. It's still going to be a good hour and a half to 2 hours at least. That depends also on it not raining again and the sun staying out. So if the sun stays out and the breeze, we get a bit of help from Mother Nature as opposed to hindrance from Mother Nature. It would be nice. Also, I have up here in the tower a beautifully machined piece of a race car or bike. It has a part number on it, which I'm going to read out. If someone wants to come and claim it, they're very welcome. But the part number is BG6108-35. So if you have lost part of your car, bike, whatever it might be, because we're not sure where it came from. Mr. Marshall came and handed it to me. It is a circular, looks like a circular bracket, and it's a beautiful piece of engineering. BG-6108-35. If you can come up and tell me what it is, because I've got no clue. You could say whatever it is, it's a bottle cap. But if you can tell, it's got a name of a company on it as well. If you can tell me the name of the company and what it is and where it came from, I will reunite you with it. So, track crew, once again, fabulous work. Never, ever stop that lot. And thank you very much indeed, Nitro FM. It's definitely one of those. It's missing a couple of very, very nice scoots. Yeah, it's missing what it goes on. Yeah, there we go. So, but we have it up here. We reunited somebody with their wedding ring earlier, so let's see if we can make it 2 for 2 today. Good stuff. Thank you, Pete.
Oh, skating all over the lane, side to side. Oh, I thought he just missed the wall then.
Well, it was a glance. It wasn't a proper whack, but trying to hang on to it with the tyres spinning, of course. 11.95, 112 in the slick tricks lane. He's at 45, maybe even 50 years. Well, just to see it out on the start line, putting in a pass is immense. 14.16 at 94 miles an hour. However, it's not about the destination. Changing settings between runs.
That's a bit more like it.
Still a bit of tyre shake off the start line, but nothing major. 773. Give him a round of applause. 167 miles an hour.
Beautiful looking run. A little bit of fluid on the start line, but just couldn't click second gear.
Yeah. Still goes 712 at 139 and 105. Yeah, a little bit of a back issue, unfortunately, for Steve. But it's now Dougie's turn.
Not to do that. Come on, Doug. 107 to 63. Big move over to the 8th mile, but he lifts. He knows what he's doing. Cracking driving job there from Dougie.
Yeah, I think you got a lot of respect for that one. Yeah. Well done.
Joe taking a bit of a wander over towards the wall. Whoa! Hold on tight, Joe Bond. Give that man a round of applause. That thing was on 2 wheels through the finish line. Still goes. But Dougie, no issues at all. Wow. For Tim Garlick, both drivers under power. 6:28 and a 7:06 for Dougie Hill, his fastest pass ever.
Enjoy this one. The Feather. Tony using up some real estate. Oh, close to the center line. 6:13 at 2:14.
The driver did a good job of keeping that off the centre line.
no.
And he gets the thing pointed straight.
And Graham gets away cleanly. You can see him fighting to just keep the engine revs up. And how about that? The Hog Slayer out again on the quarter mile. 11.
Nick Hewitson takes the win, closer to his way. Well, we can't say it out loud, but someone was awake. I was going to say, provided Ray Turner doesn't break out.
9.
Yep, perfect example. Well, Tony.
Right, Sean Milsom's chance here. If he takes this round win, he will go to the points lead.
Yeah, don't say that out loud. He can't listen, but
No,
obviously
you can't hear it.
he's going to get there. It's just whether he doesn't break out. Which he doesn't.
Yeah. No, because Honky Tonkin Steve Matthews is number 2 in the points, isn't he?
Did to his car.
Yeah, hasn't he?
Yeah, trusting you. Well, Dean Moore's Roaring Rat going to try and run down the Falcon. Will Patrick make the most of his chance to get in? He's still out in front, and he does indeed.
0-1 light as well for Patrick.
Yeah, keep not that bad. They've got to settle the nerves and do it all over again. Oh, and this time Glenda goes red, much to the disappointment, I think. That's drag racing version of... That's the drag racing version of missing a penalty.
13.92 on an 89 as well, 300s off, but it didn't matter. Jake ran
into a absolute headwind. Straight down it is at the moment.
Right, apologies. This is Paul Wingston from Milton Keynes. It's his 50th birthday present going down the track.
Down the track wins. Barnaby Levy with a really good looking leave and launch as well. Brian Nixon was a bit late to say the least. Barn goes 9.32. This run, and it, I don't think, making a difference. When he went
fully loaded.
Well, heads for the wall. Doesn't get the wall, but still keeps going. Still runs 769, 164. That was looking good. Big if in drag racing, of course. Well, Martin gives him a head start, which he's already reeled in by half track. That's more like it for Martin. Wish you were here, John. We very much wish you were here and hope you come back soon too. Well, that will be Wayne Power. That will be a 947, a bit of an improvement at 140 miles by Eddie Carl. Well, Al did his best on the line, but I think Luke Hoskins is going to pick this one. He does with a very nice 964 at all. Well, Rob Stone thinks, yeah, let's go.
Good looking run from Rob. Arrow straight.
Well, Dalton Scarlett lifts the wheels on 2 gear changes. 714 backs up from yesterday. 191. The very lucky recipient of a buy run. .80 at 144.
Lovely little wheelie off the line.
Very nicely controlled
It was
as well.
actually. Bear in mind he got best wheelie last year at Dragstalgia.
Yeah, that was a lot higher than that one, wasn't it? 1044 at 125.
What's that?
Tell me why that's important. Well, because it's a great event, but I mean, why the 37? Because the vast majority of the 1937 Willys.
Ah.
I really hope that's right. Now I've said it. Ian Challoner, 10 flat. 1003.
Nice.
That will work. However many runs they get. So Alan Rimmel out in front. 1466 and a 1459 for Paul Brown though. That's better. That's closer.
So Daniel Bates looking for a 10.09 and Sean Hinden looking for an 11.00. Breakouts don't matter.
Nice. Currently the closest to his Darley.
Flat dial in for Sean.
That may be why we didn't see him yesterday.
I've never heard an engine do a drum solo before. Until then. That was good. Just kidding, obviously. They would much rather...
See if that
yeah, that works as well.
$12.88 there for Chris. He goes with a 40. That's a good looking run for both of them. 10.17 and 9.97 this time round. Off the line very nicely indeed. I'm looking forward to the moment when I think she's got a small block going in there at some point. It's got a BMW engine in there at the moment. 1785 and a 75. Nice one, Loz.
With the slingshot and Rich Butcher.
So we've got dial-ins today. Rich looking for a 12.30. Dave looking for a 10.30.
Oh, nice. Dave shooting subject. Dan Wilson over there with not the quickest car.
But he's usually pretty close to his darling. So let's see what he runs. The little V-Dub is phenomenal in the other lane. Gets there first as well.
964 actually.
I think when he did that, he had a little bit of pop in and he tipped the can.
Once again, it doesn't matter. It's all about being consistent, isn't it?
Yes.
But it's always nice to run quicker, isn't it?
Oh, definitely.
73 and a 957. Unbelievably, again, both of them. That's a very close one as well. 12:14, way too quick, and Terry Clifford 300th off as well.
The bug, basically. So
you've never done what this boy's done, which is trying to drive a blown one yet.
no,
Not yet.
Because I wanna try and get an NA car into the number under number 8. I won't say it. Don't jinx
Paul Tarry and Ian Wild, way too in that car. Everybody having to think about leaving.
I do love James's car because it launches and then launches again when the nitrous comes in.
That's the good thing about Wild One.
About not having your armour straight.
Yeah, it's only in the parent lanes. That looks a good run.
So it's Andy Roy and Elliot Jones. Andy looking for a 1010, goes 1004.
Yeah.
Very
Elliot
nice.
looking for a 10.
They've got new shocks on the rear, so whether it's they're trying settings or that looks a bit more like it.
It just doesn't pick up quite as quickly as it normally does. Still not bad. Still a 789. Yeah. Season Colin Child. The little short wheelbase altered.
Let's see what Ian can do without the body on. That's a massive breakout.
Even prefer. Well, that won't be an 855 because you rolled the lights, unfortunately.
Yeah, he did go quite deep as well, actually.
It was a 2+ second 60 foot, which ain't going to work. 10.19, the speed's all right. 148, 11.26 though. Still go round, Scott.
It's knowing your car and knowing the conditions.
Pete Brown and...
Well, it's a good dialing for Rebel, 8.50. Mark Houghton in the other lane looking for a 10.50, but Pete's going to get there first to an 862, 152 mile an hour.
Well done, team.
Excellent. I'd love to know how he lost it though. Like, how's it? Anyway. 1083 at 122, not bad.
Well, Kid Miller's going to take the win. I think Paul rolled out of stage. Was
He
the
did.
issue there?
It was a good looking run, so it's a bit of a shame. 873 at 146 for Kim.
Improvement on the 982.
Well, Freddie Smith gets a gift.
Yeah, that's not an improvement on the 982, unfortunately.
But a win light is what you want.
And that's what he's got.
Claire had a lot of wheel spin off the line. That was a bit less than yesterday. Good looking run. And an 883 at 147.
Issues for Peter, unfortunately.
Just didn't really get off the line. Steve Howe will be over the line first. And he will run 935 at 138.
Yes, well, there we go, one's in.
Yeah, he's on the two-step a little bit early, but didn't make any difference off the line. It was Rod Spryer with a little bit of an advantage. That's a super close race, actually. Rod Spryer takes it on a whole shot, and the win margin was 0.004. That's got to be one of... Well, Chris shakes his head off the start line. Dean does a bit of a bouncing act. So it still goes 9:41 at 1:34. It's not the safest pair of hands, is it? Oh, and he goes red, unfortunately. Trying his hardest. 07 for Len. And Len goes a very, very nice 9:07. You can actually see him cranked over going, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Yeah, look back at that throttle trace and see it was at 110% for the whole way down the track.
Good luck to both of them. You can see the hot marks on the start line. Wow, Ian going for a really big wander at the finish line. They both run low 9s actually. 9:05 at 1:53. Well, Andy dip in the 7s. Yeah. There we go. Dips into the 7s with the 7:95 at 1. Much softer launches for both actually today, especially the Hellfire Hemi. The doors come open. 9:31 at 1:52 for Jim Tucker. However, $7.56, only 100s quicker, would you believe? And it 8:47 at 1:58 for Luke. Smoke through the finish line. 9. Joel very kindly gives him a head start. Someone's running out of puff at the top end, but Joel Kerr, 6:99, 188 miles an hour, and a very nice.
Such a good time having you by my side. It was such good times, baby, with you by my side. When my work is done, we go back to having fun. Honey, baby, I've been on the road for so long. I'm begging you, please don't get me wrong. It's you. I'm in love with. You got to know it ain't no me. Honey, baby, I've been on the road for so long. Now, honey, baby, I'm begging you, please don't get me wrong. It's you.
Oh, skating all over the lane, side to side. Oh, I thought he just missed the wall then.
Well, just it was a glance. It wasn't a proper whack, but trying to hang on to it with the tyres spinning, of course. 11.95, 112 in the slick tricks lane. He's at 45, maybe even 50 years. Well, just to see it out on the start line, putting in a pass is immense. 14.16 at 94 miles an hour. However, it's not about the destination. Changing settings between runs.
That's a bit more like it.
Still a bit of tyre shake off the start line, but nothing major. 773. Give him a round of applause. 167 miles an hour.
Beautiful looking run. A little bit of fluid on the start line, but just couldn't click second gear.
Yeah. Still goes 712 at 139 and 105. Yeah, a little bit of a back issue, unfortunately, for Steve. But it's now Dougie's turn.
Not to do that. Come on, Doug. 107 to 63. Big move over to the 8th mile where he lifts. He knows what he's doing. Cracking driving job there from Dougie.
Yeah, I think he got a lot of respect for that one. Yeah. Well done.
Well, Joe taking a bit of a wander over towards the wall. Whoa! Hold on tight, Joe Bard. Give that man a round of applause. That thing was on 2 wheels through the finish line. Still going. Well, lots of tyre check for Dougie. No issues at all.
Wow.
For Tim Garlick, both drivers under power. 6:28 and a 7:06 for Dougie Hill. His fastest pass ever.
With this one, the Venom, Tony Venom. He's using up some real estate. Oh, close to the center line. 6:13 at 2:14.
The driver did a good job of keeping that off the centre line.
Whoa, Shiggy, hold on.
No.
And he gets the thing pointed straight.
And Graham gets away cleanly. You can see him fighting to just keep the engine revs up. And how about that? The Hog Slayer out again on the quarter mile. 11.
Fuel cars.
Oh, trailer fluid from behind Paul Harris, but the little car. 689, 192.
Look at Tony go.
And Wayne chasing him down. New low ET of the weekend, 6:02 at 245 miles an hour.
Someone's got their fan club in the house. But before we actually start the cars up, I'm going to do something just a little bit different here, because we've got Rob and Pete Brown, and we have some stranger in the car, but we've also, all the way from California, you've heard him on the PA today. Let's have a warm Santa Pod Raceway for Mr. Bob Beck. Now, I was going to say to you, Bob, why don't you have an interview with this Floyd Lippincott bloke, but he's already got the breather mask on and everything. But how has your visit to Santa Pod been today?
It's been amazing. You guys have some great racing, amazing cars, and the track and the facility is beautiful.
You're going to take some pretty special memories away from this weekend, aren't you?
You bet. And I've been posting a lot of them on Facebook already. So friends from the States are looking at this going, oh, we need a track like that there.
Well, you have lots of nostalgia events. Obviously, you are instrumental. You're quite involved in the nostalgia scene, obviously at Bakersfield, etc., like that. But nostalgia, it's the way forward, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, it's the way it was, and it's the way we want to bring it back to. And the best way to get new people involved is show them what it was and let them make a choice. They don't have to go to the big show. They can see this and get involved a lot easier.
Well, we got, now then, there's this chap called Bob Mavaris that's been floating around, but he's disappeared. And we've got this Floyd Lippincott chap that's got in the car.
You know, it's kind of like if you've ever watched Superman and Clark Kent, well, that's it. But the problem is when Moravis puts on the face mask, he becomes Lippincott, and he no longer has a voice. Right. He won't talk. He can't talk. But, man, he drives.
Well, it's been not only for Floyd to be in the car here, but I know Rob and Pete and the whole Rebel and Wrathchild team, this is a banner moment for them. I know a few years back we had Clay Millican sit in the car, but this is something different, isn't it? Really, real special moment.
I don't know what to say.
Let's try the other one.
First things, thank you for Jeff Stillwell. He's been instrumental with getting this set up, and thank you to Bob and Sharon for allowing it to happen. And yeah, like Pete, I'm speechless, but I'm enjoying the moment completely. But it's Jeff. You need to speak to Jeff. He's the man.
Yeah, absolutely true. A word is said. And loving the outfits as well. I've actually spotted the back of the hats from the tower, actually, with Rebel and Wrathchild actually emblazoned on there as well. Sharon, I know this is very, very special for you this weekend. I bet you never expected, though, to have Floyd cackling a car at Dragstalgia.
You can't keep him out of a car. Are you kidding me?
But you're having a fantastic time?
This has been... NSRA has a lot to learn from you guys. Truly.
We'll take that as a huge compliment.
Well, it is a huge compliment. I've never had a better time at a race. And I've been to a few of them.
Oh, thank you so much. And we still got another day to go.
I'll be here.
Just very, very quickly, Jeff, thank you for everything that you do, not only for your land speed stuff, but for the world of drag racing as well. And you're helping getting people over here. It's just fantastic.
Well, we just do our best to make it happen.
Well, you do more than that. You do make things happen.
Well, thank you for the kind words, but we do it because we love the sport.
No truer word is said. I tell you what, folks, I don't think we're actually far away from getting these cars fired up. We are actually ready. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have our cackle cars all here. We have got... Let's have a look. Just checking down there. We do have the nitro car at the end there, yesterday's dreams. But what's the word that they use? No, just fire them up, folks. Fire them up. And don't forget, once you started, everybody over to the wall, please.
all but a couple of places. As always, it's the shutdown area that's taking the bulk of the work. However, for once, the weather is helping us, not hindering us. It's breezy, it's sunny, which means it's drying out much quicker than it did yesterday and has done on the days before, events previous to. So between half an hour, 45 minutes, we should, be in a situation to get cracking again. So you've still got time to wander around if you want. You're very welcome. Yeah, the Cannonball, the Dragstalgia Cannonball, had been given their 30-minute warning, which means they will be down here to run in 30 minutes' time. It's quite unbelievable. If you look behind the tower as well, you see just how many puddles and how soggy it is here. But the racing surface and the shutdown area are doing really, really well. So Santa Pod Raceway crew, if you've been here before, like most of us, and been here many times, like, again, most of us, you know what they do. They never stop. They never give up. There's people that need trophies. There's competitions that need sorting out and settling. We've still got a whole bunch of stuff to do. Nostalgia Superstock, Outlaw Anglia, Gasser Circus as well. We've got to continue with eliminations for them, and the all-important Dragstalgia Cannonball as well. And we've got a couple of fuel autos to pair up and run too, so it's not going to be too shabby for a Sunday afternoon here at Santa Pod. Bear with us. About half an hour to go, and yeah, we should be back on with it. That hopefully will just be an interruption as opposed to the end of the day, so it's all good. Back to Nitro FM and racing in around about half an hour, folks. Oh, one thing very quickly before I'm here, in case anybody didn't hear it, I have a circular machined piece of billet by the looks of it with a couple of Allen key bolts still attached to it that came off a car. The part number is BG-6108-35. BG-6108-35. If you are missing something from your car, from the engine, from the wheels, whatever it might be, it's small and circular. It's very shiny. It's very pretty, to be honest with you. If you can come up and tell me what it is, claim it, and show me the rest of the car or bike it should go on, I'll be very impressed. I'll also reunite you with it. So this is the sort of thing that I'm sure someone has spent a long time making or quite a bit of money buying, so you don't want to lose it. If anybody is missing that, I don't know whether it's off a crank, whether it's off a wheel, whatever it might be, the part number again, BG-6108-35. It was found on the start line, so you're missing it from your car or bike. Please come up to the tower. We have it here. So, back to you guys. Thank you very much.
Honey, baby, talk to me one last time. It's hard leaving you this way, but the train's about to roll into the bay. Such a good time having you by my side. It was such good times, baby.
So your first pair.
Oh, it's going to be tight. Well, until the top end. Robin pulled away.
Nice one from Robin there. 706 at 189 miles an hour. Look at that thing shake.
Whoa. Blazes the tyres instantly, but pedals it. Bob's going to take it all the way through to a 751 at over 200 mile an hour, 204 to be exact. Well, the car getting a bouncing around the 8th mile, but all the way through.
719 and 196 miles. 200 mile an hour at some point. Is it going to be this weekend?
It hooked up. There's no problem. That thing went dead nut straight down the track.
762, 186 miles an hour.
Well, Joe taking a bit of a wander over towards the wall. Whoa! Hold on tight, Joe Bond. Give that man a round of applause. That thing was on two wheels through the finish line. Still going. Well, not to touch it for Dougie, no issues at all.
Wow.
For Tim Garlick, both drivers under power. 6:28 and a 7:06 for Dougie Hill, his fastest pass ever.
Look at this one. The Venom. Tony Baker.
using up some real estate. Oh, close to the center line.
6:13 at 2:14.
The driver did a good job of keeping that off the centre line.
Dragstalgia Cannonball coming back at you.
Well, I felt the pop from Wendy's car, but Adam Glino under power up to about 1,200 foot, goes 861 at 138 mile an hour.
Yeah, that's all about they're just trying to tune the car.
How does it run ET-wise?
Around 740. Well, one of the parachutes pulling out, that's the one they were
That's not
working
good.
on, but he's still under power, goes 651 with the shootout.
Wow.
Puts it in.
So the Bradford's Topolino, the Bantam of Nick Davis. Here we go.
Well, Nick Davis getting very close to the wall. Randy was looking at the wall before 60 foot as well. Still goes 791, 100.
As far as I know. So here we go then. Well, maybe that was it.
It was a 60-footer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was still pretty sweet. I mean, when you first put a car together, it's brand new. Also, it's got to be. The other thing you have to mention: Simon's never driven a funny car before. I know he was slated to drive a funny car before, but he never has actually driven it. So he's got to get used to the sitting in there, being in.
I think straight might be a
That
start
would be
as
a
well.
good idea, yeah. So much for
Oh, hiking the
Whoa,
wheels up
baby.
using all of the lane. He's still got his foot in it on and off. Coasting now. Still goes 915, and that was a 115 60 foot with the wheel about 4 foot in the air.
This is gonna be it.
Whoa, Shiggy, hold on!
No.
And he gets the thing pointed straight again.
Oh my gosh.
Give that man a round of applause now the engine's cut off.
Wow. Well, they are certainly here for entertainment this weekend, but that wasn't the variety we were expecting or wanted, but nevertheless. Right, it's the Darling class, and it's 9.65 for Steve, 11.20 for Nick. 66, look at that. 11.28, well, for the first. Well, a good looking run here for Ray, but can he hit that 10.90? 10.95, 120. And Turbo goes 13.99.
Hits, but racing got called anyway, so he was very, very happy he gets another chance again today.
Oh, Harvey Turner goes into number one. A 10. Well,
Jason looking for a 10.75. Keith looking for 10.52.
Keith Bartlett goes 10.55 on the 52. Nice run indeed there for Keith. Goes into number 3. Lovely light there from Nick Hewis and 018. But it's all about the ETs. Let's see if he can run a 990. It's a 996. Goes into number 6. 1.10 to go. And 11.71.
For a 10.65 in the Kestrel B lane. Andy looking for a 10.70. Not often you see a Gasser get wheel spin, but
Very good afternoon to Matt and Jenny, who are tuned in at home. Oh, lovely wheel stand from Tony. Yeah, Matt and Jenny, wish you were here.
Brian Gibson and Simon Prest going at it here.
Simon will get there first, looking for 11 flat, goes 11.01 with a 0. Well done, Si. That actually puts him number 3.
Superstock barbecue tonight when we do our presentations and awards and generally have a good bit of banter. Well, Mojo is he's just hugging the centre line a little bit. He's all right. Goes 11.16. That's a breakout. Dan goes. That'll do. 13.
so these are for cars between 15 seconds and was it 8.7?
8.75, I think.
There we go then.
I need to double check on that actually. $12.52 at 109 there for Roger.
Scary one. Issues in both lanes, unfortunately. Gary didn't seem to go anywhere. And Al's off the power.
Well, very unusual for Gary to have an issue. Unusual for Alto to have one as well. But no, Gary being pushed back. Yeah, but the other Camaro that lives in the household is a low 8-second one. Well, the one that Sally
This is the runabout.
drives really, really hard when she comes to the track. 13.57, only a 10th off. You can see Nick Martin load up the torque converter then before he launched. So 11.50 is the target. He gets 11.54. Goes to number 2 with that one. Chris goes to just that. Right, 15 minutes left for the Dragstalgia auction. Get into the Hall of Fame marquee. If you want to get your final bids in, 15 minutes left to go. Oh, Howard Holmes 001 red on the tree. Very unfortunate. But it doesn't matter because it's all about the ET. The target is 11.90. Goes 11.95. So a nice one there. So 12.34 is the target. The result is a 12.64 with a 006 red. $13.64 and a $13.81. Rob goes 20. $13.42 and a 30. Oh, Stuart Floyd breaks out by. Right, Beavis Allen.
I love this, the ultimate fantasy nostalgia superstock event.
So 12 fat, the target for Beavis gets 11.87. That's a breakout.
Whoa, that's one of his fastest runs for a while, isn't it?
Car show, which it kind of is, really, just a very fast one.
That launched nice and hard, but no, on and off the throttle.
Well, he's not going to break out, being the positive.
1197, 111. Unusual for quite a few of these. He took door slammers as well. So 987 the target then for Lee. And it gets a 97.
You have your notebook. There we go. Come on.
.69 there for down, 121 miles an hour. Mike goes through with a 1446 at 85. Super close racing. 1028 plays 1007. .17, 1034. Ash goes 5. Paul goes 7. Next pair already up, Rick. $9.95 there for Dave. Oh, 11.36 for Rick Denny.
Sounds like Rob Terrell's missed a gear, actually. Got it going again now. 74. Neil Francis, though, up to number 3. This especially helps because the cars look so immaculate as well. So will it be 1025? It's 1033 and an 86 on a 79. Wow, 88 with a 3 for Mick Sharp. That will put him in at number 3. Number 30. Spot the full-time drag racer. Not difficult, is it?
$12.20 for Gary, number 6 qualifier. Well, we don't see a huge amount of Adam at the track these days, but that's a nice 0-1 light. Let's see if we can run a 10.99. Goes 11.11. Andy goes 10.55 on a 45. Adrian goes 99. Let's have a look at Glendurth. 84. So Spencer looking for an 11.01, Steve looking for 11.29. 11.40, 11.25. Oh, Steve Lloyd breaks out by 4. Oh, perfect light, Don Scott. 0007. Now then, can he do the other end as well? 9.90. 10.08, 128, but perfect light.
Those are the ones over here.
So Paul Brown and Co. 8.05 at 166 miles an hour.
I bet that shoot is doing a bit.
So 10.22 the dial in for Daniel Bates. Pike Murray looking for an 11.52. That was a staggered tree.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah.
So effectively, a race.
10.14. Pike. Where does he go? 15.07.
Well, good thing as well, breakout.
by my side. It was such good times, baby, with you by my side. When my work is done, we'll I've been on the road for so long.
164. Right, who's going to get there first? Pretty close. Might be Adrian E. Oh, well, he takes it on a break. Well, Gary Corker's already pulled alongside. So Gary will literally just shadow Pete all the way to the stripe and takes it there. 12.77 against the lose-out 13.26. Gary Cork.
Well, Stu Mitchell takes the green light first. Mick Sharp with a bit of a snooze on the start line though. It will be. And he goes red unfortunately by 0-2. But into round 2 with a very nice run. There we go. Beavis Allen stuck around long enough to see the red light, I'm sure. And Beavis bang on, 11.85 on an 85. He would have
Quid from the pot.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, he did really well last night.
Well, I think he got the buy run because
So hopefully the blue car will move first by about 0.8 of a second. I say hopefully because weirder stuff has happened. However, Jin is caught in by the finish line, backs off.
Wow, Chris Tyhurst takes that one basically on the start line, 0.1 to a half second, which is well, 2 people left roughly on the green light.
Nice. 13.79. Yeah.
Yeah, very nicely judged as well. Only 0-2. One of them had a calendar reaction time. I don't really need to spell out how that worked. Paul Singer is out in front, but at the finish line it is Neil Francis, your number 4 qualifier. Takes the strike by just over a tenth of a second. He was
Right, okay, so nothing's happening here.
well,
It's gonna be a rerun.
still might come up there. You never know, really.
No, that'll be a rerun. Between them. 2 bowls.
He was the first car we ever commentated on in doing this, you know. Easter 2008. Yeah. 2 people leave on the green light.
Well, it looks like Dan's shadowing now. And takes it with a 10.71. Win margin 0.4 at the stripe and an 0.1 light as well. Yeah, Dan.
Don looks like he's out in front, and Don, look at that.
Wow.
10.05.3 on a 10.05. Dan Tuttle with the Mach 1, like you said, Tom, very rare indeed. Even rarer on race day because he went red. Andy Bosworth effectively gets a freebie. When light's already on in his lane, doesn't matter what he runs.
Oh, this is a squeaker. This is tight. This is tight. Oh, win margin 0.6 at the strike. Ash Rawson. Both of them a little bit lazy off the line, but. Dials to 1380, using this as a tune-up run, if you like. Goes 1391. Good info for it. Well, Gary Semper takes the...
He's not the person you want to give a wire on to for early in the morning, because that means he's going to be very, very good later on in the day.
Well, bearing in mind, Gary has never raced this car before. He's only owned it 2 weeks. Dials 12.16, runs 12.24. Yeah, he's getting there. But then we got Keith. Both into stage. So Rob's... Oh, he's gone red. So it's a freebie for Paul Smale. Oh, with a perfect light for Paul Smale. Wow. Second one of the weekend, and it's in down to Superstock again. 10.32. Rob Cawthorne, 12.48. It didn't matter. He went red. But... Well, Dave Billadou's already gone past now. Tells you the story of the start line. 10.28, Dave Billadou goes through to lose out 11.61.
Well, nothing in it on the tree. And it's going to be very, very close to the finish line as well. I think Dave's going to get there first, takes the win with a 10.48 on the 10.30 dial-in.
The Falcon in the Equestrian line.
Well, Rick's got there. He's coasting there, 11.70 to a 13.19. Rick Denny.
So 11.90 Tree will run first. And Lee will try and run him down. He won't have to. Mike Graham is 0.4 red. Well, Lee breaks out, but I think that's probably because he kept his foot in it because he knew.
Yeah, one thing I love about Nostalgia Superstock as well, it's not just the outsides of the cars that are immaculately turned out. They all have like full interiors and everything.
Pull the wheels up like that too. .985 at 132. Very polite reaction times in both lanes. Polite meaning you go first. No you, no you, no you. It's fine. Nicely done for Nick Martin. 11.58 and a 50. Takes a strike by nearly 0.2 of a second. John Davidson. Rob just backing off, shadowing the car in the other lane and taking the... Well, no, he didn't actually. Made Howard Holmes break out. Oh, look at that. Only by 3.65 for him. I think Sam's already alongside. And Sam, oh, look at that.
Broken with the not so mellow yellow.
Red light for Jason Hollenby. Quite a big one as well. So, Ray Irish makes the most of missing second gear.
Dodges a bullet, I think.
Yeah. Nick Hewitson takes the win, closer to his way. Well, we can't say it out loud, but someone was awake. I was going to say, provided Ray Turner doesn't break out.
9.
Yep, perfect example. Well,
right, Sean Milsom's chance here. If he takes this round win, he will go to the points lead.
Yeah, don't say that out loud. He can't listen, but obviously
he can't hear it.
He's going to get there. It's just whether he doesn't break out, which he doesn't.
Yeah. No, because Honky Tonkin Steve Matthews is number 2 in the points lead.
Didn't do his car.
Yes,
Yeah, trusting you. Well, Dean Moore's Roaring Rat going to try and run down the Falcon. Will Patrick make the most of his chance to get in? He's still out in front, and he does indeed.
0-1 light as well for Patrick.
Yeah, King's not that bad. They've got to settle the nerves and do it all over again. And this time Glenda goes red, much to the disappointment, I think. That's drag racing version of that's the drag racing version of missing a penalty.
13.92 on an 89 as well, 300s off, but it didn't matter. Jake ran
into a absolute headwind. Straight down it is at the moment.
Right, apologies. This is Paul Wingston from Milton Keynes. It's his 50th birthday present, going down the track.
Down the track wins. Barnaby Levy with a really good looking leave and launch as well. Brian Nixon was a bit late, to say the least. Barn goes 9.32. This run, and it, I don't think, making a difference. When he went fully loaded. Well, heads for the wall. Doesn't get the wall, but still keeps going. Still runs 769, 164. That was looking big if in drag racing, of course. Well, Martin gives him a head start, which he's already reeled in by half track. That's more like it for Martin. Wish you were here, John. We very much wish you were here and hope you come back soon too. Well, that will be Wayne Power. That will be a 947, a bit of an improvement at 140 miles by Eddie Carl. Well, Al did his best on the line, but I think Luke Hoskins is going to pick this one. He does with a very nice 964 at all. Well, Rob Stone thinks, yeah, let's go.
Good looking run from Rob. Arrow straight.
Oh, Dalton Scarlett lifts the wheels on 2 gear changes. 714 backs up from yesterday. 191. The very lucky recipient of a buy run. 8.80 at 144.
Lovely little wheelie off the line.
Very nicely controlled
It was
as well.
actually. Bearing in mind he got best wheelie last year at Dragstalgia.
Yeah, that was a lot higher than that one, wasn't it? 1044 at 125.
What's that?
Tell me why that's important. Well, because it's a great event, but I mean, why? The 37? Because the vast majority of the 1937 Willies. I really hope that's right, now I've said it. In Challoner, 10 flat. 10.03,
Nice.
that will...
And the crew are about to go for a sprint. I'm not quite sure. But I'm pretty sure that's what's occurring. Folks, as I say, we are very, very close, if not about to get going. And actually, the engine has stopped now, so that just proved a point. As I say, we haven't got a track crew position yet. So, folks, we are literally minutes away from getting the show back on the road. Time to get back into the grandstands. Time to get back onto the banking. And as we continue Dragstalgia 2024 here at Santa Pod Raceway, all the naysayers that thought, oh no, we ain't going to get going again, once again proved wrong. It's just 2 o'clock in the afternoon here. And yeah, we got plenty of time. So stick with us. I know you're not going anywhere, because if you thought it was game over, you would have gone already. Some have, but a lot of you have stayed, and that is very, very good indeed. From what we can understand, it's continuation of Supercharged Outlaws. We've also got Martin Hill with the jet car down there. We've also got the 2-seater dragster, and of course, it is the Dragstalgia Cannonball. They have collected in the lanes as well. So that's where we are at the moment. Keep your ears open, and as soon as you hear another engine fire up, it will be time to get going. I would have thought, because I don't think everybody's going to warm up like that. But as I say, we are not far away. And that's fact, there's another one's just fired up. All right, let's see what happens this time. You got to love the sound, though, even if nothing comes around the corner. But having said that, Ian Marshall now walking forward. So we are now starting to get people into position for...
And I tell you what, that's another twist, isn't it?
Yeah, you can hear an engine, but the next vehicle to go down the track will be Martin Hill with Fire Force number 2. He's just been pushed out of the storage area, so it will be Martin Hill with Fire Force 2, the oldest jet in the stable that Martin has. Obviously, Fire Force 1 is no more, but Fire Force 2 certainly is. That's the one that's running. Fire Force 3 is his regular car that does most of the work. Fire Force 4 is obviously up in his workshop. And Fire Force 5, which is the only dragster, because all the others are funny cars, Fire Force 5 comes out when Fire Force 3 isn't running. That's the basics of it.
And this isn't Fire Force 3 with another body on it. I might just
there
say
was that thing on social media. The cars are different. And the easiest way to tell is that the tin work on the inside of Fire Force 2 is black. The tin work on Fire Force 3 is chrome silver.
They also have different wheels.
Yes.
But they're easy to swap and change, so you can't just...
Yeah. Well, if you could be bothered to swap the side panels. But then there's a few people say, well, you never see the two cars together. Well, Martin's argument to answer to that is, well, I can't drive them both at the same time. But they have been in the pits together.
They have.
Because obviously when we had our jet celebration, I think it was a Festival of Power, when the jets were on full song that weekend. Martin had to get extra drivers for the jets. So that's when Lee Denick came in and drove, I think Lee was driving Fire Force 2. Martin was in 3. And Julian Webb was driving 5 before he got the Spider-Man jet.
Yes.
Which reminds me. We were talking about Melbourne and fastest you know, records and everything. And we did a quick sort of mental put together, and we correctly came up with the fact that Mark Flavel is the quickest car at Melbourne engine driven.
Yep.
And we collectively came up with Graham Sykes as the quickest ET and the fastest speed. Incorrect on the speed, but we are correct on the ET.
Okay.
Nobody's been quicker than Graham Sykes. But the fastest and the only person to go over 200 mile an hour at the 8th at Melbourne is Julian Webb.
Wow.
So there we go. So it's 3 different propulsion systems, or 3 different systems to get you going. I've got the different records. So the fastest engine driven, or piston driven, is Mark Flavel. The low ET is steam driven, and the highest speed is a jet engine. So you got a bit of everything there. But thanks to Julian. And Julian also gave me some other info, which I'm going to save for another day, because Julian, I know your family have got such immense history with drag racing, and I want to save it. I want to play all the cards at once.
But now it's the turn of Martin Hill with Fire Force 2. And we're not at Melbourne, we are at Sandpod Raceway. So this will be a quarter mile pass, not just the 8th mile.
That won't stay there.
Yeah, that's not going to.
It might do, but it might not.
So turning up the jet, Richie lifts the body. There we go, lowering it down now. So the next job is to move the transit van, and that's when things start to get very loud.
Yeah, we got Bob Beck up here as well. Actually, he's ducked out of wearing ear defenders. He's going to regret the decision in a minute. But then this is his second jet car pass up here. He knows what to expect now.
I'm loving the new outfit for Richie out front.
Oh, that is super cool, isn't it? Richie says, come on then, wind it up. And Martin duly obliges. So all the pops and bangs from the afterburner of the Fire Force 2 car. I love the fact that Richie just rocks up to, I was going to say the passenger side, but there is only one seat in the car.
He's changed the dialing. That's what he's done. He was just reaching in and changing the dialing.
Here we go then, Martin Hill, Fire Force number 2 to open our afternoon session here at Dragstalgia. And of course, Martin Hill, our latest announcement into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. $6.99 at 218 miles an hour there for Martin. It's so good to see Fire Force 2 come out of the stable for a nostalgia weekend like this. Really, really good. But $6.99 at 218 miles an hour.
So up next, I think will be the two-seater. And then, I think it's straight into the Cannonball.
Ah. I wasn't sure it was going to be Supercharged Outlaws or if it was going to be Cannonball.
I think the one remaining Supercharged Outlaw has gone back.
Ah,
hasn't
right,
reappeared,
okay.
so...
Right, so this will be run at number 3 then for the two-seater. Passenger is Mark Turner from Bracknell. Not a birthday gift. It's basically he's always wanted to go. And the team have basically said once this run is done, we need to put a call out for Alex Smith. He's got a ride booked. Come to the two-seater trailer as soon as after the two-seater dragster has run. So it's a call out for Alex Smith, who's got a ride booked. Can you please go to the two-seater dragster trailer after this run? Just a little bit more work taking place out there. A little bit of spray going down in the Kestrel lane. A little bit of sledding in the Slick Tricks lane. And engines fired up once again around the corner. This is the two-seater dragster then. Paul Brown at the controls. And Mark Turner from Bracknell, who's always wanted to go. He is in the back seat. Nice to see Evelyn going back out there once again. Good afternoon to you.
How's it going, sir? You good? Good to see you again.
So it's definitely not one of these helmets.
So, I think they're just building temperature around the back of the tower. I can hear it rumbling still. As Dave's out with the tractor, putting a little bit more rubble down, ready for the Cannonball session, which is not that far away, so please don't go anywhere.
Right, sometimes we have items handed in that sometimes defy a little bit of logic. This one was rather unexpected. We've got a crash helmet here. I'm just looking for the brand on it, but it's basically it's a Shoei, yeah. Oh, it's on the side there. Yeah, it's a Shoei crash helmet. It's a Lawson helmet, actually, a Shoei Lawson helmet. If that's yours, please come and come up the backside stairs into the tower and come and claim it. And it's autographed as well. If you tell us who the autograph is and what colour sock that the helmet is in.
Can I do it?
In the nicest possible way. No. Come and tell us, and we will reunite you with that crash helmet.
So, issues, I reckon, with the two-seater, as it's not coming round. But, good news, what is coming round is the Hound Dog Funny Car, which means we are into the third Cannonball session.
Yeah, this is going to sort out the final, basically, the running order for a little bit later on.
I don't know, this should wake up the people.
That's because the jet car didn't, obviously.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that was down on the start line area. Thomas, myself and Bob are in the tower.
I'll tell you what, it smells better down here, but that's the nitro, not you fellas, obviously. So Simon Hayward put in a couple of really nice looking launches, hoping that we could go a bit further this time round.
Beautiful sound. That's music.
So the Hound Dog Racing Funny Car. I can't remember the last time I ever said that. In fact, I have never said that in my commentating years.
Well, tyre shake instantly led into spin. Not what they were looking for, but it's still data.
Yeah, it's still experience, which is you've got to go through all parts of driving, not just like going flat out A to B. You've got to be able to know what's going to happen when it gets out of the groove or stands up on its tyres or gets out of shape. You've got to be able to experience everything.
Yeah, it'd be nice if you could go through your racing career without that happening, but it's just
yeah, but it's
not
as
gonna
you
happen.
well know, Darryl. You have to. you don't want all of them.
No, but
sometimes
you get 'em.
you need to experience
Oh, yeah,
them.
you do get them anyway. So where are we with the Cannonball chaps? I think I'm right in thinking that Tony Betts is in the lead at the moment,
Yep.
but it's still all to play for really. They've still got to put in a good run. They've all got to put in a good run now to set up the final rounds.
Yeah, so we've got 7 people really in contention, ranging from a 15.2 second aggregate all the way up to a 12.1 second aggregate. They're the people who have made passes. But really, you've got Robin Reed with a 13.9, Joe Bond with a 12.79, Tim Garlick with a 12.36, and then Tony Betts is your number 1 at the minute with a 12.16. But they have to get down the track.
Well, and one of them's coming right now. It's going to be Paul Harris taking on the one and only Apache of Tim Garlick. Now, this is a bit, well, if they want to be around in the final, they've still got to go A to B again once now. You can tip it all in for the final round. You can't do it yet because you've got to make sure no tyre smoke, no tyre shake, which is not always a given with these things, ever.
Yeah, Paul Harris is your long shot at the minute with a 15.2 second average.
They've almost got an ideal track. It's just prepped. It's ready to go.
Exactly.
Good smooth burnout, but if you look at the previous car that shook the tires, he was even shaking them during the burnout.
Yeah, the only thing I don't like about prep racetracks is lack of loads of tyre smoke. Although Tim Garlick used to have a much bigger throttle stop on the Apache, and we did used to get proper whiteouts like the old days with this car. So I do reckon the dark horse in the pack could be in the slick tricks lane, because the short numbers that he's put down so far this weekend have been way better than anything he's done before. If he can take it all the way through, we could have another one in the low 6s or the high 5s.
Well, the best dress of the weekend there for Miss Romanovska. Absolutely fabulous. Love that one. The Spice Girls tribute dress. But it's all about the racing now.
I'm going to go and stand next to her with my trainers and see if I get noticed as well. What do you reckon?
Yeah, go.
So nitromethane filling my sinuses in a minute. Really is burning my nose.
Well, he's got all of us, to be honest, mate. Goodness me. So Tim Garlick with the Apache. Paul Harris with the Dennis Priddle Tribute Monza. 6:07 best for Tim, 6:51 best for Paul this weekend. Oh, great pair. 594 for Tim Garlick. Paul Harris, 628.
Yes.
Oh,
Still
boy.
pooping out at the finish line at only 205 for Paul Harris. But I think that's placing the final books for Tim Garlick, everybody. Also, really, really quickly, where's Dave gone?
We don't mind losing like that.
You don't mind losing like that. That was beautiful. That was really, really good. What were the short numbers as well? Because I do reckon, give me 2 seconds. That
Right.
must have been nice to watch. Just
Yeah.
2 seconds. Right.
Right,
It was really,
60
really
for
nice to watch.
Apache.
We thought it had a 620 in there. We tweaked it just a little bit. Beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful. Colin, go on. Sorry, mate. Maybe
No, that's fine. Right, Tim Garlick 101 to 60, Paul 102. At the 8th, 390 for Tim, 402 for Paul.
Yeah, that's what he's
They
been
were
doing.
really good.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for Paul Harris, he just doesn't. The speed, he still took it through the finish line, but like he said to me up there last year, it just tends to run out of puff at the top end. It just doesn't seem to have.
Yeah, 205 to 236, so there was a difference in, as you say, at the top end speed.
Well, Tim Garlick knocking on for personal best with the 594. That is what you call super brave, as in track weather conditions different to the rest of the weekend. Give him a cheer, everybody. That's Paul Harris's crew. New personal best in that run. And like they just said, they don't really care about losing runs like that because that was beautiful. Absolutely lovely. Right, we're going to have a quick sweep in Tim's lane. So that is...
Well, Tim in the final.
Yeah, Tim in the final. However, I've got to say again, though, that was super brave to do that. Put that kind of run in it when that's kind of what that car normally runs on, like really strong days. Put that kind of run in it now. Certainly says something. Thomas.
Hello.
Hello. So, a bit of maths for you. Away you go. It's maths, sorry, Bob, because we're in England, not math.
Right.
Mathematics.
Sure.
So, 628 for Paul Harris. That means that there is a number now that somebody else or everybody else has to run if they want to be in the other lane, doesn't it?
Yes, and it's kind of unreachable, if I'm completely honest, because that 594 gives Tim an 18.30 aggregate. For Tony Betts to get in there better than that, he has to run better than a 6.1.
Sounds about right. I was more thinking...
What's Paul Harris's
Yeah,
combined?
I was thinking
That's
Paul
what-
Harris.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because, yeah.
So Paul Harris is a 21.5, so there's 3 seconds in there.
Ah, right. Okay.
Oh, okay, that's still plenty. However, Tony does have to go from here to there, and then hope Joe Bond doesn't as well. That's the other thing, because Joe Bond isn't that far away.
Well, Joe Bond could be next, actually. He is in the lanes. Also, right near the front. I don't know how it's going to work yet. You got the havoc of Nick Davis down there.
Yeah, I spoke to Nick a little bit earlier. Match racing is their priority.
Right.
Beating that other pesky Fiat is their priority this weekend.
Anything better than an 8.7 will get Joe Bond in the final.
At the moment.
Yeah, depending on what.
Depending on what Tony does, obviously. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. I just want to say also thank you very much, all you folks up there in the grandstands on the banking as well. Thank you very much for sticking with us. I hope that you enjoy the rest of the day and we make you glad that you did. It's always a pain when it rains. It's always a pain when we do have delays, but we hope to make it really, really worth your while here this afternoon. And also, thank you for choosing the best motorsport in the UK today, obviously. I'm not going to say what the other one is, but, you know, it's just over there about 40 miles away, something like that. Can't remember what's going on. So, Joe Bond, by the looks of it, will be next. Maybe even Robin Reed as well, actually. Robin's not too far away, is he?
Robin is literally head of the lanes because the only bit of Robin that I can see is the rear wing. I can't see the rest of the car, but then it is hidden by his own tow car, which we know quite well.
Now, this car was actually built in the late 80s. It was originally built to run in the European competition series, which went all around Europe. It used to run at tracks like places in Austria, all over the place. Robin did. Very, very successful indeed. There were a couple of Nitro Daimlers in the UK. One of them, this one, and also we can never forget Russ Carpenter with a Glacier Grenade, who, again, a tiny little weeny Nitro engine in comp. So that's what he should want. Actually, can we ask Robin if he doesn't mind doing that? Runs this in comp eliminator. That'd be great.
Yeah, what would the index be? Wow.
Don't care.
Well, yeah,
Just get him in.
Good
Well,
point.
actually, if you based on cubic inches, his index would be about a 10 something, I think.
Yeah.
So, Robin Reed and Wayne Allman, your next pair.
It's kind of an unusual couple.
Yeah, indeed.
The odd couple racing here, basically.
I'm going to say a little phrase you've heard before, Bob, possibly, but not in this way around. You're not from round these parts, are you? No, this is not odd in this place. This is perfectly normal for any summer afternoon in the UK.
But we're talking about Wayne.
We are, of course. And Robin as well. Two of the possibly most unique cars in the drag racing world, full stop. Robin Reed, I think the Daimler engine in there is 152 cubic inches in American, which is tiny, weedy.
Little 2.5. I love it.
Yeah.
Go on, Darryl, sorry.
I know, carry on. And for Wayne Orman, just getting the car back in forward again. The Space Bus, yesterday, a really, really good looking run. 199 miles an hour as well into the headwind. Yeah, Wayne's okay, that's good. So Robin went 6.89. Is there an outside chance the Space Bus could be in the final, please?
So the big cubic inches, but the aerodynamics of a brick in the Kestrel beer lane for the mental breakdown of Wayne Orman. But the tiny cubic inches and the more conventional dragster style, what can they do here?
Well, both on extremely good-looking runs. What have we got at the stripe? 6.87 and 7.22. Robin Reed finds just that tiny bit more from yesterday, but it's good, consistent runs there for Robin. That's 2 6.8s in a row. 7.22, 195 miles an hour there from Wayne Orman. Shoots out for both of them. And well, we like that a lot.
A little slow for Wayne.
7.22.
It's about right. He's run 6.9-ish.
6.99 he's been.
He's tipped just over 200 miles an hour, only just. But you've got to remember, that thing is all steel as well. Hand-built by him. It's a lot of weight. The engine in there is not a full-spec methanol motor. And quite frankly, it's also going that fast with a bus body around you. I mean, that's trying to defy the laws of physics.
And the way he sits in the car.
It's cool, isn't it?
It's scary.
There was an old A-Fuel dragster in California. I don't remember this one. Give the teams a big cheer, please, everybody. Great side-by-side run for both of them. Well done to the whole of Robin Reed and Wayne's team. Yeah, I used to run in Southern California, an A-Fuel car that used to have the driver sat right at the front and the engine was miles away behind him. There's just a whole bunch of tubing in the middle, and he was sat over the front axle. That's a bizarre way of doing it, that.
Yeah, the early days of pack motor cars.
And what a matchup this is. Bob Hawkins and Joe Bond.
Well, there's a lovely friendly rivalry going on with these two, I'm sure, to be the quickest and to win the race out of the slingshots. Joan with the blown methanol Hemi slingshot in the slick tricks lane. Bob Hawkins with the nitro Chevy in the Kestrel lane. Bob's best was been a 6.62, I think. Joe's 6.38.
Yep. Bob on.
Absolutely.
So at the minute, Joe has to run better than a 7.50 roughly to get into the final.
And what's he been running?
6.30.
6.38 so far, yeah.
Yeah, so that's a good. All right, that's a given. There's no
He
problem
can do
with
that. The only problem is down here, Jane's got hold of me, so if this goes awry, I won't see you guys for the rest of the day. Okay? This is Joe's mum, for anyone that doesn't know.
Bob Hawkins, however, does have a long shot in to the final.
Yeah, things have got to go quite badly wrong for everyone else, but you never know. Stranger things have happened. You've got to get there every time.
Also, remember these two have been in the final when it was a slingshot showdown. But now everybody is into the Cannonball format.
Fingers crossed for two clean runs.
Spins the tires in a whole shot, too.
But look at Joe Bond all the way through to a 6.34, 220 mile an hour. He books his place in the final for now.
Well, I like that. Jane was concerned until he ran quickly. There we go.
Gave you back your arm.
Certainly that was great. Well done to the whole Bond and Hannes team. So we now know what Tony Betts has to do to be in the other lane. Well done, Doug. Superb. Absolutely fantastic. Where's the weather gone? Oh, it's over there. That's all right. So who have we got left? We've got Tony Betts. I'm just trying to think who else might be around there, actually.
Yeah, Tony.
Dougie Hill?
Yeah, well, yeah. Tony's round there. Obviously, Havoc and the Bradfords are going to be going together. But the unfortunately, you know that little screen we've got up here, Daryl. It hasn't stuck. No, I think that could be it. Just Tony.
Yeah, it's good. Well, Tony and Dougie Hill, definitely, if Dougie's actually down for this run. Also, we've got the fuel altered as well. I thought I heard a pop up the other end. That more than likely may well be Bob Hawkins. He blazed the tyres off the start line again, but still legged it out to a really good 6.76. Give the team a cheer, everybody. They potentially book their place in the final. It all depends on what that pesky Venom car does in a few moments' time. That's the way you wing Dragstalgia Cannonballs, going down the racetrack every single time, running it out the back door and not scaring your mum. Well done.
Well, both cars have cleared the track at the top end, so it is literally just what they need to do to get the racing surface ready
to go
for our next pair.
Well, I'm just going to poke my head round the corner, see who is here. And yeah, you're absolutely right, Colin. The only car left is the only car that can get around Joe for the final of the Cannonball. It is Tony Betts with the Venom car. All the team looking rather relaxed, ready to go. Then we've got the two fuel altereds. We have Christian Zulaf with the Model A, the two-seater, and then a whole bunch of Nostalgia Superstock cars, which is where we started
thank
today.
you for that. It's giving me a heads up so I can get the ladders in order.
Oh, did I say Nostalgia Superstock? I meant Outlaw Aglia. I'm just kidding. Sorry.
What have you got?
Just say you swear at me. No, seriously. Nostalgia Superstock are right behind.
Okay.
So
I'd never wind you up, Colin. You
No.
should know that by now.
This is the first time I've listened to you, though.
Yeah. By the way, the door's locked.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Just throw my bag out. That'll be fine.
Yeah, catch it on the first bounce.
Something like that. So I'm not sure how much cleaning needs to be doing at the top end. Once again, I've got the same problem. Everybody is strapped in their race cars. So, Bob, have you enjoyed your weekend here at Sanderpod?
Immensely. This is great. You've got a wonderful facility. The cars are great. The people are amazing. That's the thing that helps the drag racing, is the people as well as the cars.
It's a worldwide family, isn't it?
It is. You know, no place else in the world has a track with a green area, a hill, that people can relax comfortably and watch a race like this. Now, this is just fantastic.
I'm glad the main takeaway of that was we got a bank. I like that. That's good. We have a grassy hill.
Yes, you have a grassy hill.
We do have a grassy hill. But yeah, you're right. I mean, there is actually a bar on top of that hill as well. So, you know, it makes it extra fun. Yeah. Thumbs up for the Venom team. Well, thank you for coming, Bob. It's been an absolute pleasure. And I do hope your takeaway from this weekend is that it's fun, most importantly.
Yeah, it is definitely that. And I'm really enamored with your track. It is just fantastic.
Well, like we always say to everybody, please come back again and bring friends. Many of them.
Yes.
I will do that.
Many as you probably, and some weather would go amiss, actually.
Weather. Well, you know, it's global change. There's spring, summer, fall, and winter. You know.
Yeah, we've had all of that today. You're right. Well done. So, Tony Betts in Venom. Needs to probably, as long as he, I think, runs something starting with a 6, he will be in the other lane to Tim Garlick to decide the Dragstalgia Cannonball Trophy later on today.
anything better than a 697 is what he needs.
There we go.
Oh, that's easy.
I bet you're glad you put your hand up for the maths job now, aren't you, Tom?
Yeah.
Did anyone else think for a moment he was just going to roll up and take the green? That was a long way out to start the burnout, but anyway, it's all good. So Tony yesterday went 6-0. The car's been in the 580s before. This is a legal nostalgia funny car. We have a number of them in the UK. Part supply being the issue. We would Andy Rohr, I think, was supposed to be one of those that wanted to be here this weekend, but they suffered engine damage back at the main event and couldn't make it, which is a big shame because we also have a nitro Volkswagen Beetle too. lurking somewhere in this country.
Well, as per usual, when the car comes back from the burnout, the team swarm around the car, make sure the wheelie bar ride height is set. Crew Chief John Wright does the final adjustments on top of the muck catcher.
He can take a leisurely run, just run in the sixes and he's there.
Yep. That's still easier said than done.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, he's still going to get from point A to B.
Well, his best this weekend is a 6:02. We've seen Apache go 5:94. Has Tony got anything in response to that? It's more important to get into the final.
He's on a run.
I'd say that was place booked. Another 6:02.
Wow.
Do you know what? That was almost a button that went off with the smoke, wasn't it? Exactly at the finish line stripe. But yeah, 6:02. Who actually is number one actually after that? Because I think it still might be Tony, actually.
I'm going to need a second.
Yes,
Yeah, no. It's no problem.
It's 12:04
Yeah.
for Tony. It's what the aggregate is for Tim.
Yeah. It's Tim and Tony in the final. It's
It
the
is,
short
yeah.
version. Tim went 5:94. You guys went 6:02. You have been on it all weekend long. And Les, I'm standing next to you telling you this. Here. It's all right. You're waiting to wait.
They're waiting for the numbers. They're waiting for the numbers.
No, but you are in the final with Tim. Definitely.
Right, Tom?
Definitely. Go on, go.
So, number one, and we'll, I believe, go to the final lane choice, is Tony Betts. 18.19 with a 0. And then Tim Garlick, 18.30. So, Tony Betts is your number one.
At the end of the 3 runs. Yeah, give the team a cheer.
By 2/10. I mean, that's tight.
It's very tight in the Cannonball format.
Over 3 runs, yeah. Tim did everything he could, to be honest with you, to take the number one spot. Tony did still have to run it all the way through. Okay, we have side-by-side fuel alters once again in the Kestrel lane from the USA with the Hot Stuff Fiat. Randy Bradford taking on Nick Davis for the home team with Havoc. Do these cars sound angrier than everything else, or is it just me?
Bradford's got to work real hard to get the car back together for this event. They're destroying the body of the I'm almost thinking they shook the tower more than the jet car.
Well, the great news from these two, not only are they here this weekend at Dragstalgia, but they will be back having another matchup at the European Finals in September.
I spoke to Nick Davis earlier, and it was really funny because he said to me, so was it entertaining? And I said, what? Are you kidding me? That was fabulous.
So I should probably add, it is 1-1 between these two. Nick Davis took the first race. Randy Bradford with an awesome driving job and a chase up the track, hit Nick to the stripe on the second one. We've not had a clean race yet. Then again, that with an alternate is all but rare. What can they do on this one? Best of 3. This is the decider. England on the...
Oh, I'm in smoke from Bradford.
Yeah, that was tyre spin.
Yeah. Oh, wow! Knocking on the door of the 5s, Robert. 6:04 at 2:37. Did you ever think you'd see that little thing, and I don't mean Nick, go that quick at this racetrack?
honestly, mate, this weekend I didn't think we'd see it around a 6. I mean, we couldn't hit our backside with both hands yesterday. I don't know what went wrong. We had a bit of a plan for the weekend. We wanted to try and settle the front of the car down a little quicker so Nick could steer it. We had big issues with it.
I do that, it's boring.
And man, oh man, you know, like the best laid plans, where did we get lost there? Last night we sat down and right, let's just try and go back to basics a bit and, see if we can get this thing to make a lap. And, well, there you go.
Give him a massive round of applause, please. That is a new record for fuel altereds in the UK.
Wow.
6:04. He's been faster than that before, but that number is outstanding. Randy Bradford wasn't giving up in the other lane, blazed the tyres and kept going to a 680 at 208 miles an hour. When they go up to get both drivers, I do think you will agree that may be one of the best value for money match races we've had. And they're going to do it all over again in September, which is absolutely awesome.
Let me give you some numbers.
Just let the crews...
here we
one
go.
sec. Yeah. Give them a cheer, everybody. Come on. Not every day you see a new track record for anything. That may be a new European fuel altered record, I think, as well. That was outstanding. Colin, sorry.
Right, how about this then? Nick Davis to 60 foot was 109, but Randy was 104. The 8th, Nick Davis was there, 4 flat, 190. And as you know, he went through at 604. We had a 204 back half then.
I'll tell you what, the 60 foot at 109 is a bit poochy for that car. But yeah, anyway, to be honest with you, who cares?
Magical.
New European fuel altered record, I think we've just seen before our very eyes. Well done to all of them. Okay, back onto 2 wheels. It's Ian King back on board the Hog Slayer this time. Yeah, that was a bit too good, Ian, to be honest with you. Beautiful burnout. Just want to say thanks ever so much for Bob Beck. I think he's taken the headset off now as well, but all the way from California. So, the amazing Hog Slayer on loan from the National Motorcycle Museum. I will find Keith in a moment, honestly. Oh, he's over there.
So the Hog Slayer this time being ridden by Ian King, who was Graham Sykes on the bike last night.
Yeah, Graham's on the shotgun this time though. It is just going to be, let's see if Graham, going to be a solo then for Ian King.
Well, there's something up. Wonder if there's anything for low ET on the bike for the weekend. Well, still great to see that machine out there. Ladies and gentlemen, before they go, give the whole team, the Hog Slayer team on the start line, a massive round of applause. The amount of effort that's gone in to get that bike here this weekend, I'm sure Keith will tell you.
Thanks, Darryl. You've got to admit that was epic seeing Hog Slayer again. It's not about the times, it's about the machine. It's paid its dues, and these guys have worked tirelessly. They've had a lot of people helping because they just wanted to see that bike back out on track again, and it was excellent. So Ian King taking it down this time. Of course, it did an 11-second run yesterday and sounding really nice, but it really is a venture into the unknown. It's running 90% nitro on a machine that dates back to the 70s. You don't normally do that because you end up with a pile of pieces. They've tried to be very careful, done all that they can. And again, massive thanks to the National Motorcycle Museum for letting them have the chance to bring that bike back on track again. It raced a lot of times here at Soundapod, also at Silverstone and Snetterton in the 70s, and so great to see it. But we move on with more bikes. George Hughes on Ramrod, 750, Blown Triumph. And he'll be running alongside Gary Norman on the double engine Norton. Injected Norton, a similar sort of machine to Hog Slayer. That bike was around in the same era as Hog Slayer. They put in a lot of work getting it running. Let's see how Gary Norman does. Georgie Hughes running very, very cleanly on ramrod now. 11.58 at 120 miles an hour, 12.46 at 109 for Gary Norman. But a good run there from George Hughes. His grandfather made that machine famous back in the 60s and 70s. He was almost one of the very first people into the nines. And I believe he was actually, Dennis Allen, this is, was the first employee at Alf Hagen's workshop, and that's a long time ago. Alf Hagen, builder of the famous Hagen Jap, which was the first bike in Europe into the nines back in 1967. So we got Tim Howell on his old style Street BSA. I think he had problems with his comp bike, so bringing out his second machine. And he'll be up against Ray Law. Trying to work it out. I think Ray's probably put more runs on double engine bikes than anybody. He's been around with doubles probably since about 1974. And he's kept sprinting ever since the days of drag racing. This bike did run in the 8s back in the day, only using 500cc motors, so actually still a very small capacity. First run of the weekend for Ray. Through with a 12.0. Had a cracked fuel inlet manifold yesterday, unfortunately, so didn't get to run. I was getting ready to fire up now. The most amazing little 500. Tiniest machine here, single cylinder, but it is phenomenal. They've got a new fuel pump on it, modified clutch, better ignition. And Jan said yesterday he's never had power like it. It was wild. They've obviously had a go at it. Marius van der Zijden done a few tweaks, but it really, really was a handful. So hopefully they can tame it down a bit, but they've only done this one run before this one you're about to see now. Hold your ears, because it's one of the noisiest things around. It may be small, but as I say, it is powerful. Got a special little plate there down on the track, so they won't be burning out on the track itself. That would definitely be not allowed. This is the quiet phase. Short, sharp burnout there. As alongside him will be Justin Newell on the 250 blown Honda. My apologies, really shouldn't keep moving in front of the speakers. Mick Hand this weekend, down on the start line, normally known for the Storm drag bike. This was his early machine. Did I mention that bike was a handful? That is power. It has run a best of 8.19, but that was way, way back, I think in the 1990s, but still went through with a 10-second run. Goodness knows how long he was smackhead again. Yeah, sorry, Daryl, and everybody else. I'm lucky because I can't hear what I'm saying. You've got to suffer it, but we're back to four wheels. So I'll hand you back to Daryl.
Thank you very, very much indeed, Keith. And very, very quickly, thank you, Simon, for the message. A very, very quick, happy... hang on 2 seconds, if I can read. Just want to say to Harry, hi to Harry, who's 9 years old and here at Santa Pod for the first time with his mum, Sarah. So, Harry, if you're 9 years old and your mum's name's Sarah, well, her name's Mum, obviously, hope you have a wonderful day. Back to you fellas in the tower and the two-seater.
Okay, thanks very much indeed. A 5-minute warning for the final warm-ups, or the cackles, if you like. Tudor Rose and Yesterday's Dreams, the cackle cars, will be outside the Nostalgia marquees, and they'll be doing their final cackles here at Dragstalgia. So in about 5 minutes' time, you want to get yourselves over there. But here we go, Paul Brown with the two-seater dragster. This, I believe, is Alex Smith in the back. Goes 802 at 167 miles an hour. Right, I have breaking news. You like this, folks. I have the final pairings for the Dragstalgia Cannonball. A final, if you like, or the ninth pairing, because obviously we're going to try and run them all, whoever's left, will be Tim Garlick against Tony Betts. The third and fourth place runoff will be between Joe Bond and Robin Reed. The fifth and sixth runoff is Wayne Allman against Bob Hawkins. And then the 7th and 8th place runoff is Paul Harris and Nick Davis. Paul Harris and Nick Davis. Ooh. Now, the reason is, because obviously Nick's been doing the best of three with Randy Bradford, but of course he still qualified for the Dragstalgia Cannonball. And he ended up in 8th place. So Nick Davis is going to be going alongside Paul Harris in the Dragster Cannonball. And then Randy Bradford, looks like he was in the 9th place and will be going alongside Robbie Grubman. But we know Robbie didn't make the last call, and that's for everybody behind them, I don't think made the last call, like Wendy Bacon, the Flavels, Jim Usher, we know Jim was broken, Adam Clayton we hadn't seen for a while, same with Adam Gledo, Roy Wilding and Dougie Hill. But we do have Christian Zulaf down there. He's had a bit of a blast this weekend, hasn't he? Thoroughly enjoyed him being here this weekend. Are we going to see another 7-second pass? Well, that's the straightest run it's done all weekend long. And it goes 770 at 168, just a smidge off the 766 that he had run before. Right, this is where I start to get very, very busy indeed, as it's round 2 of Nostalgia Superstock. This is where we whittle them down from a field of 32 down to 16. Nick Martin then with the Downtown Duster, taking on Lee Charles with Charles Play. 11.50 dial in for Nick. That's the quickest the Duster has ever gone. He's sort of a little bit happy with the performance of the car. It's come on leaps and bounds, and he's going to go into round number 3. No Lee Charles, unfortunately. I don't know what the issue was for Lee, but Nick Martin dials 11.50, goes 11.64. He's into round 3. Justin Mulder going going to be taking on Neil Francis. 1361 plays 1070. Justin pulled a 00 light out of the bag in round one. Going to need to do the same thing again here because Neil Francis is a very, very good racer indeed. Justin extremely experienced on the quarter mile, but he'll admit it, he's more of a entertainer. But nevertheless, he can be a racer as well. I love what Justin does with everything that he drives and what Sally drives as well. Great to have around. Well, Neil Francis closing that gap. It's all about the stripe, yeah, and it's a breakout actually for Justin Walnut, and a big breakout as well. 13:39, 10:77 on that 70, and it is Neil Francis that goes into round three. 10:95 the dial-in for Adrian Portelli, taking on the #1 qualifier, Pete Christmas. Well, there's no luck involved with Pete being #1 qualifier. They have done a lot of work on this car recently. Fair to say, we've invested a fair few funds gone into this car recently, and it's paid off handsomely. Dialing in of 10:47. It's going to be Adrian going first though, 10:95. Let's see who's the bravest. Looks like Pete's shadowing at the stripe, and indeed he does. 10:53 to a loser, 11:01. Only by 100th of a second, and that was in effect a whole shot win. So Pete Christmas goes into round number three. Always good when you get the watch shop taking on Williams Brothers Racing, the two biggest teams in Nostalgia Superstock. Dan Williams, Glyn Boardman for this pairing. 10:65 for Dan, 10:05 for Glyn. Oh, and it is over. Glyn Boardman goes 0-1 red. So it is going to be Dan Williams that moves on into round number three. He does 10:65. He runs 10:68. He had an 0-4 light. Glyn, well, he went red and he broke out as well. 9:98. He knew he'd lost that, so he ran it out of the back door to see what it would do, and it went into the nines. Another one on the watch shop. It is Dave Simcock taking on the man who took the best reaction time money. Yep, Don Scott. Life in the old buzzard yet. I love Don. He's a proper character. Knows how to drive a car as well. But let's see if we can get around Dave Simcock. The dial-ins, 10:03 for Don, 10:30 for Dave. Dave going first. Green light on both sides of the tree. So we've got a proper race to the stripe here. And it is a win light for Don Scott, 10:15. The win margin, 0.007 at the stripe. Don had to work hard for that one. As the better reaction time, other side of the tree. But it is Don Scott. Your next pair, Paul Smale, Gary Semper. You got the Tin Indian Firebird taking on the Thirsty Work Malibu. 12:15 plays 10:16. Oh, Gary Semper goes red by, oh, he's not going to want to see this timing slip. 0.008 red. Mind you, Paul Smale went 0.005 green. A break, so it's a double breakout. It's all irrelevant, really. But Paul Smale goes through. He cut a 005 light green, and he is into the next round. Jim Smith and Rick Denny. 10:30, plays 11:38. Two very experienced racers. Tough one to call, this one. Going to be Rick going first. Both away well. So Jim doing the chasing, but has he got enough to get around Rick Denny at the stripe? The answer is he has. 10:43. Actually, Rick breaks out by 0.03 of a second. He got there first by a fair old margin. If he looks over his shoulder, he may have lifted, but it is Jim Smith that he's going to go into the next round, where he will race Paul Smale. Chris Tyhurst with the Chevelle. 12:20 dial-in for him, going alongside Gary Cork. Gary looking for 11:83, so it will be Chris with the Chevy going first, and then it's going to be the Dodge of Gary Cork trying to get round him. Nick Martin with the Downtown Duster awaits the winner of this pairing. Right, green on both sides. So they're going to sort this one out as they go under the Santa Pod gantry. 12:20 plays 11:83, and it is Chris Tyhurst that takes that one. A win margin of 0.3 at the stripe. But Chris takes it. Gary Carr and Dave Bilodeau. A new ride for Gary, this one, the Boiling Point Nova at home. So he's recently acquired this Chevelle car that was put together by the team at Williams Brothers Racing. And Gary, the new owner of this car, and having a lot of fun with it as well. Taking on, though, Dave Bilodeau with the Dodge Challenger. The car is actually up for sale, but if he doesn't sell it, he's going to keep on running it. Now, Dan Williams gets the winner of this one. And it is Gary Carr that takes the win. Dave Bilodeau goes red by a fair old margin, by a 10th actually. So it's Gary Carr. Goes 12:29 on the 22. Oh, Keith, you got a choice now, haven't you? Your crew chief for Gary, yet your son is in the other lane. Oh, I like that one. Next up then, Jack Bishop with the Barracuda taking on Chris Goodale with Russo's Rat. 992 plays 982. Neil Francis awaits the winner of this pairing. There's only a 1/10 of a second difference on the tree for this one. The weird thing is, if Chris goes first on a green, then you know he's got him covered. It's all about reactions off the line as well as running your numbers. See what happens then. Jack Bishop with the Barracuda. He is in the Kestrel Beer lane. And Chris Goodale with Russo's Rat in the Slick Tricks lane, and it is a green light drag race. Well, it looks like Jack, I think, has got this one covered, and he has. 998 to lose out 983. That will go down as a whole shot win. A 0.12 to a 0.28. Jack Bishop into round number 3. 3 pairs left. Dan Sanderson taking on Chris Shell. Make that 4 pairs left, actually. 13.75 for Chris. 13.89 for Dan. The White Mustang, 0.14 of a second, will be leaving first. Another green light race. This is good to see all these, well, majority of these races sorted out at the stripe. Don Scott's going to get the winner, but who's it going to be? It's Dan Sanderson who takes that one, 14.01 to lose out 13.83. So Dan taking on Don in round 3. Jake Cawthorne and last year's winner, Ash Rawson. So it's the flag jumper, 63 Dodge, taking on Kermit the Duster. Jake's going to go first, 11.05. Ash, 10.34. Both get a green. And it's Jake Cawthorne that takes that one, 11.07 on 11.05. Ash Rawson, last year's defending winner, is out. Jake Cawthorne into round number 3. Royden Mitchell and Andy Bossenworth. Buzz to everybody that knows him, with a Spirit of 66 Coronet taking on the Valiant. And it's 10.88 Royden taking on 10.55 Boz. Again, it's green, green. Let's see who's got about the race car then. Oh, breakout for Boz. He got there first, but he went 400ths under. Bang on for Royden Mitchell. Dialed 10.88, runs 10.88. Just as well because neither of them had decent reaction times there. But it is Royden that goes through. Oh, it's changed again.
Yeah, that's updated for breakages and the like. No, that's final pairings, isn't it? That is. No, that, yeah, final pairings as in all the way from...
it changed. No, it's changed again.
Yep.
Right, Stuart Floyd and Rob Terrell. This is the last pair in Nostalgia Superstock. Whoever wins this one, it's going to be Christmas. It's Pete Christmas. But they'll be facing.
He's never had any of that all of his life.
Rob Terrell goes red. It is Stuart Floyd that is into round 3. Stuart. 13.90 with a 3 on a 13.90 darling. That is an excellent job. Right, that's Nostalgia Superstock. Into round number 3, the field of 16. Pete Christmas taking on Stuart Floyd. Nick Martin has got Chris Tyhurst. Royden Mitchell taking on Jake Cawthorne. Gary Carr and Dan Williams. That's a good one, yeah. Paul Smale going to be taking on Jim Smith. Neil's going to be taking on Jack. And then you got the Dan and Don show at the end. Dan Sanderson taking on Don Scott.
We have Outlaw Anglia at the head of the lanes for round 2. Random pairings for, again? Quite
I've seen a ladder now on Facebook that Colin posted, but it did say chip draw was for round 2. So...
Yeah, no problem. The reason that's been moved around, sorry, I apologise. They're not in it. Sorry.
So, pairings then for round 2 of Outlaw Anglia. Rob Brindle taking on Doug McClure. Dalton Scarlett taking on Rob Stone. Luke Hoskins taking on Barn Levy. Wayne Power taking on Colin Miller. And Gary Hill taking on Martin Payne. However, that's later, apparently. Because underneath us now we have Gasser Circus. Tony Pearson and Ray Turner. Ray Turner dials in 10.91. Tony Pearson dials in 10.45. Tony been doing some lovely wheels up launches. But what can the drivers do on this one? Fingers crossed for a green light drag race, as per usual. Ray should leave first. Tony should then chase him down.
Should. We can't read out reaction times, but they weren't close. Ray Turner took the win. He was 0-1 on the tree, Ray Turner, and to be honest with you, after that, it didn't really matter too much what he ran as long as he didn't break out, because there was no way Tony Pearson was going to run him down. Okay, Ray Irish and Dean Maudsley. Dean sacrificing some rubber to the rubber gods, if things like that exist. I know we've got aluminium gods, I'm not sure about rubber ones. No? Fair enough. Anyway, 11.62 and 10.22, the pickup. Going to be going second. Close race again, look at that. It's a breakout for Dean Maudsley, and he still didn't get there first. That was all on reaction time. 0.8 for Ray Irish. Dean was 0.3 once again. That was all he needed. I think Nostalgia Superstock will be just turning around and coming back again, won't they?
Yeah.
But seriously, because they've still got round of 16 to go.
All right, Patrick Hobbs with the Southern Flyer taking on Nick Hewison with short fuse. Well, we've had one of the alternates go through already with Ray Irish. Can Patrick Hobbs follow suit? But then they only got 2 rounds of qualifying in. Short answer is yes, as the short fuse is blown. 9.98. 11.94 on 11.94.
He wasted it. No, he won. Sorry, beg your pardon. Drag racing, we've always said, is a right place, right time sort of sport. And puns like that, there's never a place for them, ever. Really? No, if there was a right place for that, that was it. That was it, mate. Well done. Sam Glenn.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's true. It's same as my Christmas #1 joke. Well, not joke, it's whatever, yesterday. Anyway, the straight shooter of Sam Glenn in the Kestrel Lane taking on Sean Milsom with Ain't Misbehaving. Whoa! Steady on, Sean. Dearie me. The left rear wheel came off the ground. I don't know if he's seen his one. Sean, your wind lights on. Steady. Dearie me. 10.58 breakout as well for Sam Glenn. He was 006 red. Sean was 003 bang on the tree. But the way the car twisted, it lifted the left rear tyre off the ground, which was what sent him left. Good job, sir.
It's always good when you see the photographers nodding after something like that, isn't it?
That was low. That was a bit more lively than he probably wanted it to be. It looks good, but it's not the sort of stuff you want to be doing if you want to be going rounds, obviously. But well done, Sean. Held on to it perfectly. Outlaw Anglia, round number 2. Heads up race. First to the finish line wins. Luke Hoskins with the Let It Be in the Slick Tricks lane against Barn Levy from Ireland with the Barnstormer. Shame Ben Rushforth isn't here for many reasons, especially just to be in the other lane to annoy Barn, frankly.
Yeah, I'd say Callum Pudge got that one.
I'd say he pretty much nailed it, to be honest with you. Although I can't see any air under the left tyre, so Callum, do better. Just kidding, obviously.
So, winner of this matchup, we'll go against the winner of Wayne Power and Colin Miller.
So you have got a ladder, that's showing off. It's going to be Barnaby with a 9.37 win line. Great try from Luke Hoskins, 969 at 136. Not much difference in speed, but Barnaby was off the line by over 0.2 of a second. Best. Okay, Rob Brindle, who was actually our number 2 qualifier.
Yeah, don't forget they do a chip draw for the pairings, and then they actually posted the pairings on their Facebook page. So that's how the chip draw works out. So forget about who they did race previously. That's the order of the chips that they came out. So
excellent. So Doug McClure with the slug cess venting the nitrous once again.
So to come, you got Wayne Power taking on Colin Miller, and then Dalton Scarlett is going to be racing Rob Stone.
Cracking races, no matter what.
Yeah.
Thing is, as well, it's never done until it's done. You know, Dalton Scarlett wasn't on the pole with Colin Miller last year, and he won because he did it when he needed to. Great looking run for Rob Brindle. At 8.67, 147 agrees. Dougie goes. 10.58, 127. Stuzy is still the quickest in the household. So, Colin Miller with a flying fifer in the Slick Tricks lane. One of our 6-second cars in Outlaw Anglia. The only 6-second car here this weekend racing as well.
For the time being.
Absolutely.
Just
the only
that
current 6-second car racing. Taking on Wayne Power from just up the road in Northampton. Colin from a long way up the road in Fife in Scotland.
I'm talking to people a long way away. John Willard been messaging backwards and forwards.
Good.
He's been tuning into the live feed and how can I put this? Teasing us what might be happening in the future. So who knows when. we'll just see.
John, you should have just sucked it up and left the car here.
Yeah.
Really, that would have been a better way of doing it. Okay, it'd been a mare of a journey just to get here, but could have been easier.
Yeah, just cunningly disguise a box of cornflakes as a pop and put it in the container going back. Do you know what I mean?
Not the worst idea. So, Colin Miller and Wayne Power, your next pair. Colin was facing the wall when he left and he shook the tyres. Is he still going? He's got to stay on it to stay ahead. Almost looks like a bracket race. Oh, dear me, that was way closer than it was going to be. Wayne Power gave it everything. Yeah, that was the long way round, wasn't it? Colin was off the line first. The car actually shook the tyres and went for the wall, but he was pointed slightly right when he staged up, was Colin Miller that time. But a round win's a round win. You still got to get there first. Gary Hill, Martin Payne. Martin back on form in the 8s in round 1. So looking at the ladder, how many more rounds of racing have they got to go?
Well, this will put them into their quarterfinals.
Okay.
And then, so in other words, there'll be 6 cars left. And then, obviously, that'll give us 3 pairs. And then one of them will have a bye and a semi, and the other 2 will race for the spot in the final. But, as I say, it's chip draw.
Yeah.
So,
every round?
Yeah, every round.
Wow, Martin Payne going for a big wander. Is this Gary Hill's chance? It looks like it is. Yeah. 977 takes the win. Martin Payne all over the shop in the Slick Tricks lane, which is what anglers do. This can be a good one.
This, yeah.
Race of the round, I think, actually. ET-wise, anyway, previous ET-wise. Rob Stone with the head rush with the worn-out tyres, which is why he's doing huge burnouts.
I think they could be discarded at the end of this meet, but no, Rob, he'll probably save for another 3 years.
Oh, yeah, they can be recycled as tyres again. And Dalton Scarlett, your defending Outlaw Anglia champion from 1 year ago today. Made good, clean, consistent, low 7-second runs. That was also his first weekend ever in the car, wasn't it, I think?
So spectacular. What a time to do it as well when you had the biggest field of outlaw anglers and the quickest
in the world as well. Yeah, he never got to race him.
No.
Unfortunately, John Willard never got to race day, which is just the most immense shame.
Well, hold on tight. Let's be Dalton.
Well, Dalton Scarlett making a race of it by giving Rob a head start. But that was that. That was also a
7:09.
new quick ET and a new personal best speed as well for Dalton Scarlett. Rob Stone put on a brave fight. Actually, he left by nearly half a second, but he was never going to beat low ET of the weekend. 7:09 at 194 for Dalton Scarlett. What did we say that ET record was for Fordson? 7:07.
7:07, I think, yeah.
Speed? That?
Oh, it could be that.
Yeah, it could be that now. Yeah, that could be the fastest Fordson in the UK now.
But as Mark Scarlett says, Del Boy back in the house. Because he was on 3 wheels again that time. It was twisting.
Yeah, if he wants to win rounds against quick cars, he might need to speed up the reactions. But again, it's all about going rounds, getting down the track. So, Willis Wars round.
Well, they're doing their own thing, basically, aren't they?
They are indeed. Ian Challoner and John Dalrymple. Closest to Darlin. The Darlins are on the board at the top end. 9.95 for John Dalrymple. Ian Challoner, 9.99. Well, Ian Challoner to go for a good look at the other lane.
Oh, 9.95 with an 8 on a 9.95. John Dalrymple. Bang on his number there. Ian Challoner, only 400s off, but needs to work on reaction times a little bit there. But nevertheless, John Dalrymple, you can't fault that run when you hit your dialing.
So, Chris Cockburn and Daniel Bates. Chris looking for 12.70. Dan looking for 10.11. Well, 10.10 on a 10.11. That's very close for Dan. Chris, 12.48. Huge breakout, but that doesn't matter just yet. Sean Hinden looking for 11.00 in the Slitrix lane and 10.98. The dial in for Dave Wheatley. Well, that's got to be one of the tallest Willises in the world, isn't it?
I think they are all that way, to be honest. It's just the way they were. Proper bootlegger's car with the boot seats in the back as well.
Yes. Yeah.
Wouldn't fancy being in one of those, but it's easier than walking, I suppose. Nice looking run for Dean Wheatley. 11.17 comes up on the board. Sean Hinden goes 12.69. A bit quicker than earlier. Well done. So I think we have 2 more cars for the Willis Wars. And then it is the Wild Bunch, I think, for what maybe it will be their final run of the weekend.
Yeah, so final pair of Willis Wars, Pike Murray And Alan Rimmel. Alan looking for 14.48. Pike looking for a 12.60.
Just making sure the racetrack is in tip-top condition before the next car goes down that lane.
Here we go then, cars coming forwards. Pike looking for a 12.60, Allen looking for a 14.48. Oh, 004 red for Alan Rimmel in the Slick Tricks lane. And a 12.94 for Pike. 14.56 for Alan. As we move into the Wild Bunch. Hello, Mark. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
So the Charlie Bang Special and Rich Butcher.
Too old school and built years ago as well, so.
So is this going to be everybody's final run, Mark?
Yeah,
I think it may well be.
Yeah, it'll be the final run, and Clara add everyone's up and go from there. Like I said, the only way you get knocked out of the top 4, or it's 6 actually, at Dragstalgia, so is if you red light.
No, red lighting's red. Pulling a red's a naughty thing to do.
Definitely is.
Even with dialing racing.
Yeah. You have to push the tree once in a while, though, otherwise you're not trying.
Well, if this was a race, how close was that?
Look at that, a huge breakout for the flathead in the Kestrel lane. That's 0.7 of a second too quick. 0.7. So Dave Schumacher with the, I would say the right proportion rear tyres on there. You might not agree, but...
Well, I mean, I've got 33 12s on mine.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, it doesn't make the car look wrong in any way.
He isn't going to run out of grip, is he?
No, no.
Definitely not that. Against Andy Roy. Very silly question, right? Now, this is one for someone that obviously doesn't know mechanics very well, so it's bound to be an easy answer. Your car, like you said, the size of tyres you run, and you've run 8 zeros, would it make it go quicker if you used bigger tyres?
I don't think we'd have the horsepower to pull a bigger tyre. We only went to we used to always run a 32-inch.
Mm-hmm.
But back in 22, Hoosier were not producing a 32. We had to go to otherwise we couldn't have come out in 22. We had to go to a 33 tyre. It's probably given us a bit more rollout, so we've got more speed at the top end.
What a lovely looking run from Andy Roy.
Both of them, in fact.
Yeah.
And it's a 9 for both
wow,
of them.
That's a PB. That's got to be a PB. Look at the crew. Well done, crew.
On both sides of the track. 992 to a 994, 135 and 131. That's what we like to see. Happy people. They're not going to believe it when you get out the other end and tell them what they run. No, they won't, will they? I'll tell you what, have a laugh. Don't go. Just leave them up there, right? Just leave them there.
I've been there, done that.
They've done that to you.
Usually when Havoc, like last weekend, when Havoc ran after the last round of qualifying and Super Pro, I knew my crew wouldn't come round or
And get
down
you
until
until it run.
Havoc turned round the corner. And I was correct. Look at him standing up there. Look.
Right, obviously the news there. 2 first-time runners in the 9s because they both had 10s.
10s, yeah.
And obviously 2 PBs at the same time.
Massively,
so great.
yeah.
That's
Well
the way
done.
to do it.
Dan Wilson and James Auld. One of the oldest cars in the UK, taking on one of the oldest looking cars in the UK.
Would you say one of the oldest?
James Auld.
Yeah, oldest.
Oh.
God, dear, he's not getting it, is he?
I completely missed that one.
Yeah, but you did the right thing, mate.
Or
by
just try to
missing
ignore it.
I missed it. It doesn't tend to go away, though, but, you know.
Let's see how Dan close he can get to his 10:35.
He's been real close every time,
Yeah.
isn't he?
Oh, wow.
That was for Dan Wilson going bang on. 10.35 with a 0 on a 10.35. Well done.
Yeah.
James Auld goes 12.78, which wasn't exactly bad on a 12.70, but when the guy in the other lane is running bang on his dialing.
That's crazy. That's why he's last year's champ.
And probably not doing too bad this year either.
No, I think he's doing quite well.
Just check with you, Drax. Have we had a perfect ET yet? Oh. No, we have now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's the money.
Excellent.
Well done. Yeah, 10.35 with a 0.
Let's see how Terry or Mark get on in Cross's old car.
That's a very unoptimistic 9 flat, that is, though.
Yeah, I think Tim might go a little bit faster than that.
By a bit, by half a second. 8.49 at 1.41, 10.85. It's a good job. It's not like when you get nicked for speeding in Finland. It's means tested on your income.
Yeah.
So the fine is proportionate. The fine is proportionate to how
wealthy you are.
That was good though. That was very, very good.
When Ben had that car, he put NOS on it. He went deep into the 7s.
Really?
With the V12 Jack with NOS on it.
Colin Child with the Boxo Bomb Topolino. Another great little car that's gone through a few hands, although it does look like he might have a problem. He does have a problem, unfortunately. Going to be Ian Wild with the Wildcat on a solo.
It's not often you see a Jag-powered anything, let alone a supercharged Jag-powered anything.
Especially, you don't see many supercharged cars where the driver doesn't have to look round the injector.
True.
Just look straight past it,
Yeah.
really, because it's off to the side.
Very ingenious that when you've got a straight 6.
Not bad at all. 11.86, 115 miles an hour. Right, we do have some cleaning to do in the Kestrel lane. It won't take too long anyway. Fortunately, it's behind the start line, but whatever it was.
It looks like trans fluid, doesn't it?
Hard to tell. You would know more than me, but yes, it does actually. It looks definitely coloured, and it needs cleaning up by the shoe. So it's going to be. We won't be too long at all. Don't worry. Don't go anywhere at all. We've got our final set in the Dragstalgia Cannonball. We've still got more eliminations to go for Outlaw Anglia and obviously Nostalgia Superstock 2. But we are getting through it. We are getting it done. This is the last run for the Wild Bunch. I should think the Supercharged Outlaws probably aren't far away.
They were coming down when I...
That's not a call for you, by the way, just in case I get in trouble. But Supercharged Outlaws won't be all that far away too. So if people do like what they see, Mark, and want to get involved with the Wild Bunch, what's the best way?
Basically, if you go on the Facebook page or we've got a website, contact Claire Meadows. The contact details will be on. No, if you put a shout out on Facebook page, one of the committee members will spot it and notify Claire, or Claire will spot it. But Claire Meadows, she's the chief basically. head honcho of Wild Bunch, and she's been doing it for years.
And a quick word about Claire as well. Seriously, while we got a moment. Just last year, it blew my mind last week. So there were 3 cars here for the Summer Nationals last week.
Yep.
She lives near Bristol, doesn't she?
Yep.
3 cars here. She drove all the way from Bristol to make sure everybody was okay. They knew how to run dial-ins, whatever. For 3 cars. She came up here to give us our commentators' notes and then had to go because she had a prior engagement with Chris the next day. So she had to leave at like 10 o'clock in the morning.
She's very passionate.
But
about
she came all the way just to do that.
Yep.
You know.
Yeah. I've known Claire a long time now. So I met Chris and Claire back in, I think, end of '94, beginning of '95, and sort of like coached me into joining Wild Bunch. Like I said, in the joint end of '95. First season '96, so I've been there since the beginning.
And it's a great, what we said this before as well, it is a great comparatively cheap way of going racing. So I don't think I'm going to tell tales, but the car that we just see unfortunately broke, but towed up there, less than 10 grand, you can get yourself something to go in.
Less than that sort of thing, So there's cars out there, if you want to just come to the nostalgia events, Dragstalgia, Hot Rod Drags, doesn't have to be MSA legal. I always tell people you can't put a value on your life, so buy the best safety equipment you can.
Of course.
But, the cars don't have to be MSA legal, so if we can find old cars in barns and they're still safe to race at a reasonable speed, then bring them out, because that's what it's all about, is keeping the history alive of racing.
And to a certain extent, that was kind of how you got started as well, was it? Is that right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, I've been brought up around my mentors as such were Steve Johnson of Motor Mouth's fame, Martin Jones, Barry Giles. They're all from where I lived. I've known them all my life, so I was brought up around that sort of scene, Tequila Sunrise, Motor Mouth of the old school. And then, Steve Young had a car, and he let me drive it in '92.
That was the end of that then?
Yeah.
Basically.
Pretty much. So,
here we are now. Yeah, so what car was that so he let you drive that car, and then how did you get into actually racing yourself?
Well, so basically, like I said, he let me, which the car is now Rathchild.
Okay.
So he had that car from '89 till '94. He bought it off of Jim Seaward. End of '94, he's like, I'm done for what I can afford to do. By then, I'd already brought a chassis and parts to start building my own car. And he basically said, I'm done. And he's like my second dad, Steve Young. I've known him all my life. And he's like, I brought rolling chassis, enclosed trailer, a fuel jug, which I still own to this day, 2-piece fire suit, loads of other bits and pieces. And this is the bit, end of '94, I paid £1,200 for it.
1,200 quid.
For a rolling chassis.
It sounds cheap. It sounds cheap when you say it like that. But how many grand are we down by now? Then, 30 years later.
I was 20 years old, sort of thing. Yeah. So that was a lot of money back then. But,
of course.
Brought that, sold everything I had, which brought my first engine and gearbox. Raced it for 10 years. End of 2004, they brought the chassis tag rules in, and the car was nowhere legal. So we sort of played for 2005, 2006, and plans were in foot to build what is now Ballbreaker. And the plan, luckily I've got a very good team, the plan was to build a legal chassis and put everything on from the old car to the new car.
Okay.
The only thing that is from my old car is front wheels, rear wheels, gearbox, case, and that's it.
And you. And you, obviously. And you.
I just moved the goalposts, the need for speed.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's one of those things, when you start getting into it, you think, well, I'm going to do it, might as well do it that way, and if I'm going to do that, I might as well do it that way. And it just keeps going, doesn't it? The best intentions always start out like that way, doesn't it? So for your original sort of like 1,200 quid, and then the engine going in it, what sort of ETs were you running back then?
At the end of the 10 years, it was the little 305 on pump gas, 600 double pumper, 2-speed glide. We got it down to 1038 was the fastest I ran with it.
So for that, you can't go quicker for that much money at all.
I would say paying £1,200 for it probably cost me £5,000 in total to build it, get it up as I wanted it. And over the 10 years, it only cost me probably another £5,000 to run. because it was just petrol. I didn't touch it I probably put one set of bearings in it in 10 years. So, because we never pushed it hard as such. So
Budget racing at its finest, definitely that.
But I can't say that about Ball Breaker because
it ain't.
No, no, I daren't say how much I've spent on that one. So.
But at the same time, it's all related to speed. It's all related. Again, it's related to what you want to do.
Yeah,
so if you wanted to stay in the Wild Bunch, there was, okay, apart from you could have done a few tweaks to make it go quicker, faster, but you wanted to do more.
Like I said, that when they brought the chassis tech rules in, because Wild Bunch was doing MSA events, back then, and my car wasn't legal, and I've always preferred that side of the competition. That obviously the getting knocked out, you've got to try.
Yeah.
You can't just come.
As in elimination type.
Yeah.
Thing.
So you get knocked out, you go home, and great. It's great these guys can do 4 runs, 3 runs, whatever it is on a Sunday sort of thing, and just keep coming round. And I enjoy that, but the competitive side of it, in me personally, prefer the MSA. So that was the only route really. If I wanted to stay racing, doing loads of events, I was building a new chassis that was MSA legal, but the goalpost moved.
Yeah, and then the small block Chevy, was that built by you guys as well?
Yeah, basically. Like I said, so it was going to be everything from the old car, and while we were building the chassis, Roy Wilding building the chassis on Euro Dragster's fault, on the for sale side of things, there was a short motor, 383 stroker, like Eagle crank, Eagle rods, short motor. I think it was £1,200. So I'm like, okay,
that's not that bad, is it?
We'll buy that, And then 2008, my dad was going out to the States. He's like, can you drive the RV for me? So I'm like, we're going to the States. And I came back with the fuel injection systems.
Of course you did.
So I've planned a holiday to the States.
When I first ever went out there was people I was with. There was a whole list of stuff from a speed shop that they had to go and get.
Well, my first trip was '92, and I brought back 4 Goodyear front runners, a pair for Steve Young and a pair for Steve Warner. And I was 21 years old and came back through customs with 4, and they went on to that, like, what is that now car? Steve Young put them on in '92,
right?
And I took them off the same rims because they came over to the new car in 2016.
Blimey.
So I got my
So it's worthwhile, definitely a worthwhile kind of trip.
Here we got Pete Brown in Rothschild this time.
And Elliot Jones in the Raging Cajun. 11:20 and 10 flat the dial-ins.
Looks a good run for Pete.
Very good
and
run.
It's catching him.
Oh, it's a 10. I don't think they wanted to do that, but they'll take it anyway. 10.95 at 121. And Elliot goes at 10.13, 125 miles an hour.
A perplexed Natalie on the start line as well.
They have had Rothschild down into the 10.7.
We've got Callum back. We saw him yesterday with a troubled run, which is unusual for him. Callum is another one that the car is legal. He does run in Super Pro with you guys and does a bang-on job of it, doesn't he?
Yeah,
really does.
I think it was main event. Me and him run in one of the qualifiers, and I've gone and he caught me up at the top end, and he dialed 892, and he's like, I ain't got a clue what I ran because I had a massive turn to the wall,
wiggle,
and he went bang on. And he's like, it don't make sense of that sort of thing. So it's a tidy little car, very quick.
It's quite new, funnily enough, isn't it? It's not that old at all. It's just built again. Like you said, built in the style.
I think the body is old. I think the body has got a bit of history.
I think the body's probably older than Callum, frankly.
Yeah, probably.
There's a very good chance of that.
Well, it was pulled out of the end of someone's garden.
And why not?
And I'm not sure how much of that was left, but it's now the King's Topolino taking on Paul Tarry in the other lane. Again, something that's got lots of history.
Good launch there for Callum.
Yeah, very uncallum-like reaction time of nearly a second, but he just made sure. 9:04 at 1:42. 11:21 at 1:22. Closer to the index was Paul Tarry.
Next up then, Rory Hart and Rob Brown.
Rory with the little funny car. The really little funny car.
It is a very little funny car.
Which he built himself, didn't he?
The chassis, yes. I can't think where he got the body from. They brought like a rolling chassis with that body on.
Okay.
But the chassis was, done, sort of
All
thing.
home, yeah.
And Rory built the chassis himself.
And the car in the Kestrel lane, 8.50 is his dial-in. Now, that's another car that's legal to race in, and occasionally does. Races in, like racing Wild Bunch last weekend, not in Super Pro, obviously.
And like I said, they had massive gearbox problems, but they rallied round and got it sorted.
Two nicer and more enthusiastic fellas for nostalgia racing you can ever wish to meet. And as I say many times, they are the real Mrs. Brown's boys, aren't they?
Yes,
they are.
Yes. Mara Mum, as we know her.
I think that's better.
Yeah, let's see if Rob can get it into the 8s like he did last round.
Oh, not much competition then.
That's nice one, very well.
1085 for Rory and a very nice 8.61 at 151 for Rob. So let's see what young Mr. Skip, I think, can do this time round.
Yeah. Let's see if we come on forward. Let's keep that foot in and see if we can beat Dad.
We rolled the lights last time. The reaction time was not, well, sorry, the 60 foot was not what it should have been. Oh, wow. Okay, we're on to the next round of the Nostalgia Pro Stock bikes, or old school stockers, if you will. That sounds like a lift.
I did see them with the timing light out, so whether they've been playing.
Yeah, off it before the finish line, 9:49, 112 mile an hour. The giveaway for the lifting at the stripe was he's doing more mile an hour here.
Well, as we move on with the old school stockers, I just want to say once again a huge thank you to Mr. Mark Coulsell. Very much appreciate your time and knowledge as well. And if, like Mark said, if anyone wants to join in with the Wild Bunch, go and see Claire. Check out the Wild Bunch Facebook page. They'll be very pleased to see.
One of the committee members, Rob Pete, Dave Williams, Bob Hawkins, they're all committee members, so please support them both.
Super. Thank you very much indeed, Mark. Heads Up Racing again, Freddie Smith and Dean Stevens. The first pair round in old school stockers. Dean Stevens takes it with a 9:27 at 1:37. That is his quickest run of the weekend, still suffering with that bounce off the start line. And Freddie Smith loses out with a 9.99. So this is to set up the semi-finals, I think, isn't it? Someone in this round is going to have a bye run. We are whittling down our elimination classes.
Next pair then, Rod Spry and Claire Rule. 2-stroke versus 4-stroke, Kawasaki H2 taking on the GSX 1100.
Yeah, Claire Rule is his previous winner of Nostalgia Pro Stock, or MPS as it says on the bikes, or old school stockers, whichever you prefer, really. It's great, so great to see a lot of these bikes out on the track again, because they never really, you know, when this kind of Pro Stock bike went away, this was what Pro Stock bike looked like back in the 80s. There was nowhere for them to race at all. I mean, some of them came back into ET bike, but that's only kind of a recent thing, isn't it, ET bike? So a lot of the machines we haven't seen. This should be a great race as well, because Rod Spry did not get on with it on that H2. Rod's got the whole shot. Rod's out in front, but the power of the 4-cylinder bike, can Claire do it? Yep. 8.71 at 1:48. Great race, both in the 8s. Beats an 8:48 at 1:39. They were both trying their absolute damnedest that time. Okay, Len Paget. Len actually, I think, started out racing. He was a pro stock bike racer a while ago. I don't want to say how long ago because I don't want to get in trouble. In the Slick Tricks lane. Going against Steve Howe. Now, the thing is these kind of pro stock bikes are a lot more like pro stock, meaning they look like stock bikes, which is what Steve Howe's does, with wheelie bars on. Exactly what they've done. They put a slick and wheelie bars on them, and they were pretty much stock machines. Not that the ones aren't now, but you know what I mean. Oh, shot to Steve Howe, but Len's already gone past him if the engine lasts long enough. It's going to. 887 for Len. Nicely done, old chap. 147 miles an hour. Great speed again for Len. Lose out, 935. Really good try for Steve Howe. Just not quite enough that time. Okay, I think after this we got two-seater and then we got supercharged Outlaws.
So it will be the Byron for your number one qualifier, Kevin Melling.
Yeah, I think the quickest H2 in the world. He's been down in the low 8s on this machine. Which takes to do him on one of those things. Around 870 in qualifying to qualify number one. Very undramatic and quick, which is exactly what good runs look like. 873 again, 146. He does have some company in the 8s this weekend, though. Definitely that. Definitely that. So, two-seater ride this time.
Yeah, it's the first time I haven't had a passenger listing on this one.
Okay.
Because basically all of the passengers that Paul sent me have all been through.
So this is a spare one. Was this maybe the guy that you put the call out for? Possibly, could be.
Well, Alex Smith, I think he's already been down, but then it could be another customer, or it could be Alex Smith. Well, I think this is his 5th run today, so. But Supercharged Outlaws in the lanes. Also, next round of Nostalgia Superstock are there as well.
Yeah, Nostalgia Superstock are there again, as they need to be, actually.
They do, yeah,
Still
you're right.
Still got 4 rounds of racing. Although, obviously, there's less and less cars in each round. It's still 4 runs.
.808 at 166 that time for the thrill ride.
He hasn't run 167 for you yet, Tom.
He did earlier.
Oh, did he?
Yes.
Very kind of him.
So, Supercharged Outlaws then, and it is the good guys.
Yeah, Nigel Rigdon with a bone big block altered. Immaculately turned out big block altered. And Keith Freeman. He's just going to say hello to the marshal at half track. That's what he's doing.
Well, you can't deny that Keith Freeman's been entertaining this weekend.
100%.
Every burnout, he's just gone for it every single time.
I actually had the privilege of standing on the balcony just over there when he did the burnout. And it's the first time I've taken a photograph in years, because obviously I'm normally very, very busy working. But yeah, it was great. Really, really good. And nothing says hot rod drag racing like this little coupe. Nigel Rigdon is normally solidly in the mid-8s. His best this weekend is an 8.71. And for Keith Freeman, he's been in the low 9s. We're just trying to sort the parachute out for Keith. There we go. Got it.
I think he's in the 8s, hasn't he?
He has, but this weekend is quickest.
Right, okay.
Sorry, mate. Yeah, quickest in the 9.3s this weekend. It all depends on how much he wants to turn it up, and also what the breeze is like too.
Yeah.
To be completely fair.
Yeah, ran down to the 8s earlier this year, but the air was very, very nice.
It was lovely and crisp. Although saying that, it's not overly warm out there now, but you know. Good looking runs in both lanes. That should be an 8 for Nigel. It's an 8.41. That's more like it. 158 miles an hour. Quickest of the weekend. 9.34 at 144 for Keith Freeman. Great stuff. Well, I think Andy Hadfield coming round with Twister, trying to set a record for how many runs he can make in a weekend.
He's taken on Aaron Windridge.
Hang on, burnout competition coming up. That's what it's for. I think he might have heard my more smoke in the other lane comment.
Cracking efforts. Really, really good.
Both of them. Well, gives Purdy a bit of workout. You don't have to go and get him. He will come back on his own. Do what Rob Loring does. Just stand at 60 foot and do the last bit.
Yeah, look out of breath and people might think you've already been to 1,000 foot and back.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I think Meg's got the right idea in the other lane. Just go to 60 foot, that'll be fine.
That's exactly. No, seriously. Rob Loring does that. If you notice, every car Rob Loring is with, he just stands there at 60 foot, waits for him to get back, and just does the last bit. Because that's kind of. When you're in the car, you know you're in the middle of the lane, but you don't know where your burnout tracks are. That's what the last bit of the direction is for. The thing is, Fadster's burnout tracks aren't in the middle of the lane, but I don't think it matters on this racetrack here. So both of them have been in the 7s. Aaron with a best of 7.60 even. 6 would be nice. Against Mr. Hadfield's 7.95 on the last run. He's trying to set a record. I don't think he's ever finished a Dragstalgia weekend. I'm going to put a right curse on it now, aren't I? But I really hope he does. Good luck to both of them.
Well, Aaron goes before the tree run, so no time for him, unfortunately. But Fadster goes through with a 7.90. Brilliant run for the Twister and the team.
And the car in one piece at the end of Dragstalgia for the first time ever. Woohoo!
Oh, you gotta love it, haven't you? Gotta love it.
No, it's a result. That's really good.
The other result I'm liking at the moment is we've been watching that at the top end.
It appears God is a drag racer again. Even though the weather has done as much as it possibly can to balls up the weekend, frankly.
Yeah.
That is a bonus. That rain was bearing down on us and it's gone round. Look, the windmills have changed direction completely. Look.
We like
seriously,
that. Yeah.
That massive grey cloud at the top end was coming our way. The wind's changed direction and it's gone to Bedford. Anyway, awesome stuff, unless you live in Bedford. Jim Tucker with the Hellfire Hemi.
Whee! Easy Tiger.
Still with that wiggle just before 3:30, it just wanders and then breaks the rear tyres loose for, it seems like no apparent reason as well, actually, because it hooks really nicely and goes. A really nice, comfy 125 60 foot.
So I think that'll set up the final for Supercharged Outlaws. Which
They run a final?
Yes,
They are
do
running
now.
a final this time.
They should do. That will be
No? Okay, thank you.
no final.
You don't know, okay.
Oh, right. Well, if there is one,
Yes.
it will be Andy Fadster taking on Nigel Rigdon.
Because they're the two most consistent. Did you hear that? Fadster and consistent, same sentence. Yeah, I was amazed as well. Well done, guys. It is great to see. I'm only mucking about, obviously.
Right, here we go then. Nostalgia Superstock, round 3. This is to sort out the quarter-finals. Pete Christmas and Stuart Floyd. Stuart Floyd ran a perfect ET in the last round. Pete Christmas got past Adrian Portelli. This is a tough matchup. Although Stuart Floyd is the newbie to the gang, he's shown his worth already. Oh, he goes red this time though. It's game over. Pete Christmas carries on. Let's see what Stuart Floyd runs ET-wise. Goes 1386, he breaks out. Doesn't matter, they both did. But the cherry on the tree tells the story. Right, we have Chris Tyhurst, but we don't have Nick Martin, the Downtown Duster, not making the call. Such a shame because the car was going really well this weekend. So Chris Tyhurst is into the quarterfinals where he will race Pete Christmas. $12.16, 110. Right, the all Williams brothers matchup then. It is Gary Carr with the Chevelle looking for a 12.24, taking on Dan Williams 10.70. The whole team stood in the middle this time, showing no favouritism to either car. Green light on both sides of the racetrack. Dan Williams is in pursuit mode. He's catching, he's catching, he's catching. And he's caught. He got there first. He had an 0-2 light, goes 10.75. Gary Carr got there second and broke out. Tells you that he couldn't win that one. So Dan Williams carries on. Jake Cawthorne and Royden Mitchell. The winner gets Dan Williams. Jake looking for 11.05. Royden 10.88. Oh, a bit of a wobble there for Royden. Jake out in front and takes out with 11.19. So Royden loses out 12.03. Paul Smale taking on Jim Smith. Now then, the winner of this has a bye into the semis in the next round. It's the only bye left on the ladder. So it is in effect 2 round wins for the price of 1.
Oh, that was very close to the white line and the wall, actually, for Paul Smale. Kept it off of both, I think, just. Doesn't turn the win light on, though. Look at that for a race.
Yeah, fantastic. Jim Smith takes it. 40 on a 38 to lose out 18 on a 15. Win margin 0-1 at the stripe to Jim. 2 pairs to go. Dan Sanderson taking on Don Scott. 13.91 plays 10.13. It's one of the biggest styling differences we've seen today. Quickest car this weekend, bizarrely, is Chris Goodall in the 9.8. Nobody's quick on that today. they're definitely going to sort this one out at the stripe.
Because there's nothing in it off the line.
Breakout for Danny. Got there first, but he went too quick. Don Scott, 15 on a 13. He's through. Dan Sanderson, just that little bit too quick.
When the scoreboard goes slowly like that, best thing to do is look for the wind light on the wall, because that comes on before the scoreboards do. But I learned that last week because it happened all the time.
Last pair, Neil Francis, Jack Bishop. Don Scott awaits the winner of this one. Jack Bishop, 93 on the 92. Takes that from Neil Francis with a 72 on the 65. So it is Jack into the quarters.
Gasser Circus round 3, which I presume is the semi-finals,
yeah.
For a place in the final round.
Well, Ray's going through, but which one? Is it Ray Turner or Ray Irish? Ray Irish came in as the alternate.
He's doing pretty well to be with a shout at the final then.
Yeah.
Considering.
But Ray Turner has been bang on form this weekend. You don't race this actual car for 40 years and not learn anything with it. In actual fact, it is Ray Turner into the final. Ray Irish. It's game over for him with an 0-2 red.
Yeah, Ray Turner right on time with the 0-6.
Oh, and bang on his ET as well.
He deserved that.
06.
What were you just saying about learning your car?
Yeah, no, yeah.
It's almost like as if magic, really. So, Patrick Hoss and Sean Milson, one of them will be in the other lane to Mr. Turner. Sean Milson, after the corkscrew attempt earlier today, see if he's got it calmed down a little bit. I noticed the dial-in's calmed down a lot, actually, to a 1062. For Sean in the slick tricks lane. Patrick Hobb was 1191. We'll be going first.
Well, he was the other alternate that came in.
Wow. It's a good day to be an alternate, really. Will one of them go to the final?
Yes, it will, because Patrick Hobbs gets the automatic win as Sean Milson. Well, that wasn't a red. He left before the tree was activated.
That almost felt like, to me, no trans brake.
That's what he probably had to do to make sure it left the line flat, and he just had to do it a different way, and it bit him in the bum. But Shorty's out, and the name of the car ain't misbehaving when it has misbehaved today, and that's been the problem. Okay, we actually have, unbelievably, empty lanes for the moment.
There's one bike.
Yeah, we are collecting vehicles once again for... obviously, we've got the Dragstalgia Cannonball final to go, or finals, for the placings. We also have...
Semi-finals to finals of old school stockers, don't forget, we've still got them.
Yep, we've got...
Outlaw Anglia?
Yeah, they've still got 3 rounds to go, haven't they?
Yes, they have. Yes, you're right.
Okay, so a few of the NSRA bikes, I think, are down there. Anyway, we'll just wait and see. Nitro FM, just for a few moments, though. That's what happens when we get decent weather. We get stuff through, and it goes really well. But anyway, Nitro FM, please carry on.
with you by my side. When my work is done, we go back to having fun. Honey, babe, I've been on the road for so long. Honey, babe, I'm begging you, please don't get me wrong. It's you I'm in love with. You got to know it ain't no me. Honey, baby, I've been on the road for so long. Now, honey, baby, I'm begging you, please, don't get me wrong. It's you I'm in love with. You got to know it ain't no me. Yeah. Come on, baby.
I am now. I do apologise. Yeah, I think this is the NSA final, and it's going to be Jan Hane with the Swallower, the single Jawa. Basically, that is engineered from a Speedway engine. It's a Jawa. It's a 500cc Jawa with a blower on it, with nitromethane. And I think it's still the quickest single-cylinder bike on the planet. Yeah. Oh, when it goes, it really goes, this thing. It's lively, obviously. Here we go then. So, Jan Honey with the amazing bike from the Netherlands. That's Maris van der Zijden. Crewman to the stars in Top Fuel bike. And a very, very clever bloke. Well, I think it was... I know it is going to be Ray Law as well. But it's just going to be a bye run for Jan this time round. Let's hope he can get it off the start line. I beg your pardon again. It is going to be a race. Against Justin Newell. I tell you what. This is a battle of the tiniest engine machines I think you'll ever see. So Jan Honey doesn't normally have the biggest bike with a single cylinder. However, in the other lane, Justin Newell, 250cc. 250. Well, sadly for us and him, Jan won't be making this run. I didn't actually catch what the problem was. Stonking run for Justin Newell. See, a little bit quick is the way forward. 11.25 at 1:21. Great rate to round out the weekend.
Not bad for a 250, is it?
Not round out the weekend. Sorry, Keith. See, that's why you do this, you see. This is what it is. Yeah, sorry. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think the issue there for Jan was it wouldn't do a burnout.
It's not that. It looks like there's shiny bits down there on the racetrack, so something has gone awry. Yeah, we will need to. We need a little bit of a sweep down there just to make sure everything's clean and tidy. The Dutch have been world renowned actually for producing some of the wildest machines. Who can forget Roll Kodam? Obviously, who can forget this one? Rob van Geffen, who originally came up with or originally started the supercharged V-twin, the overhead cam version as well. There's loads and loads of machines that have come out of Holland that are just scary, to say the least. Yeah, we still don't know who that is. Thank you for reminding me. It was found on the start line. Okay. Ian Marshall came up and handed this to us. And it is... Go on, Tom. Tell me what you think it is, because that might give some people a clue to look.
So, this is a front plate for a crank pulley. It could be for a belt that goes to a water pump or an alternator or fuel pump, something like that. Mm-hmm. But that's definitely what that is. So, it'll be off a door car. So if you're missing something shiny off the front of your crank pulley, or if your car is throwing a belt.
Part number, it actually has a part number on it as well, BG-6108-35. It does look like a rather nicely machined piece of...
aluminium?
Yeah, it's rather lovely. Do you know what I've just worked out as well, sitting here looking at it like this? Look, so what you can do is you can just do that and that, yeah? And hey presto, you have possibly the coolest phone stand on the planet.
God,
what do you think of that? No, I'm not going to, because I just realised. Actually, no, it'd go that way, wouldn't it? But yeah. Anyway, it's a very nice piece of engineering art, and we have it for you. Okay, we are going to be a little bit longer than I at first thought. So, folks, Nitro FM, we're gathering cars, we're gathering bikes, machinery, and everything else as well. So this may take a little bit longer. Whatever the problem was for Jan Honey, it was a little bit more serious than we thought. So, Nitro FM, thank you very much indeed. We won't be long. Enjoy the sunshine.
Someone's got their fan club in the house. But before we actually start the cars up, I'm going to do something just a little bit different here, because we've got Rob and Pete Brown, and we have some stranger in the car, but we've also, all the way from California. You've heard him on the PA today. Let's have a warm Santa Pod Raceway for Mr. Bob Beck. Now, I was going to say to you, Bob, why don't you have an interview with this Floyd Lippincott folk, but he's already got the breather mask on and everything. But how has your visit to Santa Pod been today?
It's been amazing. You guys have some great racing, amazing cars, and the track and the facility is beautiful.
You're going to take some pretty special memories away from this weekend, aren't you?
You bet, and I've been posting a lot of them on Facebook already, so friends from the States are looking at this going, oh, we need a track like that there.
Well, you have lots of nostalgia events. Obviously, you are instrumental. You're quite involved in the nostalgia scene, obviously at Bakersfield, etc., like that. But nostalgia, it's the way forward, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, it's the way it was, and it's the way we want to bring it back to. And the best way to get new people involved is show them what it was and let them make a choice. They don't have to go to the big show. They can see this and get involved a lot easier.
Well, we got, now then, there's this chap called Bob Mavaris that's been floating around, but he's disappeared. And we've got this Floyd Lippincott chap that's got in the car.
You know, it's kind of like if you've ever watched Superman and Clark Kent, well, that's it. But the problem is when Maravis puts on the face mask, he becomes Lippincott, and he no longer has a voice. Right. He won't talk. He can't talk. But, man, he drives.
Well, it's been not only for Floyd to be in the car here, but I know Rob and Pete and the whole Rebel and Wrathchild team, this is a banner moment for them. I know a few years back we had Clay Millican sit in the car, but this is something different, isn't it? Really, real special moment.
I don't know what to say.
Let's try the other one.
First things, thank you for Jeff Stillwell. He's been instrumental with getting this set up, and thank you to Bob and Sharon for allowing it to happen. And yeah, like Pete, I'm speechless, but I'm enjoying the moment completely. But it's Jeff. You need to speak to Jeff. He's the man.
Yeah, absolutely true. A word is said. And loving the outfits as well. I've actually spotted the back of the hats from the tower, actually, with Rebel and Wrathchild actually emblazoned on there as well. Sharon, I know this is very, very special for you this week.
Graham Sykes on the shotgun, also doing double duty. He rode Hogslayer yesterday as well. And he's up against Ray Law on the 1000cc double triumph. So this bike, Colin Fallows pushing the bike. You know him from the Jet Car days. And also runs a number of bikes. This is one in his stable. Unfortunately, the Double Norton succumbed to problems this weekend. Let's see if Graham can win the shootout again. Just bogging off the line, and Graham Sykes long gone. And another 10.5 for Graham, so he takes the NSA win. Obviously that's going to be the last runs in the class, but I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all the guys who tuned in from the States, especially to see Hogslayer. Unfortunately it couldn't come out in this session. They've found some metal in the oils, so obviously the engines will need stripping down before they run again, but they put on a fabulous show. All the guys have really worked their socks off to keep that bike running this weekend. Put in 3 good runs, And who knows, maybe we'll see it back again. It will be lovely to see it here at Sanapod. Our big thanks to the National Motorcycle Museum for their help this weekend. We've got other bikes of theirs here as well, but it really is something special. So a great weekend for the two-wheelers. All the guys enjoyed themselves. A few problems on the way, but that's what you expect when you only run once a year. Anyway, we're back to four wheels, and I love this little machine coming out now. So back to the guys in the tower.
Thank you very much indeed, Keith. And I love, do you know what I love about it? The fact that the one time I attempted to talk about the bikes and all I saw in the corner was Keith shaking his head going, nope, nope, that's wrong. Yeah, so the Model A, this is actually, believe it or not, a Super Pro car. This is legal for Super Pro ET. Christian Zulauf having a much more fun weekend so far than he did 1 year ago. Not quite as quick, but definitely more fun. His race team, Pine Mountain Speed Shop. What a place to live. Seriously, he actually lives in the mountains properly in Switzerland. That can't be the worst way to live. So he's run a number of 7 6s and 7 7s. I think the last one was a 7.70. The car's now actually reaching its potential. So it's a case of now, fingers crossed, they've got it to launch right. It's a case of tuning it to give it more power to make it go quicker. That looked relatively sedate, actually, compared to the first few runs of the weekend. And it was. It's 883 at 140. Has he got a throttle stop on there? 883 at 143 miles an hour. I thought it didn't quite take off as it has done before. So, track prep and Outlaw Anglia coming your way next. A Nostalgia Superstock not far away as well. Quite possibly. They need to be. So, Outlaw Anglia, this is round 3. They've still got the semis and finals to go after this as well.
Yep.
Yeah, and unfortunately for everyone else, a certain Mr. Miller and a certain Scarlett have avoided each other this round.
For everyone else, not for them, though,
No.
obviously. Okay, we'll just be a couple of moments with the Bluebirds, so Nitro FM if you wouldn't mind. Back soon.
Here we go then, quarterfinals to set the semis for Outlaw Anglia. So we've got to say big thanks to Keith Lee for his coverage of the bikes for this. But this is Rob Brindle taking on Colin Miller. This for a spot in the semis.
In the draw for the semis.
Yeah, in the draw, the chip draw for the semis, because they have not done it the conventional way this weekend. I like this format.
Yeah, if you squint, the silhouettes of those cars are identical, pretty much.
Well, you didn't because squint. They just are identical, aren't they?
I think that the defining difference between the two is the GoPro and one less shoot for Rob Brindle. Seriously, that's nothing else really. Well, the bodies are from the same mould. It's the mould that Colin has, but it's the perfect mould to get mould. Excuse me. Cars from all over the world, including that one from down under.
It's 13 of them now that have come out of that mould.
And the one that's the one that's the 13th looks nothing like the rest of them. No. Right, so hopefully Colin gets a good one this time. Pointed dead straight, arrow straight this time. Rob Brindle's best is in the mid-8s. Colin did run a 7.6 earlier, but it was all over the place.
Oh, that's moving.
That's the one. 695 back in the 6s for Colin Miller. 197 miles an hour as well. Is that his fastest speed?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, Rob Brindle, 856 at 149 gave it.
No, something tells me Colin's been 198. I don't know what, but nevertheless, outstanding pass.
And a 1.10 60 foot, which I'm sure. Well, they just waited to the right moment to do it, didn't they? Yeah, Aaron looks relieved. Probably because he hasn't got a dress on. But
well, Rob Brindle was giving it everything he had. 001 red on the tree.
Well, Colin was 016, so Colin was really trying. Like, really trying. However, though, that's the first time the Flying Firefighter has gone straight down the lane all weekend.
So Barnaby Levy taking the bye run. This is usually when we'd say who he's got next round, but we don't know yet.
Someone, or maybe even another bye. Another 9.3, 934, 137. He's definitely getting value through his ferry crossing this weekend, isn't he?
Okay, so we have just seen Colin Miller go 6.95. Dalton Scarlett has been in the 7.0s. He went 7.09. Needless to say that the text I got from Mark was only 2 words. And the second one was
Happy yeah.
Happy yeah.
Well, the thing is, until that point, Dalton had everyone covered. Until that point.
Yeah.
It's funny, because Colin spent all week here as well at Santa Pod, and he waits till like nearly 5 o'clock on Sunday afternoon of the second weekend to put in a straight, good, full run. But was it worth the wait? Of course it was. Of course it was.
I think seeing Lynn on a quad bike was worth the wait as well.
Nice.
Yeah, then he got that on, was it Tuesday?
Yeah.
Can't remember what day it was. It was this week it
It's
arrived.
for visiting local pubs when they stay here. It's got nothing to do with towing the car.
Straight down Broadway once again. 7.06 this time. 193.76. Now, I do believe that does make him the quickest Fordson.
It does, yep, you're right.
Because I think he's just overtaken.
And fastest possibly as well.
Yep, shoots obviously out in the shutdown area. That's the thing we always look for. But, yeah, wow. Wow. I look forward to Mark's text.
I think you could probably sign it from here, really. There we go. No, terrific stuff from all of the team. Well, we had a 7:06 winner and we had a 6:95 winner in that round. So, Nostalgia Superstock round 4. Still 3 to go. This is for a place in the semis. Pete Christmas and Chris Tyhurst. Pete Christmas, #1 qualifier. I love ones like that. Oi, come on. That's what that is. Yeah, Pete Christmas, 10:41, 12.16 for Chris. I was just about to say green light drag race. Chris Tyhurst moved with a 0.5. A 0.2 red for Pete Christmas. Oh no. Christmas is cancelled. Sorry, mate. Yeah, you got homework to do. That was Pete Christmas going red. That was. That's why I said Christmas is cancelled. Cancelled himself. It's all right, no problem. Bye run for Jim Smith. Can we also have a call out, please? Look at that, right on the money from Jim Smith. Summer Daly, if your name is Summer and your surname is Daly, could you meet your family, please, at the catering area? They are ready to go. I'm not sure where, because we haven't finished yet, but Summer Daly, please go and meet your family at the catering area. They're ready to go.
Jack Bishop, Don Scott. This for a spot in the semis against Jim Smith. 10:14, place 992. Be Don. His side of the tree will run first. They're going to sort this one out at the top end. Is it going to be the Slick Tricks later, Don Scott? Is it going to be the Kestrel lane for Jack Bishop? It's Don with a 10.20 against the loser. 9.93. Whole shot win.
That's got to hurt.
For Don Scott by 0-2. Wow. Okay, last pair.
How are you?
Dan Williams going to be taking on Jake Cawthorne. The winner of this gets Chris Tyhurst in the semis. It's 11.05 against 10.70. Dan just bumping it into stage. Another one on the green light.
That was as close as you want it to be, really.
Looks like Dan shuddering once again. He takes it. A 001 light for Dan Williams. Yeah. 04 for Jake Cawthorne. But Dan is on form. Is he going to be denied this weekend? Wow. Unbelievable performances from everybody. So, semi-finals. Chris Tyhurst taking on Dan Williams. The other side of the ladder, Jim Smith against Don Scott. Wow.
Nostalgia Stockers underneath the tower, or old school Stockers, again, if you prefer. There you go. Always say that like that, so Colin can get his list ready. It's always the most important thing. We are joined up in the tower, unfortunately up in the tower, because you're not down there racing. Randy Bradford, sir, all the way from the USA.
Well,
good afternoon.
I love this place, let me tell you.
I hope so, because we've got the same name. Well, not Randy, but Bradford. So
that's a fabulous name.
It's got to be it. You know, the first time you came to Goodwood, I picked up everything I possibly could and put it on my wall at home because it was, you know.
Be careful, I might have more.
You're also very lucky because I've got none. There you go. We're just going to carry on with the bike. We're going to carry on with the bikes. We're going to talk to Randy in between everything we've got going on at the moment, if that's okay. Claire Rule, Len Padgett. Again, throwback to around the late 70s, early 80s for Pro Stock Bike. This is not the riders. Well, no, not the riders. I'm just trying to work it out. So, Kestrel Lane for Len and Slick Tricks Lane for Claire Rule. Heads up race first to the finish line wins. Both of these two been doing this a long time, as you can tell by the dead even reaction time. Looks like Claire's out front. 8.70, Len. 9.27 at 1:44.
Oh, well done, Claire.
First one through to the next round. Dean
Which
Stevens.
is the final.
Sorry, final. Apologies. Also, to say we're getting through it, we've got the Gasser Circus final out there as well.
Wow.
Yeah, so the two H2s this time. Two very quick bikes. Dean Stevens, Kev Melling. Dean on the green machine. And Kev. Kev has been on a roll. He's been the H70s. He's been quicker than that before. Not just yet, Dean. Not just yet. Well, Kev Melling did everything he could to try and lose that one, apart from not run quickly. Oh, yeah. Quickest run of the weekend. 8:64 at 1:39. Takes out a 9.30. Final round of Gasser Circus. If it's all right, Randy, we'll have a quick chat when we've run Gasser Circus, if that's okay. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. So it is going to be Patrick Hobbs taking on Ray Turner. The final in Gasser Circus. Well, Patrick got in as an alternate. Bear in mind, they only had 2 qualifiers, but Patrick was the number 1 alternate. So Patrick's journey got past Keith Bartlett in round 1. Then he got Nick Hewison in round 2 in the semi-finals. It was Sean that fell by the wayside.
Sean's down there watching too. Could the man who DNQ'd win the event? Will it happen? Tough one to call, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Oh, it's game over. Patrick Hobbs from the alternates into the winner's circle.
To the absolute delight of the crew, obviously. You would do if you got the win light. 12:01, that don't matter. It's the win light that counts. Patrick Hobbs wins Dragstalgia for the Gasser Circus and gets that amazing hand. Have you seen what the prize is?
Beautiful.
Hand painted by Neil Meliard, the 10-pin bolt, the pins.
The pins,
aren't they?
yeah.
They're fabulous. Anyway, back up here into the tower. Randy Bradford, thank you very much for joining us. Up in the tower is not where we want you, because we want you over there racing. But welcome back to Santa Pod. I know it's the end of the weekend, but like you said, have you had fun? Most important.
It's absolutely been a fun weekend. We so much appreciate the crew, and everybody here has made us so welcome. We're coming back for the FIA.
That'll be great.
Okay, so it'll
back
be
in
fun
back
again.
in a couple of months' time. Yeah. Now, one thing I've got to ask you. I keep introducing you the USA. Obviously, it's a big place. Please tell me which city and state you come from, so I get it right in future.
Yeah, we're just north of Seattle.
Okay.
And so we're used
to the weather.
To the weather.
Yeah.
And it's green here. It's green there.
Okay.
And this is why.
That does make perfect sense. So you've been driving and racing in fuel alters for how long?
I started in fuel alters in 1966. That's a few years.
Couple.
Spent a couple years before that in gas class.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually 15, unlicensed, driving at Lions Drag Strip. And
you got to race at Lions as well.
Oh, I got to race. I was originally from Southern California.
Okay.
And moved away when I was like in my 30s. But I raced everywhere. Irwindale.
You got to race at all those places, yeah?
Yeah.
I know a lot of nostalgia stuff. Was it really as fun as it sounded like it was? Was it as cool as it was? I mean, like the real formative days of drag racing in Southern California, being able to go to Lions, just down by the beach. Absolutely. Probably not far from home as well, I wouldn't have thought, yeah?
Exactly, half an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fabulous. What they talk about, the good old times.
Yeah.
We're good old times, but we're having good times now also.
They're good older times now. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. It's a different kind of experience. Did you ever think racing the fuel auto would take you around the world? Because you've raced in Australia as well, haven't you? And over here previously as well, and in Germany, of course.
We're We're thrilled. I pinch myself often.
Good. Well, that's good to know.
Yeah, and I like it. But actually, if it wasn't for Ron Holt, none of this would be possible.
It was Ron you came over with, wasn't it? Back when.
Yeah.
And again, put on a show that we all never forgot. I think that event as well, you stayed for the finals too, didn't you? You stayed for a while.
Yeah, we did.
And it was Ron helped so many people. He helped Rob and Nick when they went out to the States, when they went to race at places like Bowling Green. They went to Bakersfield and everything else as well. So that moment yesterday on the start line, we all said it as well. I was talking to Nick earlier as well. That must have been, I mean, it was a terrific tribute to him.
Yeah.
But man, that must have been rough being strapped in there.
It was a little teary.
Yeah.
It absolutely was.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's hard enough composing yourself when you're in a race car as it is anyway. But having that moment as well, and then at least it was a fitting tribute because of where it was, what it was, the fact you both got to run the cars heads up straight away afterwards too.
Yeah, what fun! And it did get me a little off my game. We tried to start the car and the damn driver didn't turn the fuel on twice. Because he just didn't have his head in there. But we got that fixed. We told him don't do that anymore.
Okay. Well, as long as you keep reminding him, you'll be fine. So, your racing career, what do you think the most memorable part of it has been? Or you're still making memories now, obviously. But what was the most fun part for you?
Well, to be able to race, we raced in 1970 and 71 in the Fuel Altered Tour. So we basically left the house in March and didn't come back until October. And we raced every weekend somewhere, Midwest, East Coast. It was an unbelievable time.
It sounds kind of dreamy. It sounds what films are made of, which they were as well, I think, weren't they?
Yes.
And how hard was it running a Fuel Altered in those days? Was it easier than now, or was it more difficult? Because they were very, I said this to Bob, who came up here with us this weekend from Erindale, and I said that drag racing, I think, is the Wile E. Coyote end of motorsport. It's like, find the biggest, nastiest thing you can, strap yourself to it, and see what happens. And that's what Fuel Altereds are, kind of, isn't it? They're short, they're nasty, they're loud, they're powerful. What is it difficult to do?
It is a challenge. It's definitely a challenge. It's financially a strain.
Okay.
Can
what
be a
racing
little
is
hard
it?
on marriages, but this is what we do. This is what we do, and what can I say more? We're going to keep doing it.
You must love it after what happened last year, which unfortunately we'll get to in just a moment, Colin.
Yeah, very quick one. Urgent request. We need a wheelie bar wheel, please, for Dalton Scarlett.
Oh, that's what that
was. A wheelie bar wheel for Dalton Scarlett. If anybody's got one, they can just quickly whip off their car and lend it to them, just so they can make their next run.
Okay.
Right, this is Pike Murray for the 5th place. It should have been alongside Chris Coburn, but Chris unfortunately not making the call, so Pike ends up in 5th place. So your 3rd place runoff then is Alan Rimmel and John Dalrymple. But as I say, they weren't sure if they get all of the cars down. It looks like we've got 5 out of 6, so that's pretty good. So John Dalrymple dialing in of 9.95, Chris Coburn dialing in 12.30.
John's been running very close to his dial-in all weekend.
Oh, he hit it bang on the last pass. There goes Chris. John Dalrymple goes red. So Chris Coburn takes the win with a 12.80 against the loser at 10.02. In their rules that they gave us, red lights didn't matter until the last round, which is this one. So It is Chris Coburn that ends up in third place. Sorry, Alan Rimmel, wrong person. Okay, this is the final of the Willis Wars then. Sean Hindon taking on Daniel Bates.
I don't think you can get two more different cars in the same body style.
Wrong. It's Dave, actually. Oh, Dave goes red, so it is going to be Dan Bates that wins Dragstalgia for the Willis Wars. He dialed 10.09. Let's see what he runs. 10.09. You cannot fault that at all. Even though his opponent went red, he dials 10.09, he runs 10.09, and he wins the Willis Wars at Dragstalgia. And thanks ever so much indeed for all the notes. It's been really helpful. Okay, we are on now to the Cannonball.
And look who's coming around first.
Yeah, this must hurt sitting up here watching, actually. Does it, Randy?
Well, yes, it hurts. My pride is broken.
Okay.
But I'll tell you, these guys do a terrific job. And they're wonderful people. We have a great time.
Well, I was going to say, you run with them here and in the USA as well. So, Nick Davis with Hammond. So, you can tell me, I've always wanted to know, why do fuel alters just sound so angry?
The angrier they are, the more power they make.
Okay, is that basically it, yeah? Yeah? So nitro percentage, all the other stuff, yeah? Good to know. Well, Nick Davis earlier today went 6.04. His quickest run ever. Not many cars, even top fuel cars, that this hard to talk over. So 6.04 earlier today, another straight strong run, wouldn't go amiss. Wish them the very, very best of luck. Nick Davis and the team, and Hammond.
102 to 60.
That's way quicker than
397 at the 8th. Oh, 605 at the stripe.
Very well.
Well
done.
That was, I hate to say it, that was the one.
That
was so nearly the one. The car was much quicker to the 8th mile than it was earlier today, but unfortunately you just pooped out here. You've got to leave something to do in September, haven't you? I guess so. You've got to have a reason to come back and do it again anyway.
Whoa.
Yeah, these people... It just thrills me.
Yeah, I don't think they would have heard all the numbers there, but 102 to 60 foot. The 8th, 3.97 at 187.88 miles an hour. And as we see at the stripe, 605, 237.
Well, that is a new European backed up. Fuel-altered,
it is.
ET record. I think he's been faster speed-wise than that before, but that is still, like you said, Randy, thank you, an outstanding job. So have you, unfortunately, have you broke for this round? Is that the deal?
Correct. We've had some bearing issues.
Oh,
and rather than break it hard,
yeah,
we're going to fix it, and then we can come back.
That would be absolutely awesome. On behalf of, we're going to move on with Supercharged Outlaws. On behalf of absolutely everybody here at Sandpool Raceway, thank you so much for coming over. Thank you for being the poster boy at your age, poster boy for Dragstalgia as well. Yeah.
and I'm so honored to have you. Everything I see, all these pictures, and wow, it's amazing.
Yeah. Good stuff. Well, we look forward to seeing you back in September, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Randy Bradford. One thing that Nick Williams asked me to say is that a VP provided a lot of oil for everybody in all of these. And now a record setting. Well done indeed. Yeah. Now then, this is the final of Supercharged Outlaws. Fadster messaged me.
Yeah.
This is his first final in 15 years.
It's the first time
Supercharged Outlaws.
It's the first time he's made 3 runs in a day in Supercharged Outlaws for a long while as well.
Going alongside Nigel Rigdon.
So how is it? It's still going to be run because they predetermine dial-ins, don't they? I think that's how they
Not
do it.
anymore.
Oh, okay.
No, so they run it very similar to the Cannonball we've had this weekend.
Yep.
Aggregate times, you all get added up. 3 quickest times at the end of the weekend go to race in a final. That final is heads up.
Ah.
So this is a heads up race, and I have to say, I think Fadster's the favourite.
Well, let's see.
Well.
So the good guys with Nigel Rigdon at the controls of the Topolino and Andy Hadfield with Twister.
Well, he's gone on with a trophy before, but that was the Spirit of Dragstalgia trophy, wasn't
Yeah.
it? A few years back.
Well, Nigel with a reaction time advantage, but Fadster's gone all the way through to a 794, 170 mile an hour, and he takes the win in the Supercharged Outlaws.
And makes 3 runs in a day. Is the other win.
Well done.
It's very heartwarming to see him having fun again. Good man. Well done.
Right, on to the Wild Bunch. Shuffling things round once again.
And it is the Charlie Bang Special, looking for a 12.50 up against Ian Wild with the Wildcat. He's looking for an 11.62.
It's weird, I've lost all the notes. Where have they gone?
I don't know. So just a quick hold. Is there a track check in the Slitrix lane?
What a fabulous day this has turned into. I have thoroughly enjoyed this one. Glorious, glorious conditions at the moment. So their chosen numbers, 1250 and 1162. Oh, 1163 on a 62 for Ian Wild. How about that? 100th of a second off. 1273 on 1250 for the Charles Bang Special. But the Wildcats, how about that? The Wildcat's been tamed. So James Auld with the Little Faust. One of these cars that's been here or around forever. It really has been.
Well, I can see Rob and Pete Brown in the grandstands, which means they're not going to be making this session.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately, don't know what's gone on there. It might be because it's not for points. Hello, I can see you.
Did I get this right, that when that nasty rain came in, a lot of people disappeared?
I noticed the pits getting quite empty.
No, I meant spectator-wise.
Apparently not.
Oh, I thought a few people disappeared then. Losers. No, joking aside, it's been a glorious afternoon here. Absolutely fantastic day. So James Auld then with the Dragster. His target, 12.70. Gone a bit deep. There you go. Well, good light. 025. Going deep may affect the ET. Well, 1287, 103. Rory Hart with Braveheart out there.
Taking on Mark Houghton with the Soul Town Shaker.
Target numbers then 10.52 for Rory, 10.50 actually for the Sultan Shaker.
And I tell you what, they're side by side going down the track.
10.91 place 10.50. Look at that. 10.51 on a 10.50. I think they got the car sus. Well done. So, Colin Child with the Boxo Bomb, the Topolino, 14 flat on the dial-in.
Yeah, I think Colin's the owner of the largest breakout in the world earlier. When he ran 12 something on a 14 dial-in.
No, cut it off. These fans spotted something somewhere.
Because I can't see.
Well, the
any
top end crew are wandering around the track, so. Is there something underneath the car? Oh, yeah, a couple of spots of oil, or, well, some fluid right at the front of the
He
car
had
was.
trouble with trans fluid on the track earlier on today, so whatever it was, they obviously fixed it, but not quite enough. But there we are. Lanes are empty for the moment, but we are collecting all of our next round's M finalists, so don't go anywhere at all. We still have all the finals to run at the Dragstalgia Cannonball, which will not be far away at all. We have a number of our champions done already, but we've just got to sort out the rest of them as well. So back to Nitro FM. Thank you again to Randy Bradford coming up to see us. It was an absolute pleasure and great to hear. He'll be back in a couple of months' time. Go on, do you need to? No? Okay, Nitro FM, take it away. A long time, as you can tell by the dead even reaction time. Looks like Claire's out front. 870, Len, 926. Well, Kev Melling did everything he could to try and lose that one, apart from not run quickly. Oh yeah, quickest run of the weekend, 864 at 139.
Game over. Patrick Hobbs from the alternates into the winner's circle.
To the absolute delight of the crew, obviously. You would do if you got the win light. 12:01, that don't matter. It's the win light that counts.
It's next run.
Okay.
Right, this is Pike Murray for the 5th place. This was. It should have been alongside Chris Coburn. But Chris, unfortunately, not making the call. So Pike ends up in 5th. Bang on the last pass. There goes Chris. Ah, John Dalrymple goes red. So Chris Coburn Dave, actually. Oh, Dave goes red, so it is going to be Dan Bates that wins Dragstalgia for the Willis Wars. He dialed 10:09. Let's see what he runs.
Davis and the team. And Hammer.
102 to 60.
That's way quicker than
397 at the 8th. Oh, 605 at the stripe.
Well, Nigel with a reaction time advantage, but Fadster's gone all the way through to a 794, 170 mile an hour.
Oh, 1163 on a 62 for Ian Wild. There you go. Well, good light. 025. Going to beat May affected the ET. Well, 1287. 100.
And I tell you what, they're side by side going down the track.
1091 plays 1050. Look at that. 1051 on a 1050.
Honey, baby, talk to me one last time. It's hard leaving you this way, but the train's about to roll into the bay. Such a good time having you by my side. It was such good times, baby, with you by my side. When my work is done, we go back to having fun. Honey, baby, I've been on the road for so long. I'm begging you, please don't get me wrong. It's you. I'm in love with. You got to know it ain't no men.
Oh, that's moving.
That's the one. 695 back in the.
So Barnaby Levy taking the bye run. This is usually when we'd say who he's got next round, but we don't know yet.
Someone, or maybe even another buy. Another 9-3, 934, 100.
Of the event, and it's been whittled down to these four. Your first pair coming around the corner, it's the all Chevy matchup. Chris Tyhurst and Dan Williams. Dan dialing in a 1070 for this one. Chris will be dialing in a 12 something. It's a 1216 then for Chris. The winner into the final. Chris's side of the tree won first in the Slick Tricks lane. Then it'll be Dan doing the chasing. Well, again, another one we're going to sort out at the stripe. The win light goes to It's Chris Tyhurst that takes it. 12.18 on a 10.16. Dan Williams goes 10.69. Both of them had 0-1 lights. What a time for Chris Tyhurst to pull a light like that out of the bag. Dan's been on it all weekend long, but he took the stripe by 0.3 and broke out by 0.1. Oh boy, Chris Tyhurst into the final. The other side of the ladder, Jim Smith, Don Scott. 10.37 plays 10.18. It's Jim Smith that goes into the final. 10.40 on a 10.37. Don had acres off the line. He had an 0.3 compared to a 0.16, but was only 10.45 over the stripe. It is Jim Smith into the final of Nostalgia Superstock against Chris Tyhurst. So that is the final set. Old School Stockers. Going to be Kev Melling and Claire Rule. Nostalgia Superstock is Chris Tyhurst and Jim Smith. But we still await Outlaw Anglia to come down, obviously. We've still got the Dragstalgia Cannonball to finish off as well. But whilst we have empty pairing lanes, we're going to give the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2. We will obviously take it back when more competitors appear.
Oh, skating all over the lane, side to side. Oh, I thought he just missed the wall then.
Well, it was a glance. It wasn't a proper whack, but trying to hang on to it with the tyres spinning, of course. 11.95, 112 in the Slick Tricks lane. He's at 45, maybe even 50 years. Well, just to see it out on the start line, putting in a pass is immense. 14.16 at 94 miles an hour. However, it's not about the destination. Changing settings between runs.
That's a bit more like it.
Still a bit of tyre shake off the start line, but nothing major. 7.73. Give him a round of applause. 167 miles an hour.
Beautiful looking run, a little bit of fluid on the start line, but just couldn't click second gear.
Yeah. Still goes 7.12 at 139 or 105. Yeah, a little bit of a back issue, unfortunately, for Steve. But it's now Dougie's turn.
Not to do that. Come on, Doug. 107 to 63. Big move over to the 8th mile, but he lifts. He knows what he's doing. Cracking driving job there from Dougie.
Yeah, I think he got a lot of respect for that one. Yeah. Well done.
Well, Joe taking a bit of a wander over towards the wall. Whoa! Hold on tight, Joe Bond. Give that man a round of applause. That thing was on 2 wheels through the finish line. Still going. Well, not touching for Dougie, no issues at all. Wow. For Tim Garlick, both drivers under power. 6.28 and a 7.06 for Dougie Hill, his fastest pass ever.
With this one, Venom, Tony Venom. He's using up some real estate. Oh, close to the center line. 6:13 at 2:14.
The driver did a good job of keeping that off the centre line.
Whoa, Shiggy, hold
No.
on! And he gets the thing pointed straight.
And Graham gets away cleanly. You can see him fighting to just keep the engine revs up. And how about that? The Hog Slayer out again on the quarter mile. 11.
Fuel cars.
Oh, trailer fluid from behind Paul Harris, but the little car. 689, 192.
Look at Tony go.
And Wayne chasing him down. New low ET of the weekend, 6:02 at 240.
51 best for Paul this weekend. Oh, great pair. 594 for Tim Garlick. So that. It's more important to get to the final. It's on a run. I'd say that was place booked. Another 6:02. Wow.
Do you know what? That was almost a button that went off.
Cider. England.
Oh, I'm in smoke from Bradford. Yeah, that was tyre spin. Yeah.
Oh, wow! Knocking on the door of the fives, Robert. Yeah, but it was all over the place.
Oh, that's moving.
That's the one. 695 back in the.
Straight down Broadway once again. 706 this time.
Davis and the team. And Hammond.
102 to 60.
That's way quicker than
397 at the 8th. Oh, 605 at the stripe. Well, again, another one we're going to sort out at the stripe. The win light goes to, it's Chris Tyhurst that takes it. 12:18 on the 10-6. Here we go then, it is the final for the old school stockers. It's your number one qualifier, Kev Melling. Forget about where Claire Rule qualified, number 7, but it's all about the final now. Claire is no slouch on this bike. knows how to win races, knows how to win finals. And actually, I think could be a shoe in here. No Kev Melling.
Well, I saw him push round the corner.
Where is he?
That's a good question.
Oh, so Claire Rule looks like going to win Dragstalgia for the old school stockers.
Well, Kev Melling's actually behind, watching on.
Oh, no.
And look at that for a pass as well.
Best pass of the week. 8.62 at 147 miles an hour. Saved the best till last. Well done to Claire. Taking the win in the old school stockers. Fantastic.
Moving on then to Outlaw Anglia. And coming round first will be... Well, I thought I was going to see a car come round, but no one's moving yet. Well, here comes Barnaby Levy. But the crew flocking to the hooligan.
For some reason, it's not wanting to play. Oh, no.
Yeah, Dalton getting out the car. The dream weekend comes to an end, unfortunately, for the hooligan team.
Gutted for them. Unbelievably gutted. So Barn is about to book a spot in the final. It's going to be something like, well, I hope it's not a flat battery or electrical connection or something. Oh, they have a rattle. Don't know what the rattle is, but yeah, Mark Scarlett says they've got a rattle. They cannot risk it. It's the right call at the end of the day, Mark. I know this is semi-final of Dragstalgia, but got to put a sensible head on sometimes. It's not worth the risk.
However, I think they may have made Barnaby Levy's day because he's going to book a spot in the final.
Well, this is drag racing. Anything can happen, and Barn is into the final. Does it with a 9:44, 137. But commiserations to Dalton Scarlett. Heartache for the guy. So the Flying Fifer then, Colin Miller. He's had a bit of a staycation down here at Santa Pod. He's been looking at the fishes in the pond at the top. They had a quad bike delivered during the week. And Lynn has been watching tennis all weekend long in the motorhome. All week long, I should say. So Colin Miller then, well, what can we say? 6.95 in the last round. He's still giving it all the beans. He's got 2 runs left today. What can he do? Oh, just rattled the tyres. They can see the marks. Just going past the tree. 8:43, 161 miles an hour. So it is Colin Miller into the final, of course, for Dragstalgia to take on Barn Levy. All right, Dragstalgia Cannonball. They are getting paired up in the lanes. This is also interesting to see who is still left, because obviously there is a rate of attrition as well. Not only do you need to have the performance, you also need to have a car that can continue to go rounds. And we got some of them down there, but not all of them just yet. So we just have to wait and see how this all pans out. But for the win in the Cannonball, the pairing is scheduled to be Tim Garlick and Tony Betts. The third place runoff, Robin Reed and Joe Bond. And the fifth place runoff is Wayne Auburn and Bob Hawkins. We're just going to see who else comes down. I can see Paul Harris is there.
And in fact, Paul Harris is firing up, so it's a solo for the race. Fifth? Sixth.
Thing is, I've had 3 different printouts on this.
That's fine. I'm going to have a nosy at Euro Dragsters.
See which one it is.
Race for 7th. Hang on a minute. That's Robin Reed coming round as well. So this won't be a race for that. This will be a race for 3rd place.
Yeah, I think you're right. Which to me tells me we've got no Joe Bond, no Wayne Allman, no Bob Hawkins. As Dalton Scarlett heads back to the pits with a Hoonigan. Guys, thank you for that epic entertainment you've given us this weekend. I'm so sorry that it didn't work out in that last pass there, but a sensible call at the end of the day. I cannot do anything apart from respect that decision. It's just not worth it. You'll be back. I know you will. But you've got a 7.0 second race vehicle now. And if I have a chance to catch them in the pits before we go, I'll certainly stop by. So it's Paul Harris and Robin Reed. Well, don't forget, Paul Harris went 6.28 earlier on. Robin Reed's best this weekend, 6.87. But you've got to consider the engine size difference here. 500 cubic inches. You could basically fit 3 of Robin Reed's engines, capacity-wise, into the Chevy Monza of Paul Harris. The supercharged nitro Daimler Robin Reed. And it is the Monza tribute car to Dennis Priddle of Paul Harris. Off with a whole shot. Paul Harris's chute has come out. Oh, she's going to be super tight at the stripe. Oh my goodness me, 6.67 with the chute out against a 6.89. The win margin 0.4 at the stripe. What a race that one was. 0.18 to a 0.35 on the tree on reaction times. They were both 103 to 60 foot. Robin Reed, because of reaction time, was still ahead at the 3:30. Paul Harris was in the lead at the 8th, but then the chute came out, slowed him down. But the win margin, 0.47 at the stripe. Paul Harris hangs on. My goodness me, what a final that one was. Robin Reed was closing in. 178 mile an hour for Paul Harris, 190 miles an hour for Robin Reed. What a race. What a Dragstalgia. Wow. Oh, you just got to love this. Amazing racing.
Yeah, but what I've just seen hasn't computed yet.
Well, that's the second time Paul Harris's chute's come out and slowed him down.
Well, this is why we say you don't race on paper, you race on the track, because on paper, Paul Harris should have had that. And
yeah.
He did, but not
well,
that
much.
It
makes you wonder what he would have run if the chute didn't come out. But look at the pickup truck. Party time in there. Congratulations. That was an epic win. I can't believe he did that with the chute out. He must have thought, oh, no, not again. And then I can hear it coming. That pesky little Daimler is closing in. But he hung on for the win. The win margin, 0.47. And of course, Robin, by the time they've gone past the Well, just after the finish line, Robin would have gone sailing by because of the speed difference. But, oh, wow, that was fantastic. Fantastic.
So looking round the corner. See, these two guys who are in the final for the Dragstalgia Cannonball race each other week in, week out in Nostalgia Funny Car. But now coming into the Dragstalgia Cannonball, they've run just so well. And now they've got each other in the final again.
Looks like Christian Zulaf has made it down for another pass as well. As we get towards the end of Dragstalgia. Basically, what we've got left to run, from what I can work out, is the final of Nostalgia Superstock and the final of Outlaw Anglia and the final of the Dragstalgia Cannonball. I can't see anything else left that we need to do. Do you concur with that? Yeah, so basically we've got 3 races to go. And, of course, Christian Zulaf down there. But here we go. This is the final of the Dragstalgia Cannonball. And it's the old sparring partners from the world of Nostalgia Funny Car. The Venom machine of Tony Betts taking on Apache of Tim Garlick.
So interestingly, Tony comes into this as the number 1 in the Dragstalgia Cannonball, but Tim Garlick comes into this as the quickest man on the property this weekend.
Yeah, 594 was his quickest. Tony's was 602, but you add them together, Tony had the lower combined.
Well, that was a short burnout for Tony in the Venom.
Yeah, the car was starting to move to the left, so Tony backed out of the burnout quite short. I think it'll be okay. It's quite a lot of heat in the track, and the track is in excellent condition, so it should be a-okay.
What have they got for us here then? Apache. The Firebird.
It's going to be a solo. Tony Betts has been told to shut off. There is a leak underneath the car. It is a solo for Tim Garlick to take the win here in the Dragstalgia Cannonball. Oh, what a shame for Tony and the Venom team. And he's had to pedal it as well. Oh, goodness me. 956 at 75 miles an hour.
That's not what you want to see if you're strapped into your Venom Funny Car at the minute.
Oh, no, not at all. But yeah, there is a proper puddle of oil, or there's a puddle of something down there. Certainly the right decision to shut the car off there. I can't see quite what it is. That looks like oil, actually.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Well, goodness me, thank goodness they shut the car off, because if that run went ahead, I think that would have been A, rather expensive, and B, rather messy. But such a shame. But you cannot deny that the Venom team have been on it all weekend long. So consistent. So consistent. And one of the best looking teams out there.
Yeah.
So professional.
Tony Betts was setting the bar when it came to the Dragstalgia Cannonball. He forced Tim Garlick to have to turn his car up.
Yeah.
Because he was running just so consistently in the low 60s.
Well, commiserations to Tony Betts, but congratulations to Tim Garlick.
Winner once again in the Dragstalgia Cannonball.
Yeah, you don't. It's not 3 wins and keep the trophy, unfortunately, but he's making a habit of doing rather well at this one. Right, so we got Christian Zulaf is in the lanes. We've also got one half of the Nostalgia Superstock final making its way, well, already there. And here comes the other one. Chris Tyhurst, wow, into the final. Well done, Chris. I don't know if you can hear me down there, but going to be taking on Jim Smith for the final of Nostalgia Superstock. They got real cool prizes. You know, we talk about Gasser Circus, they get the bowling pins. It's a similar thing, but it's car-related in Nostalgia Superstock. And these are all hand-painted. And last year, it was rocker covers. That were all painted with the meeting name and this, that, and the other. But this year, it's the top of an air filter. You know, the round.
Yeah.
So they're painted by hand, and they're beautiful.
That's cool.
Absolutely beautiful. And obviously, period-correct lettering. They just look so, so cool.
It almost makes me want to go out and try and win one of all of them.
Oh, yeah.
I'll have a Gasser Circus one, and I'll have a Nostalgia Superstock one.
But there's something very, very special about a Dragstalgia trophy. Well, obviously, it's the biggest nostalgia drag racing event in Europe. And not only that, but we are getting a lot of recognition from the other side of the Atlantic over in America. So many American visitors that have come to see us this weekend. We really, really do appreciate them coming to see us and giving us all memory overload from what they have done for us this weekend in the way of entertainment. From the Moon Eyes team, just giving us all sorts of goodies. Well, I don't know how many stickers that Shaggy has given out this weekend, but he just comes around with. He must have a dispenser inside the car, because when he was coming back to the pits from that run, he was just smiling and just dishing out stickers. Unbelievable. And then when the other times he sat in the car with his phone, he's just taking pictures. Gotta love him for that.
Go on then, Colin. What's your favourite moment so far this weekend?
Favourite moment? I don't know about favourite moments. I've had quite a lot of moments. The most bizarre one was that rainstorm, bizarrely, that came in at 4 o'clock in the morning, and I honestly thought I was going to lose all my possessions. But somehow, and I've got to say thank you to the Santa Pod team for lending me some weights from my marquee, and it stayed put. You've got to say, one of those right at the very top, Nick Davis, 604 with Havoc. It continues to defy logic. It continues to enthrall us every time it comes out. It continues to add to its own legacy every time that car appears. And I'm so chuffed we're going to go see it again in September. Randy Bradford has been an absolute star this weekend. Bearing in mind that they totally they destroyed the car, didn't they?
Yeah.
The body turned into confetti. The engine was shrapnel at the end of the day, and yet they got it all rebuilt, put it in a container, hadn't even fired it up until they got here. And yet Randy Bradford still put on a heck of a show, and I have the utmost respect for them. The Moon Eyes team. Oh my goodness me. Shiggy doing the 360. And just mad. Absolutely mad. But these are just some of the big show memories. Dalton Scarlett, what a series of runs he's had this weekend. Colin Miller back into the 60s. He's been trying so hard to run 760 for goodness knows how long. And yet they changed the combination and boom, it's there, 695, he's back in the 60s. So yeah, it's been phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal.
So please give the Venom team a round of applause as they come past. They were trying oh so hard to get it done and get it down the track in the final. They would have liked nothing more than to have the big trophy. However, the correct decision was made to click the car off, as seen by the cleanup we've had at the minute. But very, very well done by the whole team. They topped the charts when it came to the Cannonball format. They came into the final with the number one but just fell out of the last post. There is a bit of a clean-up going on behind the tower at the minute. But we do have the Nostalgia Superstock final in the pairing lanes. We've also got Christian Zulauf, who is in the car and ready to run at the drop of a hat. But just for now, I'm going to hand over to Nitro FM 96.2 while we collect some more racers.
Honey, baby, meet me just one last time. Honey, baby, talk to me one last time. It's hard leaving you this way, but the train's about to roll into the bay. Such a good time having you by my side. It was such good times, baby, with you by my side. When my work is done, we go back to having fun. Honey, baby, I've been on the road for so long. I'm begging you, please don't get me wrong. It's you I'm in love with. You got to know it ain't no me. Honey, baby, I've been on the road for so long. Now, honey, baby, I'm begging you, please don't get me wrong. It's you I'm in love with. You got to know it ain't no me. Yeah. Come on, baby.
To the final. Does it with a 944, 137. Oh, just rattled the tyres. They can see the marks just going past the tree. 843, 161 miles an hour. So it is Colin Bell. Robin Reed off with a whole shot. Paul Harris's shoot has come out. Oh, she's going to be super tight at the stripe. Oh my goodness me, 667 with the shootout against the... Oh, and he's had to pedal it as well. Oh, goodness me. 956 at 75 miles an hour. First tyre spin.
Oh, wow! Knocking on the door of the fives, Robert. Yeah, but it was all over the place.
Oh, that's moving.
That's the one. 695 back in the.
Straight down Broadway once again. 706 this time.
Davis and the team. And Hammond.
102 to 60.
That's way quicker than
397 at the 8th. Oh, 605 at the stripe.
And look at that for a pass as well.
Best pass of the week. 862 at 147 miles. Robin Reed off with a hole shot. Paul Harris's shoot has come out. Oh, she's going to be super tight at the stripe. Oh my goodness me, 667 with the shootout against a 689. Okay then, so Christian Zulaf. My goodness me, he's made the most of this weekend, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been running really, really quick as well into the sevens. Deep sevens as well.
Yeah, best of 766, I think, this weekend.
Yeah, last run he turned it down a little bit. I assume that's probably... Yeah, I assume that was his Super Pro tune that went in it.
Yeah. So basically, all that we have got left to do here at Dragstalgia is this run, the final of Nostalgia Superstock, and the final of Outlaw Anglia. Nostalgia Superstock are in the lanes. Chris Tyhurst and Jim Smith. And then we just wait for Outlaw Anglia. Right, so just had, it's going to be about 10 minutes before we get Outlaw Anglia down. But Nostalgia Superstock are coming around the corner. But first it's Christian Zulaf. His last run. Lovely looking horse. Oh, going for a little bit of a wander. A bit more of a wander at the stripe, but his right foot wasn't lifting to a 749 and 171 miles an hour. That was worth the wait. That was worth all of the test runs. That was just worth it, full stop. Well done, Christian. 749, 171.
I didn't know that had that in it.
Well, I don't think they did. But wow. Okay, then this to win Dragstalgia for Nostalgia Superstock. Jim Smith with the 1970 Dodge. Chris Tyhurst with the Chevy. It's another one of these classic matchups. 66 Chevelle. Oh, it's game over. Chris Tyhurst picks that moment to go red. It's Jim Smith that wins Dragstalgia. Let's see what he runs. 10:37 was the target. Goes 10:40. He actually went red as well by 01. But Chris Tyhurst, I think the moment may have got to him there. He went 07 red, handing the win to Jim Smith. But nevertheless, Chris, congratulations on making the final. But it is Jim Smith that takes Dragstalgia. Congratulations to Jim. Okay, about a 10-minute pause whilst we wait for the final of Outlaw Anglia, and it is the last final of the day. In actual fact, I will just get the nod from the powers that be just to make sure I can do all the announcements, actually. And I think, in actual fact, yes, I can. So, we have our showmanship awards to announce because we've got 10 minutes before the Outlaw Anglia final. And this will take me about 10 minutes to announce it. So, we have got 9 awards to announce this weekend, and 8 of them are chosen by us as such, and 1 of them is chosen by the timing system. The timing system threw out a 5.9 for Tim Garlick. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Phenomenal performances from the Apache team. It was low ET in the Dragstalgia Cannonball, and it really goes to show that Tim Garlick and the Apache team can turn the wick up and run the numbers as and when required. They had a tough old fight with Tony Betts with Venom this weekend, but it is Tim Garlick that takes low ET of the weekend in the 5.9s. Now then, this has been extremely difficult this year to actually select the awards this year, because there are so many people that could have been slotted into one, into another, and believe it or not, we did have it all sorted, and then something happened on track and it changed it all around a bit. So the final way we're going to do this one is as follows. The best appearing car this weekend, and it evoked so many memories from years gone by. The car debuted earlier on this year, a test weekend, and really did put on a great show this weekend. It's so good to see that the Hound Dog name is back, and it is here at Dragstalgia this weekend. Simon Hayward and the team with the Hound Dog funny car. Trust me, there were so many serious contenders for this one, but the Hound Dog car just edged it almost on a committee vote. It was that tight. It really, really was. The team of the weekend. Again, so many contenders. But there was one team that did actually stand out just that little bit more. There is one of them on the start line now. But the rest of the team have really stepped up this weekend. The best appearing team is, of course, our own track crew. Thank you ever so much indeed. Looked absolutely superb this weekend. The outfits, the way you approach things, and you know, all the garb, the Moon Eyes hats, the period correct costumes and everything. Yeah, it just won it. That wasn't a committee decision. That was actually,
unanimous.
That was quite a unanimous one actually. So the best appearing team this year goes to the track crew. Right, burnout of the weekend. Again, there's been a few contenders, but there was one of them, and what we desperately try and avoid is repeating awards, but sometimes you have to sort of go, oh. But the burnout this weekend, bearing in mind he did win an award last year, but he won Moment last year, but this year it's the burnout. The absolute nutter, I'm not saying the certifiable one because he's in Street Eliminator, but the burnout is Aaron Windridge with the Grim Reaper in Supercharged Outlaws. You need to have a look at the replay of that, of the one particular burnout he did. I think the tyres were still smoking at the 8th when he eventually got it on 2 wheels. And when I say 2 wheels, it was sideways 2 wheels, not on the rear wheels.
Yeah.
He then comes back and does these crazy runs, and I mean this with a huge amount of respect, his runs are actually quite boring because they were dead straight, apart from one that did wander, but his burnouts are just epic. He does it for the show, and Aaron Windridge from Supercharged Outlaws takes best burnout. Driving job of the weekend, that was set quite early in proceedings, to be fair, and although there have been a few, but there was none that actually came close to the driving job in the Dragstalgia Cannonball of Joe Bond. That was pretty worrying, even when Joe's mum was on the start line, and if she would have held anything in her hand, she would have crushed it. The grip was so tight. But the driving job of Dragstalgia this year goes to Joe Bond. Wheelie of the event. Bizarrely, not a huge amount of wheelies this year. because a lot of them do it on purpose, and we sort of try, not to say eliminate them, but there was one particular car that was honking the front wheels up higher than it normally does, to the point where I don't think I've actually remembered the car actually lifting the front wheels more than about a couple of inches. But this weekend, the car was really hanging them high. Not only that, drove the wheels off the car as well. So, in Gasser Circus for this one, Tony Pearson. Congratulations, Tony. There's life in you, I know there is. And to be able to lift those front wheels up sky high, I think on 3 occasions, to be fair, that sealed the deal. So congratulations to Tony Pearson. Right, Bug. Now then, as I say, we try to avoid repeating champions, but it was hands down that we had to award it once again. The defending Bug from last year has taken it again. Evela Romanowska from Paul Harris's team. Every single time she came down to the start line to do her duties, it was a different outfit, and she gets into the role, and she does actually back the car up. It's not just a case of looking fantastic out there. She has a job to do, and she does it. And richly deserves the Bug Award this weekend. The moment of Dragstalgia, and this is where we thought we had it all sussed, and then it all changed. The moment of this year's Dragstalgia, and when it happened, it was like, yep, that's it. Havoc 6.04 with a new record for a fuel-altered, not just here, but in Europe. Absolutely outstanding run for Nick Davis. They didn't think the car could do it, but my God, it did. 6.04 from Havoc, taking a moment of the weekend. And I'll tell you what, the hairs went up on my arms. It probably did on everybody else's as well. Which leaves us to the spirit of Dragstalgia as the finalists fire up for Outlaw Anglia. The spirit goes to Moon Eyes. And Shiggy, Chico, and Dale, and everybody from the Moon Eyes team that came over, thank you ever so much for the entertainment. Thank you for the support. You guys have been absolute stars. Thank you so much indeed. For not only coming over to the Hall of Fame Awards last year and making a promise to come and see us at Dragstalgia, but you lived up to your promise, you lived up to the hype, and my God, you've given us some memories. Thank you ever so much indeed to the Moon Eyes gang, who take the spirit of Dragstalgia. So here we go then, the last final, the last race. Colin Miller taking on Barnaby Levy. Here's the Barnstormer taking on the Flying Fifer. Thomas, what a weekend, eh?
I'm still speechless.
Oh dear. So I think Colin Miller is just, well, he's going to give it everything. If it doesn't quite work, then he can get back on it. Barn, he's there to pick it up if it goes wrong. But we know Colin's got the performance advantage. But anything can happen out there. And sometimes you know it will.
So Colin Miller, Barnaby Levy. And Colin Miller goes straight. He's off the throttle a little bit. And in fact, I think so is Barnaby Levy. But Colin Miller's going to get there first to an 8.33. Takes the win at Dragstalgia. But how about Barnaby Levy not only getting to the final, but getting the runner-up trophy as well?
That was epic. And that's it. We are done. And we've managed to get all our announcements out as well. And the sun is shining. We've avoided all the wet stuff this afternoon. We've got the event completed at 11 minutes past 6 when a lot of people disappeared when that rain came in earlier today. And our commiserations to you because you missed an awesome afternoon's entertainment. To our track crew, thank you so much indeed. Not only do the track crew work out here, but all of the track staff, I'm going to encompass track staff, they had a lot of flooded pit areas to sort out over the weekend. It was horrendous at points, and to get all the machinery to suck all the floodwater out of the pits. Thank you ever so much indeed for all of their support in getting all of that done. Thank you also to everybody in the pits that were supporting other racers, because on Saturday morning when people got up, and Thomas, you can back me up on this one, some people lost their sleeping accommodation, i.e. their tents got flooded out, and it was very unpleasant. It was raining inside some of the tents. Some people's tents, when they woke up and got out, okay, they may have been waterproofed on the inside, but realised they had a moat around them. It was very, very difficult for some of the people. So, yeah, they braved it out. But it has been an immensely memorable Dragstalgia, one of the best. I've loved every single second of it. I've loved calling it with you, Thomas. Daryl has been up here as well. And not only that, we have had Bob Beck from the United States that join in, and he is going to take some memories, and he's going to take stories, and he's going to take the positivity from this event and spread it around the USA. And just imagine who he can bring over next year to come and join in. The only condition is they've got to bring their race bike or their race car. What do you reckon? Do you think that's a good deal?
That sounds brilliant to me.
Good stuff. Josie is down there with the Box Lane camera, and we've got to say a huge thank you for the coverage that Box Lane give us. The live feed that goes out for everybody to see around the world, free of charge, is unbelievably good. The definition, the coverage, everything that they give us is absolutely second to none, and we cannot thank them enough. It's come on leaps and bounds in the years that they've been doing it, and it only gets better and better and better, to the point where it is revered as probably the best free-to-air service going, and it's probably better than some of the pay-per-views as well. And full respect to Barney, to Josie, to all of the Box Lane gang. You guys and girls are absolute heroes. Thank you for that. To Nitro FM, that have always been there in the background with us and playing some pretty decent tunes again this weekend. We've been sort of fortunate that we haven't had to listen to it too much during the racing, but I've been all over the place this weekend doing presentations and stuff like that. But from what I have heard, they've got the playlist pretty much spot on. They've always been in the background for us there, so Nitro FM, thank you very much indeed. To Euro Dragster, that give us the live coverage as well. Great to have the whole team are up here this weekend at some point. Really good to see them. Always good to have their support. The timing crew with the old school Christmas tree. It's good to see that come out again, and we look forward to looking at that retro tree. In actual fact, it's the original. It's just been updated. We look forward to seeing that come out again. All we can do now is wish everybody a very safe journey home. We look forward to the next instalment of Dragstalgia, which will be taking place obviously next year in 2025. From the commentary team, from Thomas, myself, and from Daryl, thank you ever so much indeed for joining us. We will see you next year. And we'll be signing off from now. Catch you later, folks. Bye-bye.